Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the final day of the County Championship season, and a final day that's got something to play for both Warwickshire and Hampshire. Warwickshire, for them, the equation is quite simple. They have to create a winning result today if they're to stay in the Championship. Hampshire must avoid defeat if they're to finish second, where they've been pretty much all season. But if they don't avoid defeat today, they would end up 1 point behind Lancashire in third. The two umpires are coming out. It's been a sterling effort by the ground staff in the last hour to get us on after some overnight rain, and it was still raining at 9:20 this morning. Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent is alongside me. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Phil Britt will be along from Warwickshire County Cricket Club as well. Kevin, I know you've presumably got a 10:30 to do very shortly on Solent, but you know it is actually quite a simple equation for both teams today, and you would think the odds will favour Hampshire getting what they need for second place, particularly with still quite a lot of cloud cover here today.
Well, you'd hope so, but there's an awful lot of cricket to be played today, isn't there, assuming we can get it all in. I just think the reason that Warwickshire have got themselves into this position is because they've got the most to play for. Yeah, it'd be nice to finish second, of course it would, but I think when you're fighting for your Division 1 lives, I don't know, I've just seen a Warwickshire side here that if you just go on this performance in this game, you think, how on earth are they in the situation they're in?
Well, yeah, I don't think they've always had as strong a team as they've got out. The return of Liam Norwell, I think, was significant. He bowled very well yesterday and talked to me last night about his frustration at his lack of cricket. Dom Sibley and Alex Davis are coming out to resume the innings. Sibley on 29, Davis, he was very busy on his way to 16 in the final overs yesterday. 8 overs were lost at the end of the day yesterday because, frankly, trying to make up overs at this time of year when the light goes so quickly, and it really did. It was almost like they flicked a switch in the final over that we did play. We went from, oh, it's surprisingly light, to, oh, this is going to be the last over. Warwickshire lead by 23. They probably only need to get to 160, 170 and they will pull out, which might make it, you never know, a bit of a straightforward target for Hampshire if the truth be known, but they've got to go down that route.
You've got to go for bust.
Yeah.
It's that time where everything is just thrown into the pot, and you just hope that you put everything on black and hope it comes up black.
Yeah, it wouldn't be what you'd call a risky declaration because there is no alternative. It is the final day, and the only way they can stay up in terms of the normal events of the season is by winning the game. Who knows what is going to happen in terms of the County Championship next year? We assume at the moment that it's going to be the same as it will be the two divisions of 10 and 8 next year, but you never quite know at the moment with all that's going on in the game. Warwickshire need to do what they can today to give themselves a chance of staying within that elite group of 10. So, as I say, really good effort by the ground staff to get us into a position where we can start on time today. And it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to bowl the first over of the morning, and it'll be Alex Davis on strike. It is quite murky overhead, the lights are on, and Davis just dabs the ball down to third man. It's a half and half field that Hampshire have got out. They've got 3 players in the deep, one well out towards mid-wicket, not quite on the boundary because it's a very long boundary on the Hollies stand side to our right, and they've got third man long leg and a cover boundary fielder, so in fact 4 men in the deep, just the one slip in place. The wicket is not doing a lot. It does give you a bit of encouragement with the new ball. This ball is 16 overs old, so whether Mohammed Abbas can get it to sing a little bit, we will see, as he beats the defence of Sibley and appeals at some length. He's quite keen on that. I haven't at this point got the replays available because it doesn't appear to quite be up and running, the feed at the moment. So if you are seeing it, then you're doing a bit better than I've managed so far on my computer. It hasn't updated yet to day 4, so I might have to look elsewhere for that. But it was certainly a shout that convinced Mohammed Abbas. Turns and wheels in again to bowl to Sibley, who's got a thick inside edge on that, and it will roll down to long leg for a single. 64 for 2, and a lead of 25. They've got to score as quickly as they can. It's not necessarily going to be easy to do so. Again, with a lot of cloud overhead, there is the threat of an odd shower. It's meant to brighten up a fair bit, but there is the possibility of the odd shower. As Davis prepares to face Abbas again, who of course is so consistent in line and length, and that's a beauty that just offers to seam away from Alex Davis, who gets nothing on it as it goes through. Sparse crowd at the moment, I think largely due to the weather. And perhaps the assumption locally that it would be difficult to start on time. I certainly thought so an hour ago when I was outside putting the effects microphone out on the balcony in front of the media centre, and you could hear the squidginess of the outfield under the feet of the umpires. Through the gate again he goes, another appeal. The appeal was starting behind the stumps, and Mohammed Abbas was late to joining in there, which kind of gave the game away. It might have been that there was a bit of an inside edge from Alex Davis onto the pad. And again, no run. All the other major issues are more or less settled in the county championship. I say more or less in that technically Middlesex need to finish off the game against Worcestershire, but a draw seals promotion for them, and Worcestershire are 280 odd behind going into their second innings with only a day to go, so they're not going to force a result there as Davis pushes the ball out in the offside, picked up by Felix Organ, and there's no run. So a couple of singles off the first over of the morning. And let's see when the attack really starts. To be noted that Keith Barker once again is not out in the field for Hampshire, having batted extremely well for his 76 yesterday. He's not out there this morning, so he will only play any further part as a batsman if required. And it looks like it's going to be Brad Wheel. Is it, or is it going to be James Fuller at the far end? It's Wheel, isn't it? Wearing number 58 on his back as he turns net.
There's no Keith Barker on the field again.
That's what I've just been saying. Yes.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
I wasn't listening. Sorry.
No. I'm not saying that you should have been. I was literally. That's just the comment. Comment I've been making. So, I mean, it's reasonable to presume he's not going to bowl in this innings, given that.
Yeah. Is it me?
Yeah.
Here's Wheel from the City End, which looked very bleak earlier this morning. That's turned down towards third man. 66 for 2. The lead is 27, isn't it? 28, somewhere around there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not enough.
Yeah, it's, well, 65 now. That's a lead of 26, isn't
65, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Loads more needed, but it's interesting hearing you say that earlier. It could be it will be a very bizarre declaration.
Yeah.
But it could be the best declaration ever in the history of Warwickshire cricket, or it could be a complete disaster. I've got a feeling it's going to be one or the other. I don't know. But then, having seen the first over from Abbas, you'd think 170 might be a tricky chase, if that indeed is roughly where...
Although Hampshire have no need to chase.
No, but just the way the ball has been moving around this morning under the leaden skies. Driving, missing, is Alex Davis. So I don't think it's easy. I mean, if you've got a side that's just batting and the ball's nipping around a bit, you just never know what might happen. And I think that's going to be pretty much the story of the day. Although, am I right in saying that the weather might slowly but surely get better as the day goes on?
It's meant to, but with the risk of the odd shower. I think they were quite unlucky to catch that rain an hour ago.
Yeah.
In terms of the forecast didn't suggest that there was going to be any rain. The radar didn't suggest there was anything around, but it was raining.
Sure. It was, I say, if this, over the City, which is, a mile away from here, there's an edge down to third man. He's going to hit anything on the up, is Davis, and there is a nice stop from Ben Brown, diving at third man, in front of us, or down below us, just in front of the rope, and keeps that down to 267 for 2 now, Warwickshire. Can I read out one or two tweets, because I think we are at that time of year now where we get some nice tweets, as opposed to one or two of the others we get during the season.
I'm pretty that most during the season vilify you.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
they do. Can I read out one or two nice ones during this few overs? Would that be all right with you? Because you're the home commentator, and I feel I need to seek permission.
We are a team.
I've heard you say that once or twice already this morning.
We are a team.
Yeah.
You do what you want to do.
Well, I thank you. That's very kind.
I mean, forgive me if I contradict some of them. If I hear something I don't think is correct,
please feel free to contradict this one. I think you'll do well. You may want to actually, because this is a bit of a Hampshire-centric one from Tony Mays at Solent Sport. He says, "Just wanted to thank all involved in the Hampshire commentaries this year." Here comes Will. That's not only what it is. Davies actually guides that one down to third man now, 68 for 2. Davies on to 20. It's been, as always, a terrific soundtrack to the summer across the County Championship T20 Royal London. Thank you to Kev, Emily Windsor, Melissa Story, Dave Allen, Raj Maru, and Kyle Abbott. He's been on commentary with us once or twice. I'm sure I've missed a few folks. Apologies and winter well. Feel free to comment negatively on that one.
No. Well, no, simply because there's one that's gone to a lot of stations, including you. Have you seen the one from Nigel Ashton, just saying, being the last day today, may I take a brief moment to say thank you to everyone for the coverage again this season. As ever, I do not have addresses for everyone, so perhaps someone will pass on my thanks to those not on my list. Well, I wasn't on the list, but somebody had passed it on. Right. Mike Taylor had passed it on. That's from Nigel Ashton in Wirral. And I think one of the things that we all know is that we become familiar with the commentators right around the circuit, particularly if I'm in the car, whatever game is on Sport Extra, I'm listening to.
Yes, I agree. Wheel, bowls to Sibley. Sibley pushes that just in front of square on the offside. Gubbins comes round, but that's another single, 70 for 2.
Every day, it's just fascinating to know what's going on around the country. You follow all the names that pop up and players that you'd not heard of. I think particularly of the Royal London One Day Cup, listening to the games. And it was you a lot, Kev, to be honest, during the One Day Cup. And it's just been, again, that idea of it being the accompaniment to the summer, or the soundtrack of the summer. I think I think a lot of us feel that way.
And I suppose we should be able to blow our own trumpet once in a while, but the Cricket Society, haven't they, have awarded an award to all the county cricket commentators, as that's pushed up to mid-off, but there's no gap at the end of that Brad Wheel over. 69 for 2 now, Warwickshire in their second innings, lead by 30.
Are there more?
One more. Pete at Solent Sport says, thanks for another great effort on the mic, bringing the very best sounds of the summer to my office. It was great to finally meet you on the Isle of Wight, and wishing you a peaceful winter and time to read and hopefully enjoy my book. That's right, Pete very kindly gave me a book, which I said, yeah, I'll get around to reading it. I haven't yet, but the winter would suggest I will, so thank you, Pete, and I will get around to that.
Yeah.
It's called The Pressure Point, or Pressure something.
If you keep it in the downstairs, Lou, read it bit by bit.
Yeah, well, that's one option, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mohammed Abbas is going to continue from the pavilion end. 69 for 2. And it's going to bowl to Dom Sibley. Pushes forward defensively back down the track. I'm trying to think what the last book was I read. I was on holiday in August, so I read a few books.
Did you?
Dave Grohl's autobiography.
Oh, right.
From the Foo Fighters. What a great book that is.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. I don't listen to a lot of Foo Fighters music. I just think he's an interesting guy, and it turned out he was even more interested than I'd imagined.
Oh, okay.
It's a very honest and frank memoir.
Do you think I could get somebody for Christmas that book and they wouldn't be disappointed?
That's a great book.
Because I'm always looking for
genuinely great book.
Right.
Forward pushes Sibley. It's going to be a quick single. It is quite tight, but the shy at the stumps was slightly too high from Felix Organ, who tried to underarm it. It was one of those awkward underarms that instead of going low, it flicks up in front of you, and it cleared the stumps. 70 for 2, the lead is 31, and the light is still murky.
It is a bit, isn't it? Have a look at Abbas's follow-through as well. Another one from Glenn Dutfield at Solent Sport says, good morning, Kev. Just can I say thank you for your excellent commentary throughout the summer. Thank you, Glenn. It's very kind.
Abbas with that easy run-up of his. And does he get the edge there? No, it's gone away in the air. It looked for all the world that it had taken a flick off the outside edge of Alex Davis's bat, and then there's no reaction from anybody. It was just too good.
It was, wasn't it? This is what I'm saying, that I don't think this would be straightforward for Hampshire whenever they start to bat. Actually, just keeping the Warwickshire bowlers at bay. Pete's back on the tweets, actually, at Solent Sport. He says, yeah, the book's The Pressure Drop, and it's not a toilet book, he says. A compelling read that you cannot put down, according to his wife. There you go. Well, we're plugging books.
But his wife calls it he wrote the book and his wife says it's a compelling read.
Yeah.
short of a length and flashing at it, trying to cut his Alex Davis. It goes through. Yeah. I mean, it's great that his wife's supportive. I've got no idea whether I mean, it's lovely to have a supportive wife. Mine tolerates me, but she may not be as independent a reviewer as some.
No?
So I'm looking forward next summer
Yeah.
to hearing your review of the book.
I will definitely read it in the winter, yeah. Other books available, of course, while we're plugging books. There are apparently a few other books
Yeah, I
there
don't think we
available.
I don't think we have to tread that carefully with books, If something's a good read, it's a good read. As full outside off stump, nudged into the offside by Alex Davis for a single. 72 for 2, the lead of 33. Just to show that my reading is eclectic, I do recall on the same holiday reading Catherine Ryan's book, and I like that as well. So,
Right.
Read a bit of sport reading as well.
Yeah. I feel this is an episode of Richard and Judy's book club, or whatever it is that
Be all right, that
used to be on.
We
Yeah.
could do that. Well, that's a way to spend the winter, isn't it? I've been lolling around football grounds. 71 for 2. Sibley awaits Mohammed Abbas, turns him off his hip for a single. They're not troubling the boundary early doors here, and that's because of the accuracy of Mohammed Abbas. 72 for 2, the lead is 33. They want to get it around 160, 170. Understandably, they've got to be a little bit careful in the first few overs, Kevin, but we would expect, if not big fireworks, we should expect at least the equivalent of indoor fireworks, a bit of fizzle.
Oh, I'm sure they're just sort of working up to it, really. I think the touch paper is lit. We're just waiting for the fireworks. But it's in Hampshire's interest. I mean, it is a very defensive field, but of course Hampshire, all they need to do is take time out of the game. Pete's back, and is one aimed at you, I think. Richard, Pete says, I don't think my sarcasm has travelled up the A34.
Yeah, you enter now. Now, I accept that from Pete, that he was being sarcastic because his wife was being supportive, but I would say, if there is one medium in which sarcasm never travels, it's Twitter.
Right.
It's because nuance is a really hard thing to crack in that many characters.
Wow. Here comes Will. That's a length ball. Sibley works that away nicely in front of square on the leg side. He hit it so well that Tom Press, the substitute fielder at deep square, they cannot get around in time, and that is a boundary. And Warwickshire move on to 76 for 2. They lead by 37. Mandar Kent, who I think was on the ground earlier in this game at Sonnet Sport, says, thanks Kevin, the team, for the fab commentaries all season. Live streams too is excellent. It's a real lifeline to lots of us and a great community to be part of. Thank you. I love it. I don't like this time of year, but I love this time of year because you do get such nice messages.
That's quite needy.
Do I need them?
Do you know? No. Look. What it is a really timely reminder that people value the service, and as somebody who only does about 1/3 of, if that, of Warwickshire's games, the fact that I rely on the service so much, I think I know exactly what they all mean, and they're right.
Yeah,
they're right.
Yeah, it's just nice. It is nice. Wheel. Sibley works that one towards at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sports says, morning, thanks to all the cricket commentators for their excellent work over the season. Looking at the conditions today at Edgbaston, I reckon we're in for a tense and exciting finish on this last day of the season. I agree with that.
We'd take that. Take that.
Yeah. But in whichever way it goes down, it goes down.
This time,
no pun intended.
No, but this time yesterday, and I know that from your point of view, we just want Hampshire to make sure they finish second because they deserve second. They've had a great season.
Yeah.
However, you kind of want there to be something on the final day of the season.
Agreed. And there is something on it for both sides, but you can't ask for more. That's almost a low-full toss, which is driven to mid-off, fielded by Organ.
There's nothing worse than the season ending with a damp squib with a wicket-keeper coming on to bowl. That's kind of... and a shake of hands at 4:30. That's not what you want, really.
Well, I'd take that, to be honest.
Yeah, no. Yeah, okay.
I'd take shaking hands about lunchtime. It would be ideal, but that ain't going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Behave yourself.
Here comes Will. Bowls, and Sibley drives, and that's wide of Organ. Bit of a chase for Organ to the top end of the ground. This is going to be a contest which the ball wins. Just Organ dives It was the guy that the German striker that came to Tottenham briefly.
Oh, Jurgen Klinsmann.
That's the drive. So if you can picture that when he did that, that's exactly what Organ did then.
He also then did 2 breaststroke strokes after he'd gone down, which was rather sweet of him. It must be quite damn. He's going to have a wet shirt now for the rest of this session, I would think. Albeit that's the drier end of the ground than this. If he produced that same dive down in front of us, then he would have needed a snorkel.
Gary Allen Amma, I think that is on Twitter, at Solent Sports, says, good morning, could you please accept my thanks to you all for another wonderful summer of cricket coverage, and many thanks for the delightful banter. It is fun, isn't it? It has been. It's been a blast of a 6 months, as
for you this is like being a school teacher on the last day of term, isn't it?
Yeah. So
you're going to get misty-eyed now.
I know. Well, do you know what? Both my girls are school teachers, and that's driven out to backward of Point. It's gone straight to Gubbins, and there's no run. And they come back with both of them come back with an army, an unbelievable amount of flowers, chocolates, weird and wonderful plants, and what have you.
Primary school teachers.
My youngest is primary, my oldest is secondary.
Oh, very good.
So the youngest actually gets a bit more, because I think it's more of a junior school thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And it's wonderful. It is. I know she says it makes the whole year worthwhile, and I'm sure teachers up and down the country feel exactly the same.
Oh, that's nice.
Here's Will. Yeah, coming in to Sibley, and Sibley's worked out into the gap. Now Alex Davis is off like a train. He wants 2. Is Sibley going to catch up with him? He does. Throw goes in at Sibley's end because he's slightly behind Alex Davis, but too much for Fullers to do coming in off the cover boundary. And Eddie's 2 runs, and the lead now is 43, 82 for 2 at the end of that over.
They did everything they can. They've managed to add 20 runs in the first 4 overs. Just the 1 boundary, beautifully timed it was by Dom Sibley, playing his final innings for Warwickshire. And I think we were discussing yesterday, I think when Phil was on, that you can't criticise what Dom Sibley has done for the county and for what the county has done for him, and that he came here to establish himself as a regular, because at Surrey he was a little bit in and out. He did enough to move into the England ranks, 20 test caps. He'd love some more in the future, and there are a variety of reasons why he'd like to go back to Surrey, some professional, some personal, and I think it's quite a sort of well accepted parting of the ways, really. Not much acrimony. I think people knew he was ready to go. Alex Davis prepares to face the first ball of a new over from Mohammed Abbas. He wanted to do the little push and run, but he got too much on it, and there's no run.
I've got a message here. I'm sure you won't mind me reading it out. Our fellow commentator up at Yorkshire, Jonathan Doidge.
Yes.
Who I guess is on edge.
He's probably got a race course now in him. But yeah,
he's on edge at a race course.
Yeah.
I'll come to that in a moment. Oh no, actually, while they look at somebody walking behind the screen or doing something, no, I'll read it out in a minute.
Mohammed Abbas comes in again, the lower part of his trousers flailing around his legs. Cut shot from Davis, and he's got that nicely behind square. It just evades a diving gully, and he gets his first boundary of the morning. 25 to Davis, Warwickshire to 86 for 2, and the crucial thing, every time we give the score, the lead now up to 47.
So, Doigi says, morning to you and Richard, sounding good through my TV screen, the soundtrack to my autumn. Looking forward to the next time on the mic with a pair of you, however distant they may seem. Well, one, it will be more distant than the other, obviously, come the end of today.
Well, yes. Yeah. We are not going to. Warwickshire and Yorkshire are not going to coincide at the championship next year as things stand. I think that bit we do know. Last work with Jonathan at one-day cup game last summer at York, which was a great day. What a place to watch cricket that is, by the way. Tremendous ground. Mohammed Abbas into Davis. Cuts back a little bit, comes off the pad, gully, scoots round. They use a hybrid pitch, so they get generally high-scoring games there. They fill it, absolutely fill it, when they're playing at York.
All right.
And okay, the commentary position is square on, but it's on a balcony, and the atmosphere there, it's like the good old days of one-day cricket, way back when you were playing. No, but you know what I mean, like those days when grounds are full and there's a ripple of anticipation throughout the day. It's great to have that back.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure we're going to get that much here.
today. No, not so much. As this is nicely guided down towards third man by Davis from Mohamed Abbas for another single. 87 for 2. Davis to 26.
Tim Rogers at Solent Sports says the saddest day of the year as another cricket summer ends. Wonderful coverage as always. Local radio up and down the country is being highly treasured today. That's a nice thought as well, isn't it? And somebody's just tweeted me a link to Anthony Gibson's book, West Country Man, who our fellow commentator down at Somerset. We'll briefly mention that and move on.
Yeah, see, we could be accused of promoting a colleague there, which might not be a good thing. We'll concentrate more on the chap whose wife likes his book. That's nice. I know he meant it tongue-in-cheek. But yeah, 48 the lead. 10 to 11. Oof, all sorts of things to bear in mind today. Forward with the thick inside edges. Sibley squirts out behind square. They think about running hard for 2. I think that would have been a little bit tight. I'll settle for a single. Sibley to 45 and 88 for 2. Do you know one of the rituals I miss once the cricket season's finished?
Right.
When there's a day where, say, often a Monday, it was a Monday this week, where all the games are due to start at 10:30. I love it on the BBC cricket page to click on each individual game to see the teams announced. It's almost a ritual for me to watch the teams appearing.
Yeah.
I just love that, to see who's in, which names I don't know, which players are... I don't know why I love that so much, but it's part of my weekly thing when the championship is running. It's usually these days you get the surprise of a player turning up at a team they don't belong to and you realise they're on a short-term loan that you had no idea about.
Looks like Hampshire tried to get the ball changed there, but the umpire is having nothing of it.
So it's like turning up at the Oval to find Brad Wheeler with no number playing for Warwickshire.
Of course.
We kind of knew that the day before, but you never know, do you?
I don't think I knew that until the day before.
Mohamed Abbas into Davis, who's producing the short arm pull. It'll go down to long leg, and there'll be another single. That takes the lead up to 50. Still plenty of work to do. The light is probably as poor as it's been at any point since we started this morning, and that will be a concern. The neutral would not want this one affected too much by weather today.
Are the clouds moving a different way? They've been left to right throughout this game. Am I looking and they're going almost the opposite way?
The ones that we can see sort of front left are definitely moving right to left, which is quite unusual. Bad weather normally comes over all the years I've been coming here, it comes over your left shoulder when you broadcast in here. Like, it's always sent up from New Road, habitually anyway. They like to share the bad weather. Our good friends at Worcestershire.
Is that the only thing they share with you?
Well, Mo and Ali, they share.
Of course.
They share him with us.
That's a nice gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
So right to left, does that mean very, very bad news or unpredictable?
It means really quite unpredictable. I mean, a lot of it is quite high cloud at the moment. I can't see any rain in it as it approaches.
Here's wheel to Davis, who's just walking into that shot as he turns it away quietly on the leg side for a single. Singles don't seem to be too much of a problem for these two. They have kept the scoreboard just ticking along nicely. 90 for 2, having started the day 62 for 2.
It's coming over. The weather is coming over from the Theatre of Dreams at the moment. St Andrews, home of Birmingham City.
Is that the Theatre of Dreams?
Well, it is, because a nightmare is a type of dream.
Whoa. I take it you don't support Birmingham City.
No, I cover them, don't I? So it's I'm long suffering.
Here's wheel. Bowls to Sibley, and Sibley on the back foot steers that into the gap in the covers. 91 for 2. Can I just say, I'm sure she won't mind me mentioning this. Emily Windsor, Southern Vipers, who's had a great season as a batter. Commentator for BBC Radio Solent and TMS, of course, has texted me. She had a hip operation earlier on in the summer. Earlier on this week.
Oh.
Yeah, so we wish her well on that one. And she says, you guys are keeping me sane today, because she's bored already. She's not the sort of person that can just sit around and do nothing within 10 minutes. She's got to be doing something. So I can imagine she is absolutely bored, and must be totally bored if she's listening to her. So good luck, and hope, as they say in hospital land, hope you get better soon.
Absolutely, get well soon. I was delighted when she popped in to join myself and Mark Church for the Surrey-Warwickshire game in the One Day Cup. It was great to see her, and she did a couple of stints on commentary for us.
Good value.
She's I love the fact that she's developed so well, both on the field and off the field. It's great. So best wishes, Emily.
That's for sure. Yeah, her batting's really come on this year. This is a drive from Davis. Good diving stop in the covers by Nick Gubbins. So, rain this morning, but no rain since the start of play. But I don't know, you're right, the clouds are high up, but you just feel that the rain might not be far away. But it's not forecast, which sometimes doesn't mean anything. Because I'm not sure my app this morning said it was going to rain, but it did.
No, it wasn't meant to.
Here's Wheel again, bowls. And it's a drive on the up, but straight to Gubbins in the covers. Hampshire's still got a slip in, even though it's a fairly defensive field. James Vince is there. 91 for 2, lead of 52.
Long-suffering Bears supporter Charles Ross, who we bumped into at lunchtime yesterday, is all present and correct in the south lower, where by all accounts it's freezing. And block 35 of the Hollies, the regular is in there, I think.
3 or 4 regulars there.
Yeah, but there's the one chap who's always there on the back row, even if it's absolutely hammering down with rain.
It's just nice to get out. Davis drives and just gets it past cover point, down towards Fuller, sweeping on the cover boundary in front of that Holly stand. 92 for 2. Davis on to 29. That will be... Yeah, it is 92 for 2.
It is, yeah, looks. Yeah. It's what I see with the scoreboard, when the weather's like this and it's a bit dark, it's often harder to read the numbers. I had to squint there a little bit. But yeah, this stand worth 59, by the way, since Henry Brooks' brief moment. Apparently, if he'd gone well, if Brooks had made 15 or 20 yesterday and got out, then Liam Norwell was coming in next.
Oh,
yeah.
We've been saved from something anyway, as Sibley works that away with a bottom hand up towards mid-on. I think he was trying to flick that away more through mid-wicket, but just gone on to that a fraction too early. Don't tell me the drinks are coming out. What's that coming out? Or maybe a change of gloves.
Well,
is it hot chocolate coming out?
I'm thinking message from the changing room.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yeah, might be nearer the mark.
Ah, yes.
Although, I mean, what could they have done differently? They've added 30 runs. They probably do need to go a little bit quicker. But Mohammed Abbas is one of the stingiest bowlers in the entire county championship. You know, a guy who goes for 2 and over for a season does that for a reason. Year after year after year, metronomic. Just a joy to watch him go through his work, really.
Yes, I'll give you his figures this morning, actually. I'm sure I can work them out. He's bowled so far this morning 3 overs for 12. Which I suppose, with them looking to get on in a defensive field, is not too bad.
And he will continue. Alex Davis, looking to back away, and then gets back into position and turns it around the corner, runs the first one very fast, and he is coming through for 2, and it would have been very tight if it had been a tidier bit of wicket-keeping from an Aaron Donald. I know the fashion these days with wicket-keepers is to get in front of the stumps, but actually a more conventional position there, and I think Davis might have been in bother. As it is, 94 for 2, Davis to 31.
Yeah, I'm not sure the throw from Brad Wheel was that great, but you're right, he was out by a yard for me, even at this angle.
We'll have an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in just under 3 minutes' time, because we can hear the news now into our ears, as Davis awaits. He's advancing down the wicket this time. It wraps him on the pad outside off stump by the look of it, and they'll come through for a leg by. 95 for 2. Yeah, he was outside the line. That's why there was no appeal from Mohammed Abbas.
Has it got a bit darker?
It's not great, is it? And I think the umpires will be reluctant to look too much at their light meters in this opening session, and there is some slightly brighter sky coming, and by that I just mean lighter cloud. It's a bit greyer and darker directly overhead at the moment. There's another ball check going on here.
Vince is desperate to get that ball changed, just take a bit of time out of the game if nothing else.
Yeah, the over rate's not brilliant this morning, is it? 6 overs and 2 balls in the first half hour.
Yeah. So I suppose losing a point or 2 on that doesn't matter, because a draw gives them more than enough.
Mohammed Abbas short, pulled round the corner by Sibley. Will only be a single down to long leg, 96 for 2. A cynic would also point out that it's not like if you're behind by 8 or 10 overs that you'll be able to catch up on that later today. You just won't, because they get too dark. And it's these days umpires aren't going to do like they did for England all those years ago when Graham Thorpe was batting in pitch much dark to win a series, and Steve Buckner wasn't going to take anybody off because he felt that too much time had been wasted deliberately. Can't really do that when you've set a measurement.
Well, that's against Pakistan, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mohamed Abbas in once more to bowl to Davis, who this time stands in a more orthodox position and just fends it off into the leg side. Weatherly comes in from short wind wicket to pick up. No slip in place. Won't be often in Championship cricket that Mohamed Abbas bowls with no close fielder. Although, albeit that point is quite close. There's a short extra cover and a relatively short mid wicket.
So I'm not joking, that's dark out there.
Kevin,
it is.
It'll be alright.
Well, I can't believe that we haven't come off at any stage in this game with something very similar.
Mohamed Abbas just back of a length, guided down to third man by Alex Davis. Down to third man for another single. Just about to now do this update for our local stations. Waiting for a tick over to 3 minutes past. .97 for 2 Warwickshire. They lead by 58. They need to develop this lead beyond 150 as quickly as possible. It's been a good partnership so far between Dom Sibley and his last innings for the county. He's on 47, just playing and missing at a delivery there. Alex Davis on 32. Some bright cricket, but not very bright conditions. A concern that either the light or the potential of a shower might just take some time out of the day, which the Bears cannot afford. They must win. They're 97 for 2, a lead of 58.
Yeah, all very exciting though. Even if we are playing, and we must borderline. For me,
yeah.
But things might. I think you're right. Things may, that's why we're probably carrying on, because things may get a fraction better. Liam Oliffe, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "I can't believe the season is over already. Thanks a lot for the great commentary from you and the whole team." That's mainly Hampshire, Melissa, Emily, Stanley, Dave, etc. Sure, I've missed some. Shame about the final outcome in the Championship, because I think we've done pretty much all we could have this season. That's regarding a potentially win, of course. Been an amazing season with so many memorable moments. Almost every game will be interesting to see if this team has enough to go again next season and fight to go one better. Looking forward to April already, says Liam. That will be the question, of course. Can this team stay together? Keep going. There's a drive called extra cover. Plucked it out of the air there, Ian Holland, and he's enjoyed that one. See him bouncing up and down as he brought the ball back down to his chest. And Alex Davis goes for 32, and Warwickshire 97 for 3.
Well, look, they've got to take gambles. They've got to play their shots. Goes to show that if it is a bit murky, Ian Holland was certainly seeing the ball very well, relatively close in an extra cover. Second wicket for Brad Wheel, and the lead at 58. Warwickshire got to keep on going. One thing should be noted is the situation with Sam Hain, incidentally. It may be that he could come out to bat at some point today, but they will be reluctant to risk it. It appears to be a hamstring problem, and he was really struggling with it yesterday.
Okay. So
it's no great surprise that it's Will Rhodes who's coming out now to bat at 5, and then you'd be looking at Dan Mosley, Jacob Bethel almost certainly coming in before they contemplate Sam Hain.
He would have been a handy man in this situation, wouldn't he, Hain? Sam Shane at Sun Sports says, no need to come off at any time for light if there are floodlights. Well, yeah, there are rules, though, that if the floodlights take over too much, then you do go off. Unfortunately, that's one of the silly rules, isn't it, really? That the floodlights are there to make it brighter, but actually if they take over too much, then you go off.
Yeah, and they're not doing that at the moment. This is not as dark as it was when we came off yesterday, and you know, I mean, I was starting to say during that over, I think this will be the last over. I think we're going to go here, because it suddenly went so the shadows were cast so much more vividly around the fielders. So I should make way for Phil very shortly. He hasn't come to have his say yet today, which is it's not like him.
Oh, he will.
Yeah, he's dressed a little bit like he's contemplating becoming a monk today. He's got that look about him. I don't know, he just fancies a Benedictine. I think that could be it.
Are there alcoholic liqueurs available?
I didn't use a brand there, did I? I think it's a thing, not a brand, isn't it? I think, yeah, I don't know.
Wheels round the wicket to the left hand at Rhodes. Comes in and bowls slightly short of a length. Rhodes is already off the mark. He's setting off, and I think Sibley took his time, and that throw, if it had hit at the keeper's end, Sibley would have gone. I'm not sure Sibley really believed that Rhodes was going. In the end, he accepted the call, but he was mightily late taking off. Throw just misses. Sibley, Rhodes is off the mark, 98 for 3. Bernie Hollands, silentcricket@gmail.com, under the heading "Thank you from Australia." Thanks again for a wonderful season of cricket. I can now watch our local cricket, which starts this Saturday. Plan to be in Hampshire this time next year to see Hampshire win the championship. Hope springs eternal, says Bernie Holland. Thank you very much, Bernie. And he's just sent another email saying about that catch, which was a good catch. 98 for 3. The lead is 59 for Warwickshire, having started the day leading by 23. It's steady progress, no more, as Wheel bowls and Sibley drives into that gap in the covers. Fuller comes in off the rope, and Sibley moves on to 48, and it is 99 for 3. We also have to remember that this is Dominic Sibley's last innings in a Warwickshire shirt. He made 54 in the first, so he signed off with a decent game. Hoping, of course, I guess, to add to a few more in this innings. Field changes for the still fairly defensive as Wheel comes in round the wicket. Bowls, it's pulled away by Rhodes quite hard and keeps it down to a single. He's moving smartly to his left, just sort of turned around as he threw it back in. And I just noticed there as he was fielding, he was having to watch his step. Outfield a little greasy. Hello, Phil Britt.
Morning, Kevin. Morning, everybody.
Great to see you.
100 on the board.
Yes.
All uphill from that.
What do you reckon here then? What's your take on this situation?
I don't know. I think the weather could be the deciding factor. It's going to shorten the day. If we get this cloud cover, they're not going to go too late into the evening. It's a big ask, isn't it, to bowl Hampshire out?
Well, you'd think so. Sibley drives wide of mid-on. He's got that nicely past Vince. Is he going to get it past the fielder at deep square leg? No. What a stop that is. I think that's Felix Organ diving to his left, literally on the rope. It gets applause there as well. Although actually, as I look at the scoreboard, the applause is for Sibley's 50. I almost thought it might be for the fielding, but it's more for the home batter, which is not surprising.
Good way for Don Sibley to sign off for Warwickshire. Half centuries in both innings. And I heard Richard saying, and I totally agree with him, I think we discussed it on air yesterday, I think Don Sibley's done a really good job for Warwickshire. He's done, his own game has improved, and best of luck to him when he goes back to Surrey.
Yeah, he's given you guys good service, hasn't he? Plays and misses there, though he was trying to run that down to third man, end of the over.
So, 102, and what do you reckon, Kevin? What would you anticipate the figure he's got in mind?
Yeah, I think Liam Norwell was talking last night to BBC and the club probably. Warwickshire saying, did he have a figure of about 170 in mind?
Yeah.
And I guess that would be coupled with roughly a time. I didn't hear that, even if indeed he said that, but certainly 170 was something that was bandied around last night and this morning that was said by him. I would say that's fairly reasonable. There's still a little bit in this pitch with this cloud cover.
Yeah. I would have thought as well, time-wise, they wouldn't want to be too much after lunch.
I agree.
Because of the potential of curtailing the evening session. So it's going to be tight for them.
Yeah, but it's exciting.
Oh, it's a great way to finish on the last day of the season. Whatever the result, then it gives excitement, and that's the beauty of this system: the 2 leagues, 2 divisions. This one from Abbas is cut away by Rhodes, away through extra cover. That's going to beat everybody and crosses the ropes. I think the Warwickshire captain has come out with a real purpose here. He knows exactly what he wants to do. It's probably good he's out there as well. He can lead that. We saw it in the first innings, in the way he batted in the first innings, and Dan Mosley, who came out with him, they were very aggressive towards the end of the Warwickshire first innings. He and Mosley getting quick runs, and I think Rhodes is almost going to have to play in a white ball fashion now till lunch.
They played with real urgency, haven't they, the
Yeah.
batters in this game? I know
Yeah.
needs must, but it's amazing what can happen when you're positive.
The pass comes in round the wicket to ball to Rhodes, who is beaten, comprehensively beaten, and there's no run.
Which is, balls like that, and we've seen a few this morning, which is why I think that, 170 with Hampshire looking to at least bat out the day. There is a chance they might get the 170, but I just don't think it's going to be that easy.
No, I think that's going to be the sort of figure, because they're not going to have enough time to get more than that. To get to 170, they're going to have to put the foot on the gas.
Yep.
Abbas again comes in, Rhodes waits and drives hard high. He's swung the bat through that, got a full connection. It's gone over down to the long on boundary for 6. He's picked that up beautifully, a lovely clean strike, and I don't think Will Rhodes' intentions need to be examined in too much more detail.
What's a shot? I'm not sure Abbas enjoyed that, but I tell you what, that was a shot and a half. That was right out the screws, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Under normal circumstances, Rhodes would have pushed forward to that and just pushed it back down the wicket. He hit straight through it. So the captain takes Warwickshire on to 112 for 3. A lovely clean strike, and Warwickshire's lead moves on to 73. So he'll want another 100 runs somehow in an hour and 20 minutes. As Bass is in again to him, and this one he goes back and chops it down into the backward point area and runs straight away. Sibley responds. Now these two, I was talking with Richard yesterday, when they opened these two, they had something like 6 or 7 century partnerships as openers. And it was with Rhodes that Sibley got all of his runs when he got into the England team, so they know each other really well. And I was quite surprised to see Rhodes drop down the batting order, because he was doing really well as an opener. The pass into Sibley, who is pushing forward to that, gets a inside edge which spins away to mid-wicket. He was looking to push it away towards extra cover, but in the end, not at all where he was intending, and the ball goes straight to mid-wicket, so there's no run. 113 for 3. Rhodes has already moved on to 13, Sibley on 50.
I think you're right. I think this looks very much to get to lunch, or maybe just before, and that's it.
Yep. That's in. Again, Sibley goes across that one, looking to fend that one, and he's squared up and beaten outside the off stump by a ball which moves away from him and leaves him with sort of looking down the wicket with legs akimbo, and the bat going out towards mid-wicket. Comprehensively beaten, I'd say, by that one.
Again, another example of the ball doing bits on this pitch,
Yep.
which as I say, won't make Hampshire's job of either trying to save the game or even knocking the runs off easy either way. The field's gone a lot more defensive now. There's no slip. Vince took himself out of that position in the last over when that ball sailed over mid-wicket from Rhodes, and I think we're going to see a more defensive field. No Barker on the field. We're not quite sure why. He wasn't on the field late last night either.
No, he didn't come after he batted. I wonder, he must have done something while he was batting, perhaps.
Yeah. I spoke to him after the game as well. I didn't even ask him, "Are you all right?" How useless is that for me?
Has he turned up for the interview on crutches and in a wheelchair?
And I just dismissed it.
Yeah, go to see you in the pub later.
So, very defensive now. There are 3 men on the boundary on the leg side for Rhodes. There's a couple on the offside. Couple saving a single on the offside, and Vince at mid-on, although he looks fairly deep. I think there'll be a quick single there. So, very, very defensive as Will comes in and bowls to Rhodes. Rhodes cuts that away. It's gone down to third man, and Mohammed Abbas, what have you done there? He's taken an absolute worldie of a catch. It looked like it was sailing over his head. He was right on the rope. He jumped up more in hope than expectation, and somehow that ball has stuck. And Rhodes goes for 13, 113 for 4.
Fabulous catch, absolutely fabulous catch. A few Yorkshire supporters listening into this one, you want to go and put him down on your Christmas present list, because that was a catch out of nothing. Ball outside the off stump. Will Rhodes sort of lifted it down towards the short boundary, and it is a short boundary, but you really wouldn't have given him much hope of getting there, and he's running round, took it above his head, kept inside the rope, a superb catch.
Oh, wasn't it just? Gosh, I enjoyed that. Probably not as much as Mohammed Abbas. Do you know what? I've just written that dismissal down, and I'm sure that is the first time this season. It probably isn't, but it feels like it's the first time that I've caught Mo Abbas, bowled somebody else. It's normally bowled Abbas. And do you know what? If I asked him tonight, even though he took 50 wickets, and that wicket in the last night was 50 wickets for the season, he's been great again. I bet if I say what's been the highlight of the season, I'm not sure he'll tell me any of those wickets were. I think he will say that moment there.
Yeah.
I think that's probably given him more pleasure. And I think the way the team mobbed him, that's given them immense pleasure as well.
Yeah. Well done. Brad Will, by the way, his third wicket.
Yeah.
The ex-bear is now bowling us out.
See, now he's taking wickets, you're claiming it.
Yeah. We're going to be able to claim something out of everything. We're not proud. 113 for 4. And Dan Mosley is the new batsman who's come out to replace Will Rose. Well, Will Rose was pretty short and sweet, but his intention was clear, and he perished in the attempt, but it took a superb catch to get him.
Yes, it certainly did. So 113 for 4, as Phil says. Field again scattered, even though the left-hander is the new batter. It's a similar field. Hampshire just trying to keep things quiet, or as quiet as they can. His wheel round the wicket to Mosley. That's turned away behind square on the leg side. There's just about a single everywhere in here now, apart from extra cover and mid-off and mid-on. He's off the mark, 114 for 4. Can I quickly mention this email from Nigel Ashton, suncricket@gmail.com. It says, being the last day today, then may I take a brief moment to say thank you to everyone for the coverage again this season. As ever, I do not have addresses for everyone, so perhaps someone will pass on my thanks to those not on my list. I think we'll try and do that for you, Nigel. Looking forward to being with you again all next season. He's on the Wirral. You lived there, you've lived just about everywhere else, Phil.
Where is he on?
Wirral.
No, I live close. Well, I didn't live there, but I worked the other side of the Mersey estuary.
I knew you'd be close to that. That's pushed up very strongly up to mid-on, but no single from Sibley.
Yeah, up near Chester for a while. Yeah. But no, not. The only time I go up in that part of the world is go up to the Grand National, which isn't really the Wirral.
Is it not?
No, it's more. It's Aintree, part of Liverpool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I see Liverpool are in with a chance with Glasgow getting the Eurovision Song Contest. Birmingham's been kicked out.
Yeah, didn't make the final cut.
No.
Here comes, well, we've had the Commonwealth Games. You can't have everything. That's pushed to backward a point, where it's fielded by Holland, no run. Can't have it all.
Well, I don't see why not.
Just because you're in the middle of the country, it's easy to get to.
Yeah, that one, that
you've got some bigger rivers.
That excuse does come out lots of times, doesn't it? Handy for everyone.
Yeah, that's right. I'll give it to Birmingham because they're in the middle of the country.
Yeah. And we do it so well.
Of course. 114 for 4. Here's wheel again from that city end. Sibley drives, gets a thick inside edge. It was a bit of a thrasher at that one, really. A bit of bottom hand in that. Trying to thrash that away through the offside. It's worked its way along the ground to Mo Abbas. Fortunately, that wasn't in the air. The way Mo Abbas is fielding down there, anything in the air he'd grab. 115 for 4. Sibley is on to 51.
Don Sibley kind of think has got to stick around. I think the others will come out there. Dan Mosley is an attacking player. We saw that throughout the T20, and we saw it in the first innings. He'll have a go.
Beaten outside the off stump there. Looked at the beauty of a delivery, just nipping away from him as it went through to Donald. End of the over. 115 for 4. The lead for Warwickshire now in this game is 76.
A good delivery, that last one from Brad Wheel. Good over. He's bowled well in this innings. Possibly a tad expensive. He's 55 from his 11 overs, but with a side which are really throwing the bat at it, then he's picked up the wickets. In fairness, with the help of some outstanding catching, but that's part of the game. So Warwickshire 115 for 4. They have lost those 2 wickets this morning, with Alex Davis going and Will Rhodes. And we're now going to see a bowling change. Fuller's into the attack, and he's going to be replacing Mohammed Abbas from the pavilion end. So he's going to be bowling his first ball to Don Sibley. James Fuller on his way. The light, I think, has got a tad better.
Yeah.
As this one, his first ball is pushed away through mid-wicket. Nice clean strike through mid-wicket, but straight out to... There's men now looking down on it. We've got no slips. We've got a deep mid-off, a deep mid-on, and everybody else is back on the boundary. So really in the defensive mode, and in fact, as I speak, even mid-on rather has now gone back to the fence. So we've got a long on, we've got a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a long leg, a third man, a deep backward point, and a deep extra cover. And Mosley's just counting to make sure they haven't got too many players on the field. 116 for 4 as Mosley waits. And in comes Fuller 2, and Mosley runs that one away to backward point and finds one of the only 2 players, fielders other than the wicketkeeper, within, I would say, 40 yards of the back of him.
Bit unlucky there.
Picked that out perfectly.
Yeah, a bit of extra pace and bounce of Fuller, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes it difficult to manoeuvre around if the ball's in the right area.
So Hampshire are after the money, Kevin.
Well, who isn't?
So of course they should do. Of course they should. As this one is in, and Mosley turns it away. He'll only get a single down to mid-wicket. They just walk the single. 117 for 4.
You know, I know in months or years to come, nobody remembers who comes second in any particular year, but I just think that to finish lower than second this year would just not be a fair reflection of Hampshire's season. I know it hasn't gone very well the last couple of weeks, which is a bit of a shame, but the cricket season's more than just a couple of weeks. They've been absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Fuller in, bowls to Sibley, who pulls this one away and pulls it nicely and cleanly between long leg and deep backward square leg, finds the gap and picks up 4 runs. 121 for 4. Sibley moves on with that shot to 56.
Yeah, it's played nicely. When you consider that they actually have been in second place for just about probably more than 3/4 of the season. In fact, they actually they led it after the first round of games because they got 23 points, and that actually put them top when they beat Somerset. They dropped to third because they had a poor performance against Surrey. That didn't help. But from then on, they've been second, and briefly when matches have overlapped, they actually have led the table for a day or two. But they effectively, after each round, they have been second right the way through the season.
Had they, I haven't got the table in front of me, had they won rather than losing that last game against Kent, what would it have been in terms of where they were against Surrey? You can think about that while I describe this next one. As Sibley again will get a single here. It's looking to turn it on the onside. It wraps him on the pad and drops down in front of him, and Mosley calls him through for the single. The ball dropped down about a foot outside the return crease, and but Mosley was on it, and Sibley responded. 124 for 4.
Right, so they were. It's a penultimate round of matches. They were 8 points behind Surrey.
Right.
So poor performance against Kent obviously didn't help, but I think Surrey, off the top of my head, picked up maximum points. So even if Hampshire had somehow won that game against Kent, and actually they did manage to get themselves back into the game of sorts, but they were so far behind at the start. I think you probably would have been realistically coming into this about 11 points behind Surrey, something like that.
This next one, Mosley sort of follows as the ball goes across him and through to the keeper. So they could have, in theory, if they'd have won that game against Kent, they could have also come into this game needing to win it. Yeah. And then with Surrey losing this,
would Surrey have played the way they would have done?
Yes,
that's the thing.
There's so many ifs and buts, you can't speculate that way. It fell apart really in the match at Canterbury, didn't it?
I think the shame is that a day like today, which obviously is all about Warwickshire mainly, that actually it would have been all about these two teams had things been slightly different over the last few days.
This one, it's run away by Mosley into the offside to extra cover. They'll scamper through for the single. Of course, it wasn't at Canterbury; it was at the Ageas, wasn't it?
Yeah, the wicket was doing a little bit more than it normally does at Canterbury, and whilst it didn't do anything extravagant, it just nibbled around for a while on day one. And Hampshire just got blown away. I mean, James Vince said to me after day one, it's just one of those, well, after the game, it was just one of those innings where you just got blown away, and he said it doesn't happen that often. And I kind of agree with him. I know when you're analysing a season and that you don't accept being bowled out for 57. Of course you don't. There's always reasons why you are. But I think just every now and then, it's like a juggernaut and a typhoon coming at you as a batter.
Yeah. That
you've got absolutely no way of stopping, and they do happen from time to time. Of course, the secret is that you don't want that happening every other week. You don't want it. It shouldn't be happening, especially a side like this. It should happen once in a blue moon. So as long as that is the case, then I think you can almost excuse what happened there. But it was just bad timing. But when is it ever a good time to be bowled out for 57?
Well, the amazing thing was that after the season, Kent found quite a really good run of form at the end of the season.
They have, haven't they? Wheel bowls, that's pulled away nicely by Mosley, and he's found the gap there, or has he? No, good diving stop that from James Fuller, who throws the ball in as quickly as he can. They come back for two, but they've had to really run quickly for that. They really are, Warwickshire, trying to eke out every single run they can here, as we think they'll probably go up till lunchtime. They have a figure in mind. We think that's around about 170.
Well, they're 88 at the moment, that lead. They've got 6 wickets. Well, I don't know how, but they talk about Sam Hain will come out if needed, but if you've got a hamstring, it's going to be restricted, isn't it?
I was going to say, it's not ideal when they're looking to run between the wickets. Here's Wheel bowls, length, and Mosley pushes that out square on the offside. Again, there's a gap there, single, 128 for 4. I suppose we are effectively assuming that if it is lunchtime and 170 lead, they need about another 90 from here in an hour. Is that realistically going to happen with this defensive field?
No.
Probably not.
No.
So that'll be interesting to see as we get towards lunchtime at 12:30.
It's interesting to see how the field comes in for Don Sibley. The offside field is virtually an orthodox offside field, yet for Mosley they spread. So clearly got it in view that Mosley's going to throw the bat rather more than Don Sibley. Sibley.
Here's Wheel. This goes for a hoik there. Sibley on the leg side. He's gone for the short boundaries along the ground. Not really come off the middle there at all. Fielded by Press, the substitute fielder, and it's 129 for 4.
You don't very often see Sibley play a shot like that.
No, I don't think he's been practising that all winter in the nets.
No, I don't think so.
But needs must.
Oh, they've just got to keep that board and keep getting the singles and hope some over at least pick up 1, if not 2 boundaries. But it's a big ask.
Isn't it? Especially when you can set very defensive fields in this. Down the wicket comes Mosley, pulls that away on the leg side to Fuller. That'll be 130 for 4. Fred Bramham at silentcricket@gmail.com says, "Hi guys, love the commentary. Just wanted to say I love playing cricket and did play against Carl Abbott when he was a coach down at my cricket club in Devon called Lowdown Cricket Club. He was an overseas coach for a season. That was some years ago," says Fred. "I don't play now, but I enjoy listening, and it was such fun playing matches with him. Of course, I don't know him that well now. Keep up the good work. I look forward to next season." That's Fred in Cornwall. What's my alarm going? I've got to disappear as that's hiked away by Sibley down towards fine leg, fielded by Abbas, and it's 131 for 4.
So I always found when you play with these, it's better when they're on your side than when you're playing against them, particularly if they're one of these bowlers. We had some quite sharp bowlers where at the club I played at, and I was always quite happy that I was on their side rather than having to go out to face them. So here, 131 for 4. The lead has moved to 92. Dan Mosley is on 7, and Sibley is on 58. As this next one sees a ramp shot, which is from Mosley, which is going to bring 4 straight over the top of Aaron Bevan and Aaron Donald. That dates me, doesn't it? Donald's head. It's not a name which you regularly get. There's an Aaron, and I always associate it with
he's recently taken over the gloves from Neville Chamberlain.
Yes, and these older commentators really do struggle with being able to come to the modern game. 135 for 4.
This is quite a good situation for Dan Mosley in terms of the way that he plays naturally. He's got the licence to play the shots, to improvise. He's a tremendous white ball player. There was an innings this summer up at Headingley in the T20 Blast, where he came in with one ball left in the 15th over, and he ended up on 60 not out. He's got that in him, and you look at it now. In an hour, they've managed to add 73 runs. The lead is nearly at 100. They need to replicate that in the next 45 minutes. Another 70 in the next 45 minutes. And you know, people say, oh, they need to be 200 in front. I don't think it's going to go that high. I think they'll pull out at 165, 170 in front. So you're looking at just getting beyond 200 in this innings. They might well at that point pull out. It's James Fuller bowls, making room for himself there is Sibley. And swats it out towards the deep extra cover fielder for a single. The field is spread. All that Hampshire want to do is delay, whether it's by preventing boundaries or taking wickets. They want to delay the length of time that they have to bat. I still think Warwickshire would love to get that number of overs remaining as close to 70 as they can. That would be the number.
Could well be.
That would be the number. It's getting brighter as well.
Yeah.
There's a bit of blue just about to come above us. It's full of balls to the left-handed Mosley, who tries to launch it and he drags it onto his off stump. Mosley's gone for 11, 136 for 5. Plenty will fall in the charge, it's fair to say.
Yeah.
97 in front, 5 wickets standing.
It's fairly wide outside the off stump, and Mosley going to try and hit it back over the top, got to inside edge, which ricocheted back in and sent his leg stump flying.
Good full length from Fuller, which made it harder to play the shot he was aiming for. He desired to launch it over a straight mid-wicket for 6. That's what he was going for on the short boundary, which is always going to make your eyes go wide. Jacob Bethel, we would imagine, will come in next. We're told that Sam Hain will come in at 7 with a runner is the plan, but we'll just wait to see whether it is going to be Bethel.
I said leg stump, it was off stump.
Oh, actually, it could be Hain now, couldn't it? Because would
yes,
be 7th.
Yes, because it's the 7th.
Because he'd been off long enough that they have to wait for 5 wickets to fall anyway. But Sam Hain will almost literally have to stand and deliver with this leg injury.
Yes,
We think it's a hamstring, but actually it will be Bethel first. It's going to be Jacob Bethel first.
Well, it's a big opportunity for Bethel here. It's not really in the few games he's had in the championship. He's struggled a little bit, but here's an opportunity to get some runs on. He's got Dom Sibley at the other end, who's playing shots, which don't think I can remember Sibley playing shots as he's having to play in this innings.
Yeah, but you see, he's got it in him. When he first signed from Surrey, he scored a lot of quick runs opening the batting in the T20.
Yes, he did.
And also, just before he got Indian selection, that second innings when he scored 100 to chase victory at Trent Bridge, having made a stoic double 100 in the first innings, in the second innings he cast off the shackles. And he has got big shots in him. I mean, one of the things he's talked about is wanting to play more white ball cricket.
Well, he came to Warwickshire and he was bowling and batting in the T20 side.
He was bowling his leg breaks,
yep,
which he's parked since. That's his decision. He wanted to park them. 97 in front, 5 wickets standing. Warwickshire, Hampshire have bowled diligently this morning, trying to delay Warwickshire as much as possible, and Bethel defends the first ball out into the offside. It's been a disjointed season for Bethel. He had a good game for Gloucestershire when he went there on loan. I think he top scored in both innings.
Yep.
in that game. He's not had many opportunities to bat in the championship for the Bears. Had to lead the attack in terms of the spin bowlers in the away game at Northamptonshire, which was difficult for him on quite an unresponsive wicket, and was away for 5 weeks for the 100 to play 2 matches, and I don't think that helped. As Fuller is in, and Bethel off the back foot will force it to point. There's a quick single, and Field has to stumble to pick it up a little bit weatherly, moving to his left. He is one of a number of younger players who were involved in the 100, and that's great because it's good for them financially, it's good for them in terms of their career, because they want to be playing in the 100, but he's one of those that would have benefited a lot from being able to play Royal London One Day Cup when he wasn't required for the 100, just to keep him ticking over, to keep him advancing those skills that make him attractive to the 100 in the first place. And I still haven't met many sports people who don't improve by playing.
Yeah, I don't think you improve sitting on the bench watching others do.
No, I mean you can learn a bit, but then you need to go out and practice it. and doing it in a heat of battle is great. As Sibley just turns the next delivery from Fuller off his hips for a single, takes him to 60. He's ending his Warwickshire career with a couple of half centuries in this match. And anybody who questioned how Dominic Sibley would be psychologically after the move was announced, actually immediately after the draw at Northampton, he announced it to his teammates before they did their post-match interviews. He has certainly done everything he can in the closing weeks of the championship season.
Yep.
Two half centuries here. He got a century a couple of weeks ago. Fuller round the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who plays and misses outside off stump. 138 for 5, 99 Warwickshire lead by. We have another 55 minutes to go till the lunch interval. It might still be that they're out there batting when it gets to the lunch interval, but actually that might, in terms of, you don't lose 2 overs. If Warwickshire decide, okay, we're going to bat till lunch and then pull out, which would make a certain amount of sense with the over rate that Hampshire are going at this morning. Only 13 overs have been bowled in the first 66 minutes. Then it could well be that they have 70, 71 overs left there and then.
Well, I think the one thing that Warwickshire have got to do is go for the win. If they lose, it actually doesn't count for anything because they're going to go down anyway. So the only one result they can go for is a win. So Wheel starts a new over and one-handed Sibley drives away into the offside and picks up a single out to the deep cover boundary. 139 for 5. The lead exactly 100. So that's the first figure they've got to get to. So now they need at least about another 60 or 70 in this hour of batting which they've got.
And you know, if the target is 170 in 70 overs, that in the middle of a season would sound ludicrously generous. It might be this innings runs its natural course before it gets there, by the way.
Oh yes, of course.
There's only 5 wickets to go.
Yep. But back round the wicket, and this one is cracked away through extra cover, but well fielded and by a diving wideish mid-on rather, who gets down and prevents any more than just the single, but Bethel moves on with that shot to 2, 140 for 5. The field spreads again now, particularly on the onside for Sibley. So we've got 4 men back on the onside boundary. Nobody in close. This next one is steered away out into the covers by Sibley for a single. 141 for 5.
Not the end of the world if the first thing you do every ball is just make contact and at least get a single. If you find a gap for a 2 or a 4, then fantastic. They tick along at 7 and over for 10, 11 overs here. They put themselves in the position then to be. And that's an interesting point from Hampshire's view. And they do bring in closer fielders for Bethel. It's worth noting.
Well, round the wicket to Bethel, who punches this one away to extra cover, and there's no run.
But keener to prevent a single to Bethel. They're sitting everybody deep for Sibley. Yes. So again, Bethel's got to think about that a little bit. Where can I nudge or nurdle a single? Where can we just keep this ticking over now?
I think that's just what Don Sibley's walked down, done exactly what the senior player should do, which is come down and say, look, just look for them, look for the singles, and we need to keep it moving. Wheel round the wicket, and this one a good full delivery, which it's dug out by Bethel. He couldn't do much with that one. Wheel's bowled really well this morning, but that was almost Yorker length going into to Bethel.
He may be going for 5 and over, but of course he's going for 5 and over with the team needing to do what they're doing. But it's taken the 3 wickets. He's slowed things down a little bit. Bethel looks round. Point drops back to the backward point boundary. As Bethel comes down the wicket, looking to force this into the onside, but the ball drops down in front of him, and Wheel running through fields off his own bowling. So nice tight over from Brad Wheel. He's bowled 13 overs now. He's got 3 for 68 from those, and he's bowled particularly well this morning. Helped by an outstanding catch by Mohammed Abbas to get rid of Rhodes.
but he's picked up the wicket of Alex Davis today, caught at extra cover by Ian Holland, which was the first wicket of the day to go down, and the fifth wicket of the day was Dan Mosley, who dragged a wider delivery from James Fuller back into his stumps, taking his off stump out of the ground.
Fuller to bowl to Sibley. The only man who isn't out on the boundary in terms of the fielders is James Vince at short mid-wicket. Everybody else is deep, and he finds short mid-wicket. Sibley, he won't get a run for that, as he's hit straight towards James Vince. That heady combination you get near a city centre of noises from ambulances and aeroplanes simultaneously, maybe picking up on the effects as you listen and maybe watch as you watching the stream.
Sun out again now. It's probably as bright now as it's been all day, and the forecast is for it to be getting better as the day goes on. And so far, touch wood, that's the way things are going.
Yeah, pleasant late summer light at the moment, guided by Sibley. The next ball down to third for a single. 143 for 5. He's got 63 now. 142 for 5. It was one of those times that the scoreboard has already put the run up before they've completed it. They're very keen to be quick these days. The field will start to come in now for Bethel, including Vince going into slip. He'll have a short mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off, rather more orthodox. There's a point fielder in as well. In fact, mid-off is going to come quite tight and say, go on then, try and hit the pace of Fuller over the top. Fuller short, and it's a big top edge, and Point is going to come across and should take the catch, and Bethel is gone. Fuller punches the air with joy. 142 for 6, just 4 wickets left for Warwickshire. The lead is 103. Bethel never really got himself settled, and he is gone for 2.
Yes, I feel a little bit sorry there for Jacob Bethel, because he was in a no-win situation coming out. He's not any form at the moment, and has struggled in the first team, and he was put into a position where he'd got to come out and fire from the word go, and found that difficult, and in the end playing a shot to force the scoring rate along, probably under normal circumstances wouldn't even have thought of playing that shot. So he goes, and he'll look back and somebody will say, oh, 2, he failed again, but in real terms he was doing what's needed in the situation. But forcing it on here is not easy. We've said that right the way through this morning. Scoring quickly is not an easy thing on this wicket, and I think Warwickshire are going to find it quite difficult to get to anywhere near the 170 that we've talked about.
Well, 103 in front. Sam Hain coming in now, the wounded soldier. He's got Alex Davis acting as a runner because he's the obvious scamperer in the team, and he's allowed the runner for what we think is a soft tissue issue, effectively. Well, let's hope it is. Let's hope it is hamstring rather than something more serious. But because it's occurred during the course of the game, during that piece of fielding, he's entitled to use a runner.
Don't see them very often now, runners. I remember we commentated on a game at Nottingham, I don't know with you there, Richard, when both Warwickshire batsmen had runners, so there were 4 of them out there. It's confusing enough when there's just one runner on, but when there's 2 going, really, and they were out for quite some time at Trent Bridge. So 142 for 6. Warwickshire lead by just 103 runs. They'll be looking to see what they can pick up. That's Sam Hain at the wicket. I'm not entirely sure he was going to come out to bat, but it's needed. He takes guard. So a second wicket for James Fuller.
Well, that bit of extra pace when the opposition are trying to chase it. He's been very effective this year as a partnership breaker. I mean, they've had the 3 tremendous veteran seamers, Hampshire, that have got them to the position they are in the table, but he's just had that ability to change things up a bit. Oh, and Sam Hain is very uncomfortable after that first defensive shot. They come through for a single, and well, you do question whether it's wise for him to carry on. If just playing a defensive shot into the offside, it looked like a bolt of electricity had gone through his leg there.
Yep.
I mean, this is brave, but there's a very, very fine line between bravery and stupidity here, and that seems a harsh word, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
There isn't a lot of sense in him doing further damage. I don't care that it's the last game of the season. That's not the point. Sibley is on strike now, 143 for 6, and it's down the leg side, and Sibley can't get anything on it. And Fuller will only be allowed a certain number of deliveries down the leg side when the opposition are trying to score. Umpire's having a word with Sam Hain just to check that he's okay, but he's basically what he's learnt straight away is he can't move his feet. He's just going to have to stand and deliver, isn't he?
Yeah. To be honest, having seen the reaction after one delivery, you do have to question whether he should be out there.
Briggs and Norwell can both swing the long handle. They're going to need to come to the party here. 4 wickets and 81 runs so far this morning, as this one rises quite high, and he stands tall, Sibley, with a horizontal bat to guide it down towards third man for another single. 144 for 6. That's the end of the over. Mercifully for Sam Hain, it means that he's just got to walk very slowly from square leg at one end to square leg at the other end. So he's done him a bit of a favour there by getting off strike, getting him off strike as Sibley with that single. And it looks like we're going to see Ian Holland come into the attack now. Wheel with 3 for 68 from 13 overs. He's bowled 7 of those overs this morning.
I have to say, in all the time I've been covering the cricket and watched batsmen come out with runners, I have not seen a batsman have that reaction to the first ball ever. You know, they come out and they generally can stand. He almost collapsed with that, just playing that one shot.
He's found it very hard walking 45 yards or so from square leg at one end to square leg at the other. He's in really poor shape.
Well, here's Holland from the Birmingham end in, and Sibley drives away into the offside, out to extra cover for a single, one-handed, bringing Hain back onto strike, and Alex Davis has a chat with him, and I think they're saying to him, "Are you okay? Is this sensible?" Hain's going out there. He's going to try and do it.
I mean, it's gutsy. He's clearly in severe pain. Look, he doesn't care about his average. He's trying to do what he can for his county here, and I admire that. You can query whether it's foolhardy or not. Whether it is something more severe than a hamstring, I don't know. Although he just felt the back of his left leg there. But I mean, what he can't do is twist or turn on it. I think that's the bottom line. Let's see what he does here.
Holland in, and Hain is forward to that one. Hops down. Coming forward, I think he was a little easier for him. They get a single, just run away to extra cover. Hain hops back and limps back into his crease and then walks out towards square leg, but it's all very tentative.
So Richard Kettleborough's a stickler for rules, one of the greatest umpires in the game these days, but he's going to point when Hain's on strike because of the way the runner is, and then he's going back to square leg.
So this next one is launched away by Sibley through the offside. Again, it'll only be one. There's a fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary who runs around and collects. So just again another single. Hain has to trek back in. Alex Davis just chatting with Richard Kettleborough about the fact because he's stood at square, as Richard said, that he's having to go out to point.
108 the lead. I don't know why he doesn't stay out at point 5. Oh, it's a bit messy, isn't it? It's difficult.
Yeah. Here's Holland on his way in to bowl to Hain, who is trying to play forward to that one, comes down the wicket, and then quickly gets back into his crease.
It's a good ball, that is. Good length. Quite hard for him to strike anything cleanly when it's at Yorker length, almost up in the popping crease, that.
I think the most you can see here is Hain just nudging some singles. I don't think we're going to be able to see too many extravagant shots. As Holland is into him, and Hain works this one away. A Fuller delivery just clips it out to sort of between the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and there's a fielder out there. It's not really long on. It's more like the cow corner covering, but not for that particular shot.
Hampshire got the field wrong for Hayne. He's not going to be launching it anyway.
No,
he can't.
he can't
So they should be in saving the single.
So Holland continues. He's in and bowls, and Sibley works this one, and again fetches it from outside the off stump, and again up to long on for a single. So end of the over, 149 for 6. The lead is 110.
Getting there, bit by bit, slowly.
Haynes survived that. Look, he suddenly looked more comfortable when he's coming forward rather than when he's trying to. He was playing back to that first one.
He just can't turn and pivot. I'm trying to work out which is the leg that he's favouring. My suspicion is it's the left leg that's gimpy. But either way, I mean, he is very, very restricted. I've seen batsmen come out batting effectively with one hand. I remember Andy Moles doing so brilliantly about 20 years ago. Came and slapping the ball everywhere against Somerset. I say 20, I may be being generous. It might be nearer 30.
Yes, I think it's close. It's 30 years, I think, nearly since Andy played.
Yeah, it's a while, isn't it? As Fuller begins a new over, bowling to Dominic Sibley, who drives in wide of mid-wicket. Sharp stop by Vince, but he couldn't pick it up cleanly. He berates himself by banging his right hand into his left palm. But the single means Haynes goes back on strike. There's a ripple of applause for the Warwickshire 150. That's 88 runs they've managed to add so far this morning. At around 5 and over. It's about 5.5 and over. It's difficult to score any quicker than that. In overcast conditions, a little bit of wobble on the ball, and Hampshire have bowled well because they want to delay the declaration, or indeed the natural end of this innings. They won't mind that coming. Bouncer from Fuller, and Hayne goes under it, and that was a bit uncomfortable as well. And he rather ruefully prizes himself from a position where he's leaning on his
he's leaning on his bat and has to, as you say, he has to work his way back up again. Hampshire, I think, have bowled extremely well this morning. That they've kept the ball right on the mark. They've not really given Warwickshire anything at all, and anything which was loose. Will Rhodes had a couple outside the off stump. We tried to lift, and it produced a wicket in the end with a magnificent catch.
Yeah, the 6 he hit earlier was very Will Rhodes, the one that he smeared over mid-wicket. As Hayne has to duck under another bouncer here, and that would be the last one he can receive this over. But again, that's canny from James Fuller. That's 2 balls that Warwickshire haven't been able to score off because Sam Hayne is not in a position where he's going to be able to produce a hook shot. Not a chance.
No, he's very restricted as to what he can actually go for. But
68 for Sibley, 3 for Hayne, 150 for 6. The lead 111. Hayne awaits Fuller again. It's a delivery that's much fuller length, as you might imagine, and he just stabs forward in defence, and there's no run. 2 balls left in this over. If the last 4 wickets stand, it looks to me like Warwickshire are going to bat through to the lunch interval, and that, regardless of what their lead is, will most likely be the time they pull out if they've got any wickets left. Looking at how many overs are going, that probably would leave them 70 to try and bowl Hampshire out. And I think that's what they need to do. They need as many balls as they can to try and do it. Fuller to Hayne. Does he get something on that down the leg side? There was a noise. There's an appeal from Fuller. There wasn't a great deal of support coming from Aneurin Donald. And umpire Kettleborough says no. I think he might have actually hit his boot, and he just tucked himself up a little bit. I can't recall having seen any batsman at the crease in all these years that I've been watching the game in as much pain as he is whilst carrying on trying to bat.
Don Sibley just went over and had a quick chat with Alex Davis, so
they'd be better off with him retiring hurt and having Danny Briggs come out. I don't know. Fuller in, doubles Hayne up a little bit, comes off him, they don't run a single. Sibley will be on strike for the start of a new over. And Dominic Sibley wants a quick word with him. I just wonder whether
this isn't
with Hayne in this level of discomfort, and they're looking up at the pavilion at the moment, looking for some guidance, but he can't play a shot. And in that over, I mean, Fuller was smart enough to bowl 2 bouncers, knowing that Hayne couldn't play a shot to them. And then the other, he couldn't even nudge out into a position for a single. I think they need to bite the bullet here, and that Danny Briggs is perfectly capable on his day of making sprightly runs here, and they've still got the opportunity then to bring Hayne back out if they had to.
Well, Liam Norwell can hit a ball.
Yeah.
But at the moment, as you quite rightly say, Hayne is not able to move. He's not able to get into position. Holland continues. Sibley hits this one up to long on. He wants a second, but there was never on, and Davis would never have got back up to the non-striker's end, so they settle for one, which brings Hayne back on to strike again.
Good throw that from Felix Organ. Got it airborne early, but not only that, it was in that proper zone where it's into the hands, one bounce to the bowler next to the stumps. He wouldn't have got back for two there.
Rather surprisingly, that field still stays out, despite the restrictions on movement for Hayne, so he can't really get... Still got four men out on the leg boundary, and probably I'm surprised one of them hasn't come into short mid-wicket, but Holland in, and Hayne clips this one and gets it clean, and has taken the full one down to the deep backward square leg boundary for four. It was, well, despite the full couple of guys down there, they weren't able to... It's a short boundary and the ball was travelling cleanly, so Hayne got that one away.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great piece of improvisation. He's come outside off stump. It was another attempt at a Yorker. Holland's been trying to hide the ball there, full outside off stump, and he's shown good wrist to whip that round the corner for four. He hadn't shown any sign of the sufficient flexibility to do that prior to that shot.
Here comes Hunt again. This one is driven, and they'll get a single up to the fielder at deep mid-off. So one more to Hayne.
And
credit to him, he's up to 8.
I think the key is we also need to keep on just reminding ourselves of what the lead stands at. It's 117 now, with just over half an hour till lunch.
Which will make way at the end of this over and bring Kevin back in again. This one is launch one again, the one-handed Sibley out to the offside. It's a new shot which he's developed. It's about the third or fourth time he's played that with his one-handed out into the offside. He gets a single.
He's hit those hard enough that if he finds a gap, it's going to skip through for four, but one bounce straight to the midriff of Weatherly.
He's got 70 though. He's going along. And Warwickshire 157 for 6.
He's given everything in his farewell innings, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Well, he's the last few games. This one is Hayne goes down trying to force it away, but gets a bottom edge which runs back up to Ian Holland, who fills up his own bowling. So one ball to go in this over, and Hayne is on strike. He's on 8, and Sibley on 70.
They may even go down the route here of saying, well, look,
just give it a go.
Nothing or a 2 here.
This one, he walks across and hits this one away strongly up to long off, where they will get a single. He will retain the strike, Hayne. It's 158 for 6, and after Richard it'll be Kevin James.
Yeah, catch up with you this afternoon, Phil, as Warwickshire lead by 119. I'll have an update for local stations in 3 minutes time. The 3 Warwickshire batters out there have another conference. Kevin and I are going to be having wires everywhere because we're sitting on the opposite sides where we normally are, and it's when you get to a 3-man team, the rotations changes a little bit, so there's wires everywhere. Fuller to continue. He's bowled with good pace in this morning session and has been rewarded with a couple of wickets. This one short of a length, and Hayne is flailing at it, and it goes through the wicket-keeper. Bear in mind he's got the 2 bouncers up his sleeve that he could use in this over as well. They're bowling smart, and Kevin, have you seen a batsman out there in as much pain as Sam Hayne clearly is?
I feel his pain.
Oof. I mean, whether it's hamstring or whether it's something else, whatever it is, that first ball he received,
it was
like he'd had a snake bite.
Well, I mean, I was nearly ready with a stretcher to pull him off.
Yeah, it just... I've got to admire his courage, but it's curious, isn't it? This is just guided out into the leg side. They're going to come through for a quick single, and he's run out. Alex Davis doesn't quite make it, And Haynes' innings is going to end gone for 9. It's 158 for 7 there. The lead is just 119, and they're in real danger here of falling short of where they need to be. But brave from Haynes, but he's gone for 9.
Yeah, that was always a bit risky, wasn't it, really? I'm not sure. Was that a great idea, sending Hayne out there? I don't know. I just think it was almost distracting away a little bit from what Warwickshire were trying to do. All eyes were on Hayne and sort of make sure he's all right, whereas actually the bigger picture is what's happening on the board.
It struck me, we were saying it, that it was very obvious after 2 or 3 balls he wasn't able to play any shots. He did well to get that one boundary, but they could have had Danny Briggs out there, and that would have made more sense.
It's not easy batting with a runner. You know, your concentration is almost what's going on with the runner. You know, what's he doing? I don't know. It's just not a great idea. I always think that's a last resort.
Often it just depends on how limited you are, but these limitations were enormous there. Back to update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. That's the current events here. And it gets to 3 minutes past.
And in cricket, Warwickshire need to pull off an unlikely final day win over Hampshire if they're to avoid relegation from Division 1 of the county.
Any second there.
Let's find out how they're doing at Crossline at Edgbaston.
Warwickshire 158 for 7 with half an hour to go till lunch. They lead by just 119. They desperately love another 50 runs or so, but they're running out of wickets. Sam Hayne just came out the bat with a runner who was in considerable pain. He was actually run out in the end. Alex Davis just short of his ground. He was gone for 9. Jacob Bethel 2 and Dan Mosley 11 have gone in the last hour as well. Dom Sibley in his final innings for the county has been steadfast so far. He's unbeaten on 70. He's just been joined by Danny Briggs. 159 for 7. The Bears, who must win, lead by 120. So that update done. Shall I get to the end of this over and then let you fly, Kev, for the next one from the far end? I just think the discipline of the Hampshire attack has been very good this morning as well. Final day of the season. They've brought their A game. They haven't got Keith Barker out there, but the rest have stepped up. Fuller short of a length, and he's well, that's what Danny Briggs can do. He has guided that over third man, in fact just in front of third man, for 6. I mean, that's an extraordinary shot first up. Fuller dropping it short. He's used the pace, and that was a bit squarer than you normally see a 6 when it's down towards third.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? That flew off the bat. Short boundary side, but even so.
I think he surprised himself. Yeah. His reaction was, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's one of those where it pings off the bat and you've played a shot and you think, ooh, wow.
Yeah. Don't know whether I can replicate that, but yeah. 165 for 7, 126 the lead. Next ball from Fuller is short. He tries the same shot, and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
Well, have Warwickshire, I know they've lost 7 wickets. I mean, I guess that was always going to happen. So they've lost 5 this morning. But are they achieving, do you think, what they're trying to achieve? I mean, there's still 25 minutes play or so until lunch.
If they're not all out when they get to lunch and they've had another 40 runs, then I think they've achieved what they needed to do in the session to get 165, 170 in front and give themselves 70 overs to bowl. Batting through to lunch means you don't lose 2 overs for the changeover of the innings. And I think that's kind of what they've set themselves to do here. They've lost more wickets than they would have liked to have done. As Briggs drives the ball. Oh, he's done very well here. He's picked the gap around extra cover. The chase is on. It's a good piece of fielding. Is that Prest? It's one of the substitute fielders anyway who brought that in. But 2 more to Briggs. He's got 8. End of the over. 167 for 7 Warwickshire. They lead by 128. It's not been easy to accelerate out there, has it?
No, it hasn't. You know, again, there's just been a little bit there, a little bit more this morning, which is understandable. But you know, there's always been a little bit there for the seamers from time to time. But notwithstanding that, when you've got a very defensive field, it's, you know, you're almost in the back of their mind. You're thinking, well, I've actually got to hit this amazingly well to split the field. So you know, sometimes you're trying to force the ball rather than playing normally. He's coming across his stumps there, and Sibley works that full delivery out towards deep mid-wicket. Slight fumble, but it's still a single. I think that's Felix Organ down there at deep mid-wicket. So you're almost, it's not like you're thinking about, as long as I time this, it beats the infield, that's 4. You're actually looking at fielders that are further away, and you're thinking, well, how am I going to get more than a single here? You always feel there's a single, but where am I going to get 2s? Where am I? Certainly not going to be 3. So it's either 2s or 4s or 6s, and I think sometimes that just takes away from your shape at the stumps, and that's turned away by Briggs, square on the offside. So you're not playing a game you used to. Even with T20, you've got gaps because there's a circle and a certain amount of fielders has to be inside. So it's a totally different mindset. And I think coupled with that, I think that the bowlers have bowled well. And if you just throw all that in the mix, I don't think it is that easy to just thrash it around on here. Whether you need to thrash it around or not, as a full delivery, and Sibley's almost down on his knee there, pushing out on the offside. You could see what he's trying to do now. He's trying to get underneath the ball, scoop it over the leg side.
It actually takes a decent batsman to adjust the way he did there, because he was going down on one knee to launch over mid-wicket, and in the end he manages to adjust and dabs it out in the offside for a single. You've got to have a decent eye to be doing that sort of thing.
Is Holland 170 for 7 in the total. Holland bowls, length ball, and Briggs hits that in the air, and it's fallen just short of deep mid-off. Vince throwing the ball running in. Misses the stumps at the bowler's end. Briggs was already turning for the second, but Donald backs up well. Runs round from behind the stumps at this near end. 171 for 7. But when you think that, so they've scored 109, haven't they, so far this morning?
Yeah.
In an hour and 35. I mean, that's pretty good going, but they always needed...
But under 20 overs as well, because the over rate's been slow.
Well, that was always going to happen. Now that's a full delivery outside off stump, and Sibley steers that to deep backward point, and he moves on to 73, 172 for 7. Hampshire were always going to keep it quiet. I think Hayne actually being out there and all the kerfuffle around that hasn't helped with Warwickshire. I mean, we're just talking of a minute or two here and there, but it's 4 or 5 balls, and even scoring 1 or 2 a ball, it all adds up, doesn't it? There's no need for Hampshire. As I say, if Hampshire draw this game and get 8, they have got a cushion of 7 points there, as Briggs somehow works a flat back shot up towards deep mid-on. 173 for 7. So Hampshire can afford the over rate, and if they get deducted 2 points, doesn't matter to them.
No, exactly.
They're still 5 points clear.
Oh no, they're doing the right thing. I think the interesting thing is that let's assume that there aren't any further interruptions today. That it means that the number of overs left at lunch is going to be around 70. So they're going to be about 6 overs behind in this session. And some of that will be mitigated by the Hayne business and having a runner, etc. But it does mean that Warwickshire will feel that they can therefore have 70 overs, whatever their lead is. And talking to Liam Norwell last night, I admit I put the numbers out there. I said, 160, 170 might be all that you've got to play with. And he said, yeah, that's what we think. So if they are 160, 170 in front, and assuming they don't get bowled out before that, then that may well be what they were after. So they're probably getting towards where they want to be. Briggs awaits Fuller, slower ball from Fuller, and Briggs was through the shot almost before he delivered the ball. That was cunning from Fuller. Although actually, if it was the women's match last week, he might have turned around and tried to man-cad Dom Sibley, which I don't think you meant to do when you've already gone through half of your bowling action. Anyway, that was my one and only reference to last week's incident, which I felt should have been disallowed by the umpires, because I think it was too late to turn round and mancad. Anyway, Fuller, full, lifted into the leg side, and this will be caught at deep square leg. He looks thoroughly disgruntled, Danny Briggs. He's gone for 11, 173 for 8 Warwickshire, just at Norwell and then Hannon Dolby to come. But Briggs goes doing what you would expect him to be doing, really. Got to go big, and he's just picked out the fielder on the leg side.
Yeah, it's quite a big boundary, that one as well, isn't it? Even though he picked it up quite well. That's what I'm saying, really, isn't it? Where you're looking to score more than a run of ball here. How are you going to do it, especially on that big boundary side? You've either got to hit it particularly well along the ground, you might get 2. It'll have to be a hell of a shot to go for 4. So you go in the air, And even if you get out the middle of the bat, there's a good chance you're going to be picked off, and that's exactly what has happened there. This is an interesting email because the talk early part of this game was about, you know, whether Hampshire would worry about being runners-up or third, and does it really sort of matter? And we were talking about prize money, and I couldn't find any up-to-date prize money or I think the last one was about 2016 I saw. I've just had a message from Jed, who's one of our online colleagues who writes some of the online stuff, and I think he'd put in a request to the ECB. It turns out that this year the county champions' total prize money, or the county champions, is 580,000, so that's going to Surrey. The difference between runners-up and third, runners-up is 290,000, third is 145.
Wow.
So there is a difference of about 145,000 there. Now, if you divide that up, and oh gosh, I don't know what it's like these days, but I think some of that goes to the club, some of that goes to the players. So it's actually quite a significant difference.
Oh, and he's on a hat-trick, is Fuller, because the first ball he bowls to Liam Norwell goes straight through him. And Fuller takes his 4th wicket of the morning. And that's outstanding from him. And Warwickshire are in danger of setting a very, very low target indeed, and that was always going to be the concern when you're chasing quick runs on the 4th day on an overcast morning against a bowling attack who functioned well. 173 for 9, they are only 134 runs in front, with Hannon Dolby now coming out to try and fend off a hat-trick from James Fuller.
Well, and I can tell you that the last time James Fuller got a hat-trick was in the COVID season of 2020. I'd have to look up who was that against. I think it's against Surrey down at Arundel. Is the very quick answer to that off the top of my head, but I think that I'm right in saying so. Well, there we go. He's on a hat-trick. And I tell you what, fittingly for James Fuller, that if he was to grab that hat-trick, I think it would be fitting for the season that he's had. So we'll wait and see.
And in time-honoured tradition, I think you should describe the next delivery.
Well, that's very kind of you. The last time a Hampshire player was on a hat-trick, and he actually did get it, I wasn't allowed to, but thank you, that's very kind. That was this season, earlier. So 173 for 9, and it looks like Hannon Dolby is going to be facing. So the lead is 134, so... Well, even if he's not out here, how many more are Warwickshire actually going to get? And if that figure of 170 banded around,
they'll get nowhere near it, are they?
Right. Well, it's going to have to be all Sibley, really, in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to get nowhere near it now.
Yeah. But 130 is 130. It gives Warwickshire a chance still of staying up. So here's Fuller round the wicket, then hat-trick ball runs away from us to the left-hander Hannon Dolby as Fuller bowls. It's a leg ball. Hannon Dolby plays it out on the offside as casually as you like. The hat-trick avoided.
That's very much the type of batting we've seen from Ollie Hannon Dolby this season. He's had an extraordinary season. The length of time spent at the crease this year for a handful of runs. Extraordinary, but James Fuller's bowled very well in this spell.
Terrific.
And it's that extra bit of pace makes it so much harder when you're chasing quick runs. It may just be now that Hannon Dolby has to try and see out the last 2 balls of this over, and then Sibley is going to have to try even more to find gaps, which have been evasive so far. Bouncer from Fuller, which Hannon Dolby just gets under.
It was a shame, actually, because as good a ball as the Liam Norwell ball was, it was a serious delivery, wasn't it? A fast Yorker. You kind of felt that he needed to produce something similar. I mean, you have to bowl it straight first and foremost to give yourself a chance on a hat-trick, which he did, so he's done an awful lot right there. But you kind of think, well, go for the Yorker. Go for it again, which, I don't know, maybe he did, but it didn't look like it. He just went for line and length, which again is a great option.
Fuller in. So Hannon Dolby, who just kills the ball in front of him. It's the end of the over. We've got 15 minutes left till lunch. Warwickshire have only got 1 wicket left. As things stand, the target for Hampshire would be 135, which of course is lower than Warwickshire would have wanted to set, and they would have to bowl beyond themselves really if they were going to be able to defend that and keep their place in Division 1. And he's got a little bit of flat. Nowhere near as many people in the ground today as there were yesterday, not helped by the rain that fell this morning, which I think people would have been concerned that we might lose some cricket. The ground staff did their job, but the Hampshire bowlers have done well. They've taken 7 wickets, they've conceded 111 runs, but they've never let Warwickshire run away with this today. And as a result, they're going to face a target which they don't even need to go for, but the target is likely to be under 2 and over the way things are.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd get there by natural causes, I think.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Here's Ian Holland with his medium pace. He's got across his stumps there, Sibley. He's trying to whack that through mid-wicket. It goes along the ground upwards deep mid-on. And now here's another little problem for Warwickshire, really, because under normal circumstances, from what we've seen this morning, they'd take a single, but they're not doing that now. So it literally really is, for Sibley, probably a boundary or nothing, which again might slow down their progress and would suit Hampshire.
Yeah, but getting all out would slow it down.
Yeah,
altogether.
I suppose most people listening to
it.
this would say, "Go on, just go for it now, just get out." Sibley's gone across his stumps and turns that away down towards deep backward point. It's a full delivery. He can't get underneath those, so Sibley can't really do much more than he's doing. This is good bowling from Holland, but of course, what Sibley wants is a length ball that he can hoik across the line, go for the short boundary. But he's not getting that option at the moment.
I don't think there's much else he can do here. Apart from hope for a 4 ball, he's going to end up pushing a single 5th ball. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure what other option he's got.
No, he's just hoping for a ball in the area, isn't it? It's a length ball. He's gone for the hoik, misses it. It's well outside off stump, but you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to smoke that away on the leg side. Holland knows exactly what he's trying to do. And, well, it's just using up time here, which again, I mean, we're going to play to a conclusion here. We should do, because it's a long time to bat for the rest of the game. It's only 130, yes. But again, you know, the more you're batting, lose some early wickets, you just never know. Here comes Holland from that city end, bowls. Again, it's full, and Sibley's got hold of that one, but not enough, as the ball goes out towards deep mid-wicket, but it's along the ground.
Yeah, I mean, time is temporarily not part of the equation,
no.
Kevin, actually, because they're only 134 ahead. There are still 74 overs left today. They haven't got to where they needed to be. They needed to be at this point 20 runs further on with a few wickets left and knocking it everywhere for the next 15 minutes. They're not in a position they can do that now. Hampshire have done too well with the ball for that.
There's Holland, full. Again, Sibley can't get underneath it, but as it's near the end of the over, he's taking a single as it goes out on the leg side. I've just seen on the scoreboard that what you might think has been a slow over rate from Hampshire, it's actually showing level. Which I have to say I'm surprised. There it is again, flashing up. The over rate is level, which I have to say. And I'm just trying to work out how many overs there were this morning. And do you know what? I didn't write it down. I normally do.
But this is the 22nd over that's about to finish this morning.
Oh, right.
So the most they're going to get through in this session is 25, which is 7 below par.
Well,
now, even allowing for wickets and a runner, that's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Well, there you are. That's what it says. He gets wrapped on the pad there, Hannon Dolby, and that'll be the end of the over. So that's taken a few minutes. You're right. At the moment, time not a factor, but that's an awful lot of time for one run, which is not helping Warwickshire.
But I don't think that. I honestly don't think at the moment that's relevant. That if they could get 10 more runs between now and lunch, they don't really want to have to bat after lunch. That then becomes an issue. They're not going to get 170 ahead now, by the look of it. And I don't think Dominic Sibley is necessarily going to get a 24 run over here. I mean, it would change the complexion again if he did, but there's been no evidence that they've been able to strike the ball cleanly with any great confidence this morning.
No. Well, Sibley wouldn't be in my white ball team, that's for sure. He's not kind of that player, is he?
But he has been in the past. When he first came to the county, he batted very well in T20 in particular. And he's facing Fuller here, and he tries to make some room, but Fuller follows him. Okay, he's been very canny this morning, James Fuller.
Yeah, terrific.
Bowling the bouncers to Sam Hain, because he knew that Sam Hain couldn't get into position to score off them. So he'd used 2 of those each over. I didn't quite understand the field that was set to Sam Hain for a while, because everybody was deep, and it was fairly evident he wasn't going to hit the ball very far. Allowing him a single was slightly curious, but it proved not to be an issue for very long.
Well, it's already his best bowling figures this season, Fuller.
He's looking for the 5th here. He's launched into the leg side by Sibley. One of the fielders can't see where the ball's gone. As it is, it was a bit of a chase round at long leg, and they'll come through for 2. Brad Wheel, who was down there at the far end. And Sibley to 76. There is the possibility he could carry his bat in his final innings for Warwickshire. Heading back to Surrey next year. 2 half-centuries in this match. Played his part.
I think he's already done it once or twice this season, hasn't he? Carried his bat.
He's batted long, that's for sure. And Dominic Sibley doing it his own way. Short ball, he looks to rake this through the offside, and he's really annoyed at himself that he made no contact, because that was, by Fuller's standards this morning, a slightly loose one, in that it was in the hitting zone, and there is a nice gap between the backward point boundary fielder and what is a deep extra cover. He had a 35-yard window that he could have hit that into, and he missed the ball.
He's done it twice before. The last game against Gloucestershire at Bristol, carried his bat for 120, and he did it earlier in the season at Old Trafford, 142 against Lancashire. Yeah,
that was his first 100 of the season. That one, I was up there for that one. Full ball, and he's struck it into the offside, but it's back to the backward point fielder, who's looking up at the floodlight for some reason. It's quite sunny at the moment, directly over the ground. Should be a couple more overs after this, in theory, if they're needed. We are at least now at the point where if the 10th wicket fell, that would be the lunch interval, so you wouldn't lose any more overs. But again, that's less relevant with the lead only at 137. Just needed one other player to make a half-century, didn't it? Alex Davis, 32. A couple of others in the teens. Yates and Rhodes. Shorter ball, Sibley guides it out into the offside. It's chased down by backward point. Oh, and they thought about a second. Probably was a second there, in truth. But Alan Dolby will take strike to the final ball of the over, 177 for 9.
Yeah, so what have we got? We've got 7 minutes till lunch. Maybe another couple of overs. So yeah, just try and get a few more. You never know. Peter Allen, suncricket@gmail.com, says, thanks about my question of yesterday. That was about the prize money, so Peter's obviously still listening, so yeah, we got that. So he said it is quite considerable between second and third. Yes, it is. Could all write a book about this season. Well played, James Vince and the boys, and coach Andy Birrell. AD Birrell.
Following to Alan Dolby, leaves it alone outside off stump. So, a couple of overs left. Warwickshire would dearly love another 10 runs. Anything to make it, to get it up to 150. That's better than nothing. It has not been easy. There's a little bit of encouragement for the bowlers if they are going to pull off the great escape, it is going to come down to whether Alan Dolby and Norwell can take 4 or 5 quick wickets with the new ball. If they don't, then Hampshire may well clinch second place with not just the draw that was what they needed, but with a win, which would lead to an even more impressive stat for number of wins without winning title.
New over from Ian Holland, 6 overs, none for 28. It's Sibley to face. He'll be targeting that leg side, that's for sure. As Holland bowls, he's trying to, but he's full outside the off stump, and he's trying to sweep that away, and he's nowhere near that one. Just to finish off that one from Peter Allen, he says, and I nearly forgot, well done Kevin too. That's nice to be mentioned in the same breath, really. Winter well, and see you next year, says Peter. Julian, suncricket@gmail.com, he says, in the current Sussex match, Tom Haynes has been on the pitch for the whole game, including scoring 2 centuries. That's not a bad effort as well. I think they've got millions there, Sussex, over 500. That's 4, he's right on the pad, that's out, and that is the end of the Warwickshire innings. He's trying to hit across the line there, full and straight from Holland. That's his first wicket in this Warwickshire second innings. They are bowled out for 177. The good news is that Hampshire won't lose any more points because the bowling rate is level, and the lead for Warwickshire, I think we'll have an early lunch, won't we?
Yeah.
Is 138.
So 139 the target. Look, 99 times out of 100, you would anticipate that Hampshire will get over the line. Now Warwickshire have to give absolutely everything. It's the final day of the season. They've got to bowl out their opponents for under 139. But they know that much. That's where it stands, and they will come out hell-bent on achieving it. They have not managed to do quite as well as they needed to this morning. Sibley will take applause for what was a fine innings. Hayton, his final opportunity to bat for Warwickshire for 77. But Wheel, Fuller Abbas, and then with that last wicket Ian Holland did sterling work for Hampshire. Play will resume at around 1:05, so we'll be here to bring you ball by ball commentary online and presumably also on 5 Live Sports Extra, where we can now pass over to Kevin Howells. Here at Edgbaston, about to resume, with Warwickshire needing a minor miracle, you would fancy, if they're going to stay in Division 1 for next season, because they were bowled out for 177 before lunch by Hampshire in their second innings. It means they've set a rather small target of 139. They'll get some help with the new ball. The key innings, by the way, Dominic Sibley, in his farewell to the county, he scored 77. Didn't really get enough support against a Hampshire bowling attack that performed very well in the morning session. Hampshire need 139. If they get there, Warwickshire will be relegated. And for everybody else, welcome back to Edgbaston. Just getting that report done for BBC Local Radio, for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. I'm Richard Wilford, alongside me Kevin James, as Hampshire come out for their second innings. Felix Organ and Ian Holland are coming to the crease, and whatever is going to happen, it might happen actually quite quickly here, Kevin, because if Warwickshire don't take early wickets, 139 will prove, I would have thought, a fairly doable target.
Yeah, I mean, even if Hampshire make a bit of a hash of this, you would still think they'll get over the line. I just don't think the new ball will be that easy. We saw this morning the ball getting past the outside edge, and that was even when the batters were playing properly in amongst trying to score quick runs. So I would say the ball's going to nip around a bit, and then you never really know what's going to happen. Are they going to play and miss a few times, or is the ball, like it did last week, going to continually catch the edge? And then you're in trouble. Hampshire bowled out for 57. I think that's always in the back of your mind when you've seen something like that so recently. Is that going to happen again today? It's usually fairly rare, but I don't expect this to be a walk in the park. I'd like it to be.
Yeah, I dare say. My feeling is that it wouldn't take too much to deflate Warwickshire in this situation. They certainly would have liked to have been 35, 40 runs further on from here to give themselves a bit more of a fighting chance, a bit more room for manoeuvre. They're going to have to set attacking fields because they've got to take wickets, but equally they can't afford to be conceding quick runs, so they are between a rock and a hard place, really.
Here we go, Hannah Dolby in the sunshine from the City End, bowls to Organ. And there's a play and miss already. And that hasn't gone past the outside edge by very far. So already there's just a reminder that 139 may not be as easy as it looks. It looks like in the last few minutes Worcestershire and Middlesex abandoned, so Middlesex have their promotion confirmed to Division 1 ahead of Glamorgan.
Yep, it's... I think it was inevitable today. Anyway.
Yeah.
I would suggest they would have allowed themselves not a beer or wine last night. Middlesex, the position they got themselves in.
Yeah. There's Hannah Dolby then right arm over and bowls to Organ. He's so very nearly edged that one as well. That's shorter and it went past his chest. He had a little flick at that one as well. So, well, you have to say, if you are a pessimist from a Hampshire point of view, that just watching those first two balls, 139 is worth about 439 at the moment.
After two balls?
Yeah, what was that? A bit worrying, those two balls?
No, look, there were two beauties, and the new ball is going to be the key. But once you get to the side of the new ball, and Warwickshire is a bit of a two-man attack as well.
Yeah, very true. I'd just rather have not seen those two balls, to be honest. Here comes Hannah Dolby again and bowls. Organ again. Is he playing at that one or not? I'm not sure. I'm not sure he knows quite what to do here. That's a nice shape on the ball. It's just enough to straighten and making Felix Organ be a little bit uncomfortable out there in these opening few balls.
It's always entertaining the extent to which you live every delivery.
Really?
Yeah.
It's terrible, isn't it? I know I used to be like in the dressing room. Honestly, the boys would watch that now and think,
Were you not a good watcher?
Well, no, it's just I was when there was decent players out there. You know, when one of our batters was out there and they were creaming the ball to all parts, you used to think that's very easy out there, and that's a nice frame of mind to be going out to. What you don't want to be walking out to is a bloke who's just got out, who's played and missed at about 5 balls in 6 for about 3 or 4 overs, because that doesn't make you feel good when you walk out. A little bit of that. Here comes Hannah Dolby, bowls forward inside edge onto the pad. Good opening over.
I thought you were sort of insinuating that you were sort of so concerned and so pessimistic that the opening pair would go out, you'd be due in at number 7 and you put your pads on just in case.
I think I've done that a few times actually. I remember one game, I was batting at 7 and I thought I'll just go for a little walk around part of the ground, and I think I got about 30 yards and I had to get back and put my pad on, but I mean that's rare. But you always do. You're always watching to see what's going on, of course you are, just to get an idea. Again, that's inside edge onto the pad, half shout, but I think that is definitely bat pad first. But this is good over. This is a good over from Hannah Dolby. It's what Warwickshire fans, what Warwickshire players out there would want to see. But you've got to keep that up every over.
Yeah, exactly, and that's 5 balls of Ollie Hannah Dolby spent. But there is that element too, in that it's final day of the season. I mean, he and Liam Norwell want to bowl as much as they can if it means there's a chance of victory. But there's nothing wrong with just trying to see these two out for the first hour.
And good news that the sun shines out, really, from a Hampshire point of view. Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's flicked away, not convincingly. I think that nipped back on Organ, but that will be the first runs of the Hampshire second innings. It is actually a leg bye. So Hampshire underway, first over done. 139, remember, needed by Hampshire after Warwickshire were bowled out for 177.
The substitute fielder on for Sam Hain, by the way, who is currently housing himself at, I'm going to call it a backward point. He was a bit more gullyish for Hannah Dolby. He's going to be a bit more backward point for Liam Norwell. Is Ethan Brooks. Right. So the Brooks brothers are on the field together.
Henry and Ethan.
Yeah. They have a third brother who's a decent player, but not county level player. No. Who's a bit older, but good characters. Ethan's got a nice bit of talent about him. Sort of player that it doesn't happen much in cricket, but I think would have benefited from sort of a loan move to Division 2 this year, because that might open the door for him at Warwickshire if things don't go well. As Liam Norwell, with his first delivery, just squares Organ up a little bit, but a nice full face of the bat from Felix Organ, which might make him feel a little bit more confident than anything that he dealt with in the previous over. Floodlights are still on, even though we now have quite a bit of blue sky. We could even see some vapour trails from the aircraft coming out of Birmingham International Airport, or heading into, whichever way they're going. The cranes, which were invisible when we arrived this morning, are now very much available to view on the Birmingham skyline. As Norwell approaches again, turned off his pads as he just speared that down towards the leg side. There'll just be a single, Hannah Dolby across from long leg. 2 without loss, further 137 required. Run rate not really an issue, because they start this chase requiring under 2 and over.
Just watching Alex Davis pick up that throw from the deep there, and just his positioning. I won't say any more if you're watching the live picture feed. Hence why Ian Holland was picking off some marks on the cut surface.
Well, I don't think he's roughing it up for the spinners, do you?
Don't know what he's doing.
Well, he ain't roughing it up for the spinners, that's for sure. But he shouldn't have been quite there, as this delivery from Norwell is left alone outside off stump. Held his bat inside the line. At least Holland got into position.
Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, on the line at Solent Sport. He says, you had a message just before lunch suggesting a book about Hampshire's season. The good news is I'm watching online this afternoon while working on the Hampshire Handbook 2023, on sale on a cricket ground near you next April. There was another plug for another book.
Amazing. Some lot of reading to do in the closed season. This ball swings after it goes past the stumps. It was very full. Norwell does like a full length, but in terms of line, it was left alone by Holland, and then it swung back, so it was taken ultimately down the leg side by Davis, having passed outside off stump. The mood in the members' restaurant was fairly resigned, I think.
Was it?
Downstairs earlier. Did you not make it down? Did you get down at all?
Yeah, I was there.
Norwell in, driven into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run.
The ones I spoke to were more worried about whether they were going to have the fish or the curry.
Yeah, it was a tough decision to make today, to be fair. And it was. I said they don't put a board up saying it felt like it was halfway towards being a katsu curry, which is very trendy, with a bit of jasmine rice.
Very nice.
Which is what I had. I didn't go for the fish.
I didn't because it ran out and I changed queues.
That's quite smart. What do you want to eat? Well, whatever the shorter queue's for. Well, just back of a length, guided out towards points. End of his first over. Hampshire 2 without loss. There's no hurry for them. What they would like to do is blunt the new ball spearhead, and then after that, they should be on the way to turning their season into something of a mathematical enigma. Because if they were to record a 10th championship win of the season and not to be winning the title, that would be, I would say, pretty unfortunate given the balance of probability.
Yeah. Another message here at Solent Sport from Simon Young. Afternoon to you, Simon. He says, thanks Kev and all the team for another great season of commentaries, providing much needed company. A feeling of what if today, but once we reflect on the last few months of Championship and T20, this is Hampshire Borney viewers, Hannon Daub comes in and bowls and Organ leaves that one alone outside off stump. And the one day Royal London, it's been an amazing season for both Hampshire and the Southern Vipers. Yes, it has. Tomorrow night is the end of season dinner for both Hampshire and the Vipers combined in the ballroom there at the Aegeus Hilton Hotel. Other hotel chains available, of course. But it will be a good night, and when you think that at county and women's regional domestic level 5 trophies can be won, 2 of them will be on show tomorrow night, which I think is a pretty decent return. Yes, it could have been a few more, but we'll take 2 as that's a full on leg stump turned away square on the leg side by Organ, but no run. It's gone to Danny Briggs.
Will you wait to sort of have a little beverage after you've done all your announcing tomorrow? Are you going to be the model pro?
Well, I try to be, isn't always the case, but yeah, I believe me, I'm about as nervous about tomorrow night as I think I'm at any point during the summer, so I'll be one relieved man come, I don't know, 10:30, whatever it is, when all the awards
always drags on longer than that. Always drags on longer than that, the awards.
Well, they're thinking it's 10 o'clock, but I don't think it will.
No, these things always run late.
They do, don't they? We'll have a bit of fun, that's the main thing. Organ drives, thick outside edge, into the gap between third slip and backward a point, and that's racing down to third man for 4. 6 without loss now, Hampshire, and they need another 1-3-3.
Yes, can't really afford to put a third man in, that's the problem, and yet it's such a low target they're defending. Another 40 runs would have made a difference, but that's not what they achieved. Hampshire bowled very well in the morning session, and Dom Sibley just didn't really find a partner who's going to stick around. So it's when you start having a very long raffle draw, or you end up, well, Kev, can we play a round of heads and tails?
That's not in the script I was sent, but yeah, it's heads and tails a bit of fun, because we haven't done that because of COVID. Oh, is he edged through? He's gone! And it is Organ gone. Hannon Dolby celebrates. The rest of the slip field come up and celebrate with him, and Organ goes for 5. He always had a feeling that might be the method of dismissal there, and Hannon Dolby picks up the first wicket of that Hampshire second innings. They are 6 for 1.
That was the sort of line of length that Hannon Dolby had been exploring since this innings had started, and eventually Nick and Organ was walking. He didn't even see the umpire raise his finger there, and you know, where there's life there's hope, and Warwickshire have got to take 4 or 5 wickets with this new ball to give themselves any chance and put some pressure on Hampshire, and you know, nobody deserves a wicket more than Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's had such an outstanding season, beyond 50 championship wickets, and he adds to his tally there. They will maintain a little bit of belief off the back of that wicket.
Oh, 100%. 100%, yeah, 53rd wicket of the season for Hannon Dolby. Moves ahead of Keith Barker, who's had 52.
Well, when you're talking about 2 tremendous veteran bowlers of the game, neither of whom will have got into the stratosphere of test match cricket, but both of whom have been exceptional servants for 2 counties. You don't get many doing an entire career with 1 county these days.
He's a good bowler now, Hannon Dolby, isn't he? Really is a good bowler, and he kind of believes. He's been around a while, we know that, but I just think now and he has been for 2 or 3 seasons now, he kind of runs in believing, and that's half the battle as a bowler.
Yeah. Well, you go back 5 years, he was seen entirely as a one-day specialist, a white ball specialist.
Yeah.
Reinvented himself as a man who, if he stays fully fit, will take 50 wickets each season.
Yeah.
Has become a very good role model for the younger seamers around the county, and very generous with his time as well with the younger players. If they want advice from Ollie, and if they want any coaching from Ollie, he'd be more than willing to help out.
So it's Joe Weatherly then to face the next delivery from Hannon Dolby. Runs towards us and bowls, and forward is Weatherly. And that's gone back to the bowler. Another tweet here at Solent Sport as we're getting towards the end of the season, as well as this game. Paul Williams says, as it's the last afternoon, I wanted to thank you, Kev, for allowing those unable to attend matches to still enjoy what was, or has been, a very enjoyable season for Hampshire fans. Also want to thank all those that you've shared the commentary box with during the season. Of course, that will include Richard Nextoby, of course.
Are you sure he hasn't put apart from?
Well, there is a brackets there somewhere, as that's pushed out square on the offside. No, he hasn't. No, he says it definitely the last sentence most definitely says. Also, want to thank all those you have shared the box with.
All.
Yeah. So you're unfortunately you're in the herd, but you are included.
No, I'll take that. I'll take that. So, as mentioned during the morning session, I've just really enjoyed listening to all the games. Whenever I'm in the car, if there's cricket being played and it's on Sport Extra, then I'm listening. I mean, it helps that I'm usually in the car on my own. If Mrs. W's in the car, you kind of probably have to switch it off and talk. She insists on conversation. If anything's going to test a marriage, that's it, isn't it?
Yes.
Holland on strike, Liam Norwell to continue. Back of a length, dabs it into the leg side. A chase round towards square leg for Henry Brooks, and they should be able to come through comfortably for 2. 8 for 1, 131 further runs required. Norwell had bowled well yesterday. Now, we had very little cricket in the last 2 or 3 months. It's had a very frustrating time. You name an injury, he's managed to develop it this year. He's telling me how frustrating it was yesterday. So the most recent one was a little elbow tear that he can't quite understand how it happened. You can see there's a bit of strapping on his right elbow now. But he turns and approaches once more to Holland, who's reaching outside off stump. That went through with good pace and carry for a 4th day wicket. Good line. It's just done a bit off the seam, that. Just a little bit.
Serious delivery, that. You'll like this one, Richard. Dave Chuzzlewit at Solent Sports says, many thanks for the excellent cricket coverage this season. Any chance of a special award for Mr. Clive Eakin as having the greatest difference between his commentary voice and his update voice? He sounds 10 years younger when reporting on the news updates. He's in the building.
He is. Norwell full outside off stump through to the wicketkeeper. I don't think we should tell him about that.
No?
It wouldn't go down well.
Okay.
Especially coming from a man with a Dickensian surname. I mean, how many Chuzzlewits are there left? That's magnificent, by the way.
There you go.
Chuzzlewit.
If we had
Tremendous.
an old style phone book to hand, we'd be able to look it up and see how many were in the Birmingham area, but we can't.
I always thought that was sort of the name invented by Dickens.
Or maybe it's a name invented for Twitter.
Ah, there is that, isn't there? Norwell full and slower, hit into the ground by Holland, fielded with one hand by Norwell, who pushes it out into the covers. And there's no run, the score remains 8 for 1. A little bit of a breeze from right to left as we look towards the city, which has a bit more sunlight over it. Crane count still in double figures. There's always something going on. There's always another tower appearing these days. Oh, we're back of a length, and well, I don't know whether Holland was trying to play that or what, but it's battered at a 45-degree angle, and the ball hits it, and it goes down towards the slip cordon. Bit of seam movement again in towards the batsman, but I don't think Holland was in full control of what he was doing there.
No, the ball's just sort of hit his bat, hasn't it, without him really knowing what was going on. Indecision.
But it didn't draw the U's and R's that I thought it might have done. Norwell in with real energy, and he wraps Holland on the pad, but we've been going down leg side. There's no hint of an appeal. Might even have taken a bit of bat on the way, and height as well would have been an issue. He nearly got hit in the full Rob Yates area from yesterday, but as it is, it goes out the offside and there's no run. 8 for 1 after 4 overs. The target 139 for Hampshire. Draw or a win secures them second place in the County Championship Division 1. Warwickshire have to bowl them out for survival in Division 1. It would appear to be a long shot, but they're certainly going out there with a real desire to keep that slim hope alive.
They certainly are, yeah. And there's a bit of obscene movement out there at the moment. Both bowlers getting the ball off the straight. Phil Webb has tweeted as well, come to that at Solent Sport after the start of a new over as Hannon Dalby comes in, right arm over and bowls to Weatherly, gets wrapped on the pad coming forward. That looks a little high. Hannon Dalby convincing himself that that's out. I need to watch that. There was a replay. Maybe it's just a fractionally outside the line. It's a good delivery. It's a good shout. I think that, but it's probably a good decision.
It's tight.
Yeah.
It's really tight, because that has hit him, for my money, about 3/4 of the way up middle stump.
Yeah.
So whether he got enough of a stride in for an element of doubt, it certainly had some merit, the appeal.
Oh, 100%. Hannon Dalby just inquiring as he was walking back to his mark, just asking, why was that not out? Here comes Hannon Dalby. Comes in again to Weatherly, gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. Again, it's one of those shouts that you don't really want to be caught in front on a marginal decision so soon afterwards, because you might not get the benefit of the doubt the second time around.
It's one of those, because we don't have the technology that you'd have if it was a test match or whatever, your ball tracking and that. But had it been given out, I don't think we'd have argued about it. And when it's given not out, I don't think we argue about it. It's one of those that could have gone either way.
Yeah. And again, as long as the umpires are consistent, and I think they have actually in this game, then that's fine. Here's Hannon Dalby again. Comes in. Weatherly gets one that's a little fuller. He works that away through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 runs. Probably just striving a little bit too much here, Hannon Dalby, getting excited by the situation. Sometimes the length can just err a fraction. That did. And Weatherly neatly played that through on the leg side. And it's 12 for 1 Hampshire. Just come back to that tweet of Phil Webb's, who says it's only 19 minutes of the school break. That was 2 minutes ago, so 17 minutes left, Phil. I'm sure you're clock watching. Only 19 minutes left of the school break, so may not get a chance to say thank you to you and the team for another great season. Can't think of any original praise that hasn't been already said, so just to reinforce their sentiments, cheers, says Phil. Thank you. Love this one from David Coleman at Solent Sport. He's a Yorkshire member. Here comes Hannon Dalby. Weatherly's forward, thick inside edge. That goes down towards fine leg. Weatherly on to 5. 13 for 1 Hampshire. David Coleman says, Yorkshire member here. Watching the live feed on YouTube from behind the sofa. Great start from Warwickshire. This was a few minutes ago, of course, when the wicket of Felix Organ was confirmed. With the new ball, great start from Warwickshire with a new ball in the second innings. Can you hear our fingernail biting in Birmingham?
Mercifully, no.
Fortunately not.
I have supplementary questions for that one.
Yes.
First thing is, very odd to compare it to sort of a Doctor Who scenario where we used to grow up watching behind the sofa when the Cybermen were on, you know, or hold a cushion up in front of me, so I felt that I was safe. That's the first part of it. I'll come back to it.
Here comes Hannon Dalby to Ian Holland on the back foot, steers that to mid-wicket.
Or, alternatively, you know, in my house I haven't got a huge lounge, so the back of the sofa is against the wall, but if he's got a bit more space behind his sofa, is he there with his laptop behind the sofa, hiding away from somebody, because he's meant to be doing something else? I thought you were going to finish off the ironing for me. That sort of thing. Is that what he's doing?
Probably.
Watching in subterfuge. Well, or somewhere else in Yorkshire.
And Dalby with 3 slips. Comes in and bowls to Ian Holland once more. Holland works that away down to fine leg. Norwell's there. The score advances by 1. 14 for 1 Hampshire, needing another 125. Warwickshire needing 9 wickets to stay in Division 1. End of the over.
Uncharacteristically, lost his line a little bit there, Ollie Hannon Dalby. And The onus comes back to Norwell. They used to do the watching Doctor Who while scared thing.
I'm not sure I ever got that scared. I don't know. I know plenty of people that have. I may have done a little bit when I was younger, actually.
Who was your first Doctor Who?
Oh gosh, I'd go back to Peter Davison. Maybe. What's the one before that?
Norwell bowls. Oh, and he's been left, and he's hit off stump, and Holland has misjudged that horribly. The ball from Norwell, and he was just in on the angle. He was slightly wide of the crease, and he's left the bat at the 45-degree angle like he did in the previous over from Norwell, and his off stump's gone cartwheeling again. Where there's hope, there's life. 14 for 2. Holland is gone for 3.
Yeah, I always thought this was likely to happen. Two good bowlers on that nipped the ball around off the seam. That has nipped back. Holland, you felt in that previous over, wasn't quite sure against Liam Norwell. That's why one hit the bat when he, I don't know, I guess he was expecting it to go past the outside edge. So that was a good ball. It would have been a very, very good leave if it had just missed the off stump. But I think you have to say that's good bowling from Norwell.
He is, amongst those questions that are very hard to answer is what would have happened if Warwickshire had had Liam Norwell for another half a dozen games this year. He's only played 4 or 5 championship matches. Got a back injury when he became a parent before the start of the season from spending too much time sitting with the newborn. And that's what he just put his back out a bit, had some back spasms. Then he had the awful bang on the head in one of the early home games in April. It was one of those where he'd been hit on the helmet, and you're in no doubt that he's in trouble. He was staggering, and that set him back a few weeks. And it didn't do an awful lot for his confidence, as you can imagine. So it took a while to bring him back from that. He's had a couple of other injuries as well, and yet when he is in this Warwickshire attack, they are a far, far better bowling unit. And you've got 2 very good Division 1 opening bowlers out there this week. He's not fully fit now, Liam Norwell. But over 50 first-class wickets last summer, and Warwickshire have lost a lot from not having him available. But that was a beauty, and it means that Nick Gubbins is in earlier than he would have liked to, and he hammers this into the deck, and it's picked up by Henry Brooks on the bounce and extra cover. Cameron is off to enlighten the fine people of BBC Solent, that wonderful part of the country. Norwell moves back to his mark. Rhodes, Brooks, Briggs, the 3 most likely candidates to do other bowling in this innings, but you would say the onus is largely on these 2 with the new ball. Norwell around the wicket to Gubbins, who covers up off stump. Good delivery. He's bowling with real pace here. Liam Norwell, full and angled in towards off stump again. That wicket is 5th of the match. Yesterday he got Felix Organ caught at slip for 8. Got through Gubbins for a duck, clean bowled. And Brown caught at 3rd slip by Jacob Bethel for 9. And then came back to take Fuller. Caught well by Will Rose, chasing round as Gubbins will get off the mark in the second innings. He gets himself off a pair with a thick outside edge that may be dragged in just before it gets to the 3rd man boundary. Ethan Brooks, the 12th man, has chased after that, so 3 to Gubbins to get him off the mark. Hampshire needing 139 are 17 for 2. This is where all the drama is on the final day of the championship season. Elsewhere, Northants chasing 211 to beat Essex, a 53 for 1, with Young on 26. Vasconcelos 30 not out, so it's 58 for 1 now. So they had a few more to that score in Division 2. Leicestershire going well in the second innings, over 300 behind on first innings against Derbyshire, but they're 276 for 3, and a runner ball century from Rahan Ahmed. He's 104 not out, with him Lewis Hill on 40. So they're going along well. As Norwell approaches once more and goes past the edge of Weatherly's bat. Not playing down the right line there. Earlier Nottinghamshire beat Durham by 462 runs. Durham all out for 114 in their second innings. Warwickshire's Chris Benjamin on loan for that match scored 33 for Durham. That was the top score, having missed out altogether in the first innings. And Sussex 426 for 5, lead Glamorgan now by 151. That's a good fight back. Tom Haynes finally dismissed for 177, 2 centuries in the match for him. Norwell, that's another beauty outside off stump. Weatherly plays down the wrong line again, and it goes through Alex Davis. Excellent wicket taking over from Norwell. 6 gone. Hampshire 17 for 2. Require a further 122 for victory. And the other match that went in today, Worcestershire and Middlesex. The rain that was quite heavy in this area between 8 and 9 fell a little bit later at New Road, and they have called that off as a draw. Worcestershire were about to start their second innings 284 runs behind, so it was unlikely they were going to be able to carve out anything positive for themselves from that. So the match was abandoned as a draw. Left-hander for Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl that for the first time in this innings. 3 slips in position. So he'll come in right arm over to Nick Gubbins, who stabs it out towards point. Ethan Brooks picks up. And there's no run. If you were away this morning and unable to follow it, Warwickshire trying to score as rapidly as they could without taking ridiculous risks. Still found it quite hard against Hampshire attack, who stuck to their task very well. Brad Wheel and James Fuller in the wickets. Fuller took 4 and Wheel 3. Warwickshire 177 all out, short of what they would have liked to have set as a target, that's for sure. Dom Sibley's farewell innings, a very fine one of 77 before he was last man out. And Dolby into Gubbins. Good leave from Gubbins as the ball was angled across him. Raises the bat. Quite the line that Hannon Dolby was after. And now his follow through has been looked at as well. Where that is, I don't imagine it's going to cause too many problems, although there is the possibility if Danny Briggs bowls from this end. That could be a little bit awkward outside a left-hander's off stump. As Gibbons flicks a ball that stands up onto his hip neatly behind square. Long chase round for Henry Brooks from long leg. And I'll come through for 2 more, 19 for 2. Gubbins now matching Weatherly, both on 5. The men out Organ, Court Davis bowled Hannon Dolby for 5. Holland bowled by Liam Norwell for 3. Leaving the ball. Nice and bright now. We had some murky conditions this morning. And that nibble that you expect from the new ball has been there for Hannon Dolby and Norwell. First 10-15 overs will be the toughest time here for Hampshire, as Gubbins studiously leaves the ball outside off stump. 3 slips, point, relatively short extra cover in Danny Briggs, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket is in reasonably short, and long leg the field for Hannon Dolby, who would evidently like to add to his 53 championship wickets this year. Last season got curtailed by a foot injury around the time that the T20 was starting. He would have been 50 plus last year, I'm pretty sure, without that injury, as he bowls on middle and off, just steered up towards mid-on with soft hands by Gubbins, and it remains 19 for 2. See, by the time Peter Davison was Doctor Who, see, I'm picking up that theme. I've left it for 5 minutes, but Kevin James is back now. I mean, you would have been best part of 20 by then, I think.
Well, yes, so before him.
Prior to him was the legend that was Tom Baker.
Oh right, so I remember that. So I didn't realise he was before him.
But just before him, I also remember John Pertwee, who was a tremendously scary Doctor Who with his grey hair. As Gubbins plays and misses at a ball there and then crouches as it goes past him. Did that keep a little bit low? I'm not sure. I think it's gone away with the seam, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And in the end, Gubbins would have probably preferred to have left it, but he's dealt with that over. And bear in mind that's 4 now for Hannon Dolby. And it's just how long the new ball helps, and whether it's 10 overs, whether it's 15, it varies a little bit, doesn't it? But these two are making best use of it.
Oh, they certainly are. I was just thinking to myself there, just when I was off for a few minutes, what makes Liam Norwell such a good bowler? It is because he kind of bowls not sort of, is it perpendicular? What's the word? Right high. His arm is actually a little bit to the left as he bowls. Now that's pushed forward, and a thick outside edge. The ball's racing down to third man. That'll be a boundary. That will take the Hampshire total on to 23 for 2. So as a batter, you're kind of expecting the ball to angle into you, which it does on the whole, and he gets a bit of seam movement in as well. But actually, what he does do very well is that the ball then holds its line at times off the seam.
Yeah.
So, and because he's a good pace, you can't get too close to the pitch of the ball when he gets it right. So you're playing it off the pitch. So you are then, and that's where Ian Holland got into a little bit of a pickle there for a couple of balls, is that ball going to carry on its line into me? Is it actually going to hit the seam and come a little bit further in? Or, as he's done already a couple of times in this innings and does very well, is he going to pitch and straighten? And it's really, really difficult to bat against as whether he pushes forward and that goes out square on the offside. That's what makes Liam Norwell such a good bowler.
That's what had him on the fringe of the England squad last winter, before this season became bedevilled with injury. Certainly the ball that got Holland, it was the natural angle of, it's almost like he's overbalancing. It is beyond the perpendicular.
Yep.
And then he's pushing it towards the stumps, and he went a little bit wider of the crease on the delivery that got Holland. He didn't have to do much to cannon into off stump.
But his great skill is he's been able to just get the ball to straighten off the seam or just go away from the right hander. That is a massive skill he's got. That's forward defensive by Weatherly up towards mid-on this time.
His natural length is quite full as well. And, when he was coming back from injury a couple of years ago, the tendency at times was to overpitch, and there'd be a 4-ball in most overs. When he's got control, and he isn't overpitching, and he's consistently hitting barely back of a length, actually, pretty much on a length. It is that uncertainty of which way the ball's going to go when he's in rhythm, and the ball's offering a little bit for him.
23 for 2. Here's Norwell again, runs away from us and bowls. Weatherly's forward, goes out square on the offside. Paul Spencer, silentcricket@gmail.com. Back to the Doctor Who link. Says, my first doctor was Patrick Troughton, and of course grandfather of the Warwickshire and briefly England batter Jim. And no, he says, never watched anything from behind a sofa. Paul's in Lancaster. We're going to spark that now. Who's watched things behind a sofa and who?
Well, it depends. Lancaster. He could be from good, historic, wealthy farming stock. He could be watching from behind a chaise longue.
Here comes Norwell again. Bowls and Weatherly's forward. Hits the bat hard. Norwell goes out to Danny Briggs at extra cover, and that's a dot ball. Richard Lloyd, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thank you again this season for all the commentaries. It's an invaluable service which I really appreciate. It allows me to keep a better connection to Hampshire that I almost certainly wouldn't have without. I hope to hear you all again next season when maybe, just maybe, we'll get that first county championship of my 40-something lifetime, says Richard Lloyd. And well, of course, next year it will be 50 years since Hampshire last won the championship.
Oof. That'd be good timing, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, they've not waited that long, I suppose. That's a push back to the bowler, but it might be fitting. 23 for 2. I'm sure Surrey would have something to say about that, and Lancashire again next year, and who knows, somebody might surprise us.
So would Barry Richards have played in the last championship side?
I should know this. I'm going to say off the top of my head, yes.
If it was 73.
Yeah.
But probably, was it too soon for Gordon Greenwich to have arrived? Maybe.
Probably. If Dave Allen was here, he'd riddle off the whole
squad. He'd be all over this.
And he's told me many times, but my memory's awful, so I can't.
He'd tell you all 15 players that played in the championship during the course of that summer. Like that. Well, yeah, he'd reel them off, like people do in the England 66 World Cup football team.
So what year was it? 1973. They lost
73.
championship. Right, let me have a look.
If you say it's 50 years next year, 73. Yeah. Hannah Dolby continue from the Birmingham end. Bit of dark cloud over the city at the moment, as this is angled down towards third man by Gubbins. I think had some control over that one, and he'll collect 4 more runs. He's to 9. It's 27 for 2. Mentioned earlier, very hard for the Bears to protect the third boundary there, because they need to keep close catches in. They've got to take wickets. 112 runs needed by Hampshire, 8 wickets required by the Bears.
No, Richards and Graves did place in the year 73.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They opened in the first game against Sussex.
I mean, quite the opening pair, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they are going to put third man back now and settle for 2 slips. Interesting. Oh no, 3 slips. 3 slips. They've just moved everybody around a bit, doing away with an orthodox point. There's one just in front of point now, halfway between point and what you consider a cover, I think. They've moved third man 3 times since he went down there. Looks confused now. And Dolby in once more, and just on his toes, Gubbins able to defend it back down the wicket, no run.
I knew Dave Allen wouldn't resist. He's given me the names. So Richards, Greenwich, yeah. David Turner, left-hander.
Oh, I love David Turner.
Trevor Jesty, the all-rounder, played a bit for England one day, I think.
Yeah.
Richard Gilliatt, the captain. Peter Sainsbury, the left-arm spinner. Taylor, the all-rounder, came from Notts. Stevenson, the keeper. Lofty Herman, Tom Mottram, and O'Sullivan, who was the left-arm spinner.
Okay. Quite a few of those, I think, were at the tail end of their careers, weren't they?
Yeah, might be.
Alan Dolby in, just back of a length, defended out into the offside. And there's no run. Now, David Turner, it's like when Hampshire used to be on the TV in a B&H Cup match or a Gillette Cup match, and so often he'd make a vital 40 or 50 coming at sort of 6. He was quite a pugnacious batsman.
He was a left-handed version of Clive Radley.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Nudging it around, almost not necessarily orthodox. Find the ball into the gap in all sorts of ways.
Alan Dolby in again, and that one too far outside off stump to interest Nick Gubbins. So these sort of names of my childhood. I can reel off 20 teams from the mid to late 70s.
Who was Warwickshire 70s then?
Warwickshire in the 70s, so you'd have obviously had Dennis Amos was here a long time. First time I ever came, Rowan Canai was playing. Alvin Callicharan, John Jameson.
Played against Alvin Callicharan.
Jeff Humpage.
Humpage played. Yeah, I played against him in the Sunday League game when he got 100 here. Played against him for Middlesex. Yeah.
Well, he was a great Sunday League player.
Yeah.
He'd have loved the cut and thrust of T20 cricket, that's for sure. Alan Dolby, just back of a length, defender out into the offside, no run. Steve Perriman and Steve Rouse
played against both
in the seam attack.
Steve Rouse was groundsman here.
He was groundsman here for a long time, left arm bowler.
Yeah.
Eddie Hemmings, of course, was here before he went to Nottinghamshire.
Right. Oh, I didn't realise that. Played against him when he was at Notts.
So these were sort of the figures in the 70s. John Claughton, who was a wonderful fielder.
John Claughton.
And
70s, gosh, was he 70s?
Yeah, he'd have played in the 70s. My hero in the first part, late 70s, early 80s, was Alvin. I just loved watching Alvin Callicharan. You'd come down here on a Saturday morning for the start of a championship game and pray that Warwickshire were batting and that Alvin was going to make runs.
Good player.
Little guy, very quick on the pull and the cut.
Risty.
Yeah. And was an incredible servant for the county. Alan Dolby bowls left outside off stump and through to the keeper. And I have to mention one other player who arrived in the late 70s. He was a Sunday League hero, but I often talk of the fact that a couple of times when they played at Nuneaton in the both the Championship and the Sunday League in those days, that the Championship would start on Saturday, he broke off for Sunday League. Was being able to warm up and play on the outfield with Anton Ferreira, who was a massive bear of a man.
Yes.
From northern Transvaal.
Yes.
And he spent a good few years here, and he was the perfect John Player League player in that he could hit the ball a long way, and he'd take 3 for 50 every week. He was a little bit expensive, but he'd always take wickets.
Yeah.
But he was a great character, wasn't he? Yeah. But a bear of a man.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. I think I first played against him in the second team, actually. He was pushed out on the onside, started a new over from Liam Norworth, 4 overs, so he's into his 5th, 1 for 10. And I think it might have been for Middlesex against you guys at Coventry. And where was the ground with the bandstand?
I'm not sure whether that might not have been Nuneaton. Did Nuneaton have
It might be Nuneaton. That might be,
yeah,
in the next field or close to the ground. Yeah, I think it was Nuneaton. That sounds about right, actually. And that's the first time I'd come up against him, actually. Just remember, I don't know why I remember. Maybe because he was quite a giant of a bloke.
Oh, he was, with a lot of chest hair on show,
Yeah, I think
generally.
that's what it was, yeah. Which made him stand out a bit. Let's hit the bat again as Weatherly's stuck on the crease, but pushes that up towards mid-off.
Known as Yogi, to fit the bear of a man. But I remember about 3 years ago on the Bears Podblast when we had Grant Elliott in as one of our guests. And of course, he actually grew up in South Africa, albeit that we know him as a Kiwi. But Grant Elliott grew up in South Africa. And when I mentioned Anton Ferreira, his eyes lit up. He said, "Oh, he used to coach me when I was sort of under 16s." He said, "We used to have bets amongst each other how many times he'd use a very strong specific swear word during a team talk."
Oh, really?
And his record was 37.
27 for 2, here's Norwell. Oh, that's come back up, but Weatherly's forward, so negates that seam movement back into the batter. It goes out on the onside. Great team talk him.
There was emotion in there, that was for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, he spoke with great affection about Anton.
Yeah. The nice tweets, the end of season tweets are still coming in. Adam Grapes at Silent Sports says, "Many thanks to Kev and all the commentators for another great season of cricket. Watching the streaming and the commentary is a long way from anxiously waiting for CFAX to update." Remember CFAX? "Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Winter well, everyone." Ah, CFAX. David Collicott, who normally tweets the Yorkshire commentators. But of course Yorkshire's game is already finished. That's why Warwickshire are desperate to win this game and send Yorkshire down. At Silent Sport, David says, "As a brand new Hampshire fan," oh yeah, in brackets formerly of Yorkshire, "I'm listening in from Los Angeles, wishing Hampshire all the very best."
He's up early. 10 to 6.
Is it really?
Yeah.
How did you know that off the top of your head?
8 hours, isn't it, LA?
Is it 8?
Yeah.
Probably going on his way to work. Bit of cricket on the way to work. That's nipped back, and it's a leave from Weatherly, obviously quite close. Listening to the reaction, you would have heard that. That did nip back, actually, just looking at the live picture feed. We're just to the right, if we haven't mentioned it, I say just to the right, we're about 6 or 7 pitches to the right. Even though we've got a great view, don't always quite see the amount of movement off the seam. The live picture feed helps. Mativo at Silent Sports says, "Good to hear reminiscing of the 1973 County Championship winning Hampshire team. David Turner and Trevor Jesty." And he's enjoyed our commentary, especially. Thank you very much. 4, and Weatherly plays and misses now. That's the ball that angles in, hits the seam and straightens. That's the real danger ball, as if there wasn't enough coming out of the hand of Liam Norwell. That is a serious delivery, and Weatherly will be relieved that that's gone past the outside edge. 27 for 2.
Jaffa. Absolute Jaffa.
Wasn't it?
Wow. Yeah, you're unlucky not to draw an edge with a delivery like that. Henry Brooks is showing the first signs of warming up. You got this here, haven't you, really, with Liam Norwell, that they've got to be careful. I know it's the last game of the season, but you don't want to cause him an injury. He is short of work. May also be that Will Rhodes, if he brings Henry Brooks on, wants the 3 of them to carry the majority of the load until such point that there's not a lot of help with this new ball. There's some dark cloud overhead at the moment. As Adam Dolby comes in from the Birmingham end, and he's steered out towards point by Gubbins, and there's no run. The darlings of the BBC one-day coverage in the late 70s were Essex and Northants. You saw an awful lot of Essex and Northants.
Was there?
So, again, falling in love with the game as a primary school kid, watching Alan Lamb when he was still an overseas player. He was brutal when he first arrived on the scene at Northants, or watching Ken McEwen batting for
Kenny McEwen.
Essex. God. I mean, they were worth watching with Graham Gooch as well, Norbert Phillip, the big all-rounder, the other overseas.
Norbert Phillip, yes, I remember facing him a few times. Right arm over, decent pace, wasn't he?
Yeah, big strong guy.
Yeah.
John Lever, of course, wily left armour. Fine England player. Hannon Dolby in, just back of a length, turn around the corner for a single, 28 for 2. And I mention these reminiscences for a reason, in that's part of, as a young cricket fan, and whatever formats we're going to get in professional cricket in England the next few years, whatever the priorities are, it's those characters that catch your imagination when you're growing up. There would have been a generation for whom it was watching Kevin Peterson bat, or Andrew Flintoff's heroics. Every generation has the players that catch your eye and make you want to play the game or watch the game, and they stay with you forever.
Yeah, agreed.
You need to think of public watching Hampshire now, watching James Vince. He'll have been a hero for a generation of Hampshire fans. Alan Dolby ball's just back of a length. A quick single, and they've judged that well, actually. Weatherly pushing it into the offside, and as quickly as the fielder came in, and it's Ethan Brooks, Gubbins was always going to get home there. That was very well judged. 29 for 2. If we are going to get a shower this afternoon, it might be soon, because the cloud that's appearing just to the left as we look out to the wicket is going to rain somewhere before too long. It's very dark, that particular area. So the Dolby balls again to Gubbins. A very wristy flick through mid-wicket, wide of Henry Brooks, and that will be 4 more. That was the most authoritative shot so far played by Nick Gubbins.
Wow.
33 for 2.
Love that. If I was the next batter coming in, well, it's James Vince, I don't think he needs to worry too much, but you see a shot like that, ball just short of a length, and he's right on top of the bounce there and flicks that away. Really almost disdainfully. I love that shot. I'm not sure too many Warwickshire supporters will have done, but I did.
Technically, it's a really good shot. 106 more runs required for victory for Hampshire. 8 wickets required for Warwickshire to save their immediate future in Division 1. And Dolby to Gubbins, and from what looked like he was going to try the same shot and didn't quite get it right. He hit it straighter, and it was in the air for a little while, but it only went halfway towards Danny Briggs, who's at mid-on at the moment. Didn't make the contact he was hoping for with that one, Gubbins. He then takes a fresh guard because Hannon Dolby doesn't do this too often necessarily, the left-handers, but he's going to come round the wicket where he has got that ability to angle it in and try and move it away. Trying to get those 3 slips in the cordon into the action. Into bowl now, well outside off stump. That's going to be left alone by Gubbins. And that was at the end of the over. Was there a player for you that you sort of saw and caught the eye, or did you not see a lot of cricket before you found yourself playing?
Oh no, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, I was interested in cricket loads. I don't think I wouldn't have gone into it if I wasn't. But was there people that caught my eye? I think quite a few really, because I mean in those days, a lot of cricket was free to air, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
So you always got the chance. I've said before, actually, I remember one time at my junior school that we were allowed to go into the school hall and watch a morning's test cricket once. I mean, who would have thought of that? It's a school.
Great idea.
Yeah. So quite a few of us did. Length ball from Liam Norwell, start of a new over. It's gone out towards extra cover. Weatherly is the batter. I mean, remember that? What was the little Indian medium pacer that had a little bit of a windmill action? Obviously not Bishop Berry. He was left arm spinner. He was very medium pace and very small. And I remember seeing him in this school hall bowl, and I used to think that's a lovely little action. Oh gosh, what was his name? Hopefully somebody will tell me at SolentSports@SolentCricket@gmail.com. It was almost like a two. You said his name was a 2-prong thing. And he's playing into his pads there for drive, whether he was trying to drive through the covers.
What sort of year were we looking at?
Oh, that would have been, well, when was I at junior school? Early 70s probably. While you're looking at that, Aid Smith at Solent Sports says, I'm enjoying a drink for every winter well. So winter well. Kevin the team, that's Aid, who's the Adidas T20 inflatable games man. Yes, I know Aid, I met you at Taunton as well, doing virtually something similar. Thank you very much. Paul Barnes at Solent Sports says, many thanks Kev for all the Hampshire and the Southern Vipers commentaries. Yeah, that's great, thank you. And yeah, I'm quite proud that our station does. So right voice right to the pad, that looks out. Oh yeah, the finger's going up, and that is most definitely out. Joe Weatherly gets a full delivery, which he tries to work through mid-wicket. He's trying to hit that 2 square. That ball angled in late, and Weatherly goes for 10. And Hampshire, as I always suspected, are finding this total of 139 not as easy as maybe 1 or 2 thought. They are 33 for 3.
Yeah, they really needed that, but that was very full, and that left no doubt for the umpires. It didn't have far to travel. He was pinned on the crease, really, Joe Weatherly, and he didn't look for the decision. He didn't need to because he could hear the reaction, but I don't think he was too surprised that he was gone, so he's gone for 10. So 33 for 3. 106 required, and we're coming to sort of the most crucial point of the game in a way, because if they can smuggle James Vince out quickly, that would make an enormous difference. Without going too far googling, the only name that's just popped up to me in my head, was it Chandrasekhar?
No, it's I've got one here from Adrian Thomas. Abid Ali.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that sounds right actually.
Oh, well done, Adrian. Excellent. I love that. Well done, team, to get that up so quickly.
Yeah. Really, I mean,
okay.
he would just very medium pace, but a nice little side-on action. It's funny, isn't it? It's little things, you know, as a young kid that just caught my eye.
I'm talking about sort of 70s, and it might go back to the 60s a little bit. Steve Williams, who might have been watching Warwickshire a bit longer than me, mentioning Bill Blenkiron, Norman McVicker. Yeah, I mentioned John James, and Lance Gibbs is before my time. And I did see Derek Murray play a couple of times when I was just 5, but I don't remember that much about him.
Derek Murray, what would he have done?
Well, he was the West Indian wicketkeeper who...
oh, of course, he was here.
Yeah, I mean, Kalitcharan and Murray were all here simultaneously. Gibbs had been here slightly earlier. Yeah. But thank you to Steve Williams for getting in touch with those names as well.
Yeah. Actually, no, it wasn't Abid Ali. Stuart Pascoe has come up with the right answer at Silent Sport. Madan Lal.
Oh, Madan Lal, yeah. I remember him.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, and also thank you, Adrian. There obviously wasn't Abid Ali, but that wasn't the one guy I was thinking of.
Madan Lal.
Madan Lal, yeah. That's the one. Madan Lal.
Kapildev would soften you up, and then Madan Lal, you get your
is Vince to face Norwell? Vince has got inside edge there, and that's dangerously close to the leg stump, and he's racing the way down to fine leg. But this is superb stuff here from Liam Norwell. He's keeping Warwickshire in the game here. He may just be keeping Warwickshire in the First Division. He's trying his hardest, and he is causing the Hampshire batters to be a little bit uncomfortable out there in the middle. This is as I said earlier, no walk in the park.
Well, if that is nicked onto the stumps, then it really would have been game on, wouldn't it? It would have been a huge moment. As it is, it's 37 for 3, and Vince is off the mark.
Yeah. I love this one from David Coleman. There's Norwell bowls, and Vince gets wrapped on the pad there, trying to work that away. David Coleman at Silent Sport says, talking about watching sport at school, in 1972, my teacher took us out of lessons to see Pele play for Santos against Sheffield Wednesday, when the game was played in the afternoon due to the miners' strike, meaning no floodlights. I love that.
Blimey. I mean, that's different class, that is, isn't it? Different class.
Madan Lal, Pele.
Well, that is exceptional.
That's good. I love that. Cool. That's a bonus, isn't it? Here comes Norwell again to Vince. Vince drives thick outside edge. Oh, I thought he was caught at backward point there for a minute. That's a great stop. Mativo's back on the tweet at Silent Sport. He says, thanks for reading my tweet earlier. It's been a great summer of county cricket. Come on, Hampshire. Going to miss it. 2023 will be Hampshire and Portsmouth's year, says Mativo.
Well, I mean, that's optimism, isn't it? Well, you know, we were talking earlier that Hampshire's window for winning the championship but may expire in the next year or two, because you look at that astonishing array of veteran seam bowlers, and there will come a point. Mind you, we've been saying that about Anderson and Broad for years. Some people do defy time, and Mohammed Abbas looks like he could bowl like he does for another 15 years. It's just so... It's brilliant. The economy of his approach and everything about it is so consistent. I will break off a report during this over, but it's going to be Henry Brooks to bowl for the first time in the second innings. Took wickets yesterday, but at some expense, 3 wickets in all, and he's nudged up to wide mid-off for a single straight away by Gubbins. And it would be interesting to see whether Vince is as aggressive against Brooks as he was yesterday, as it gets really quite dark overhead. The rain cloud, it is going to pass over in the next 15-20 minutes, but Warwickshire will hope that it doesn't drop anything on its way. I think that's kind of the issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would suit Hampshire having a break now, because whilst the ball is still moving around a little bit, Liam Norwell's probably due a break.
Yeah, it could liven up the surface as well. You never know if it was a short interruption. But Brooks in once more to bowl to Vince, who's cutting this beautifully for 4 through points. That just stood up and begged to be hit, and he had no issue with that. Vince, he's put it away beautifully, out for 98 in the first innings, and he's off to a bit of a flyer in the second. He's already on 8, and the score 42 for 3. So the update coming up in a few seconds' time, probably around the time. Here in Edgbaston, Richard Wilford with you, where Hampshire are 42 for 3, chasing what is a small target of 139 to beat Warwickshire, but the Bears have bowled well with the new ball. Felix Organ was caught behind off a ball outside off stump from Hannon Dolby that just nipped away from him a bit. Holland left a ball from Liam Norwell that cannoned into his off stump. He was gone for 3, and Weatherly went a few minutes ago, trapped LBW by Norwell, who then saw a little nick from James Vince, just missed leg stump. That could have been a huge moment. 139 the target, Hampshire 42 for 3. I think I tried to invest enough drama into that there. That was, in a moment I'll make way for Phil Britt, because he's emerged for the first time since lunch. They may have had a big run on the museum, where and Brooks rather has dropped short again, and this time in front of square. He helps himself, James Vince, and as yesterday, this is a loose start from Brooks. This is a little bit of help yourself bowling. He's got that bit of extra pace, but at the moment his length is all awry.
This is where you need a top backup seamer here, don't you, in this situation? 3 early wickets gives you a bit of hope, and Brooks is just taking the pressure off here a little bit, isn't he?
And Vince could carry this game away really quickly given the opportunity as well. We know that about him. He's not going to die wondering, is he? He's going to play his game, punish anything. And they've got to set the field for the bad ball now. They've had to leave a fielder out deep in the covers. And this time he's whipped off his pads. It'll only be a single down the long leg. 47 for 3. Will Rhodes has got little choice other than to give Brooks another over, I would have thought, to have a look, but he can't allow him too much if he's going to be expensive.
No, it was expensive in the first innings as well. Here's another name, Indian medium pacers from Duncan Holding at Sound Sport, Solkar. Little medium pacer that kept getting boycotted. I remember Solkar.
Gubbins forward in defence, pushes out into the offside end of the over. 92 more runs required by Hampshire to secure second place in the County Championship. Warwickshire needs 7 wickets to remain in the first division of the County Championship. In a moment, Phil Britt will be joining Kevin James.
More on school trips. Adrian Thomas loved this one as well. At Silent Sport, he says, in 1972, our school took us to Somerset against us, the Australians, at Bath. And in the same opponents at Bath in 1975, and in 1971 we went to Bristol to see Gloucestershire against Somerset. Wow, what a school that must have been. Any excuse to get out of class and make a trip to a sporting event, a cricket event. What a school that was. Phil Britt, hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's a little darker there, not just because Phil Britt's in next to me, but just that's the weather overhead. As Norwell comes in and bowls to Vince. Vince, from fairly straight, works that down to fine leg. Run the first one quickly. He's going to take the throw on of Hannon Dolby. Throw comes into Davies, who absolutely mullers a throw at Liam Norwell at the bowler's end with his, I was going to say with his glove on. It wasn't. The glove was already taken off. 49 for 3. Then Hampshire need another 90.
I think the worst thing Warwickshire in there trying to get these wickets is to see James Vince suddenly arrive at the crease and with a small total to get. If he bats as he did in the first innings, then I think they'll be on their way very quickly. The one thing about it, he's not going to hang about. He'll score Well, I'm not sure how long we're going to be on for, you know.
Yeah, need to get him early. Full, that's driven, well stopped by his boots. At the same time, it goes straight into his hand as well. Lovely skills there from Liam Norwell. But he is into his 7th over. I know it's the last innings of the season, and Warwickshire need really to have as much out of him as possible. But is there really much more left in the tank from somebody that hasn't bowled that much?
You're not going to have a lot, is there?
No.
Disappointing, I think, the way Henry Brooks has come on at the Birmingham end, just watching the couple of overs. It's much too short. It's almost like he's trying to get the pace, and in so doing has lost the length, and it's sitting up and just being picked off.
You can't do that to James Vince, can you? That's short. Vince pulls that away. It's in the air, going to Hannah Dolby. He's underneath it, and he takes it. He's taken it down at fine leg. Vince tried to scoop it away on the leg side. It was a huge top edge. It went high in the air. And look at the Warwickshire fielders there, mobbing Hannon Dolby. And Vince has gone for 15. 49 for 4. Ooh, that feels as though survival's a little closer for Warwickshire.
Well, I did for James Vince. Talk him up and he's out straight away. And it was in the air a long time, that ball. Hannon Dolby down there. Unusual place to get a catch in that position. But he got underneath it as he tried to flick it away. And Norwell had just enough left in the tank to get that really important wicket. Well, it's still game on. And Warwickshire, one thing about them, they're not going down without a fight.
No. Well, that's given a different complexion to everything,
hasn't it? Has. It certainly has. If you were going to pick somebody who you'd want to go, then James Vince would be number 1 on your list from the Hampshire batting.
Ben Brown is the new batter for Hampshire, and he hasn't been in the best of form in the last couple of games. He was out for 9 in the first innings, out to Liam Norwell. Didn't score too many last week against Kent. He's in the side as a batter effectively now with Donald keeping, because looks like Ben Brown's finger injury isn't really hasn't sufficiently healed for him to continually keep behind the stumps with the ball pounding the gloves. So this needs to be a little bit of a better innings from him than we've seen in the last 3.
I think Warwickshire would settle for continuation of the run of form he's in.
I'm sure they would, Phil. I'm sure you'd love it.
I'm completely neutral.
Of course you are.
49 for 4.
Yeah. But I did see that wry smile of yours when that ball went in the air off Vince. Here we go. It's quite dark out there at the moment as Norwell comes into Brown. He's on the back foot to a fairly full delivery. One or two of the Warwickshire fielders there got a little excited when they saw the position that Brown got himself in playing that one.
Ollie Hannon Dolby down there must have had thoughts going through, I've got so long to look at that ball coming down. If I drop this one, then really is going to be, how do I explain that back in the dressing room?
I agree with you. I think you're right. All the time the ball was in the air, it's one of those that he had to take it.
Yeah.
To keep the energy levels high for Warwickshire, he had to take it, didn't he?
If that had gone down, it I think would have been like a balloon going down.
I agree. Short, and Ben Brown's trying to pull that one, and he gets off the back of the bat, and it almost carried to Alex Davis.
Yeah, Davis, I think for a second thought he'd got it, because his initial reaction was sort of a triumph, but then realised no. Good keeping actually at the end of that, because that wasn't an easy ball to take. So full credit to Davis, who's kept pretty well in this game.
Yeah, he always looks lively behind the stumps, doesn't he?
He doesn't keep normally, but Michael Burgess had the gloves throughout the summer.
Yeah.
And Davis has been out in the field.
49 for 4, 139 is the target really for both these sides, because Warwickshire need to keep it down below that. Here is Norwell comes in, and Ben Brown leaves that one alone. That is really close to the off stump. Wow, Liam Norwell, what a game he's having.
So just re-watching that.
Oh, awesome in the first innings, just as awesome in the second.
I think it's raining. There was a bit of drizzle on the one side of the ground. The ground staff was sat on the hover cover. Oh no, perhaps not. Perhaps we misread that.
Just soaking it in.
Yeah.
Maybe they start to believe.
New over. Brooks comes in to start his new over. That's a better length, and it's left by Gubbins.
Yeah, Brooks Brooks has got such an important job to do here. He was expensive in the first innings. He is tall, he gets bounce, he will get movement, but he's just not quite as consistent as he should be. That first over went for 10. Can't afford too many overs more like that. Because I think he's a good bowler, this guy. I think he potentially, it really does bowl wicket-taking balls, but there's too much in between.
Yeah. He's in again, bowls. This is driven, but and Dolby there. The ball hit at him, but it goes straight through his legs. They're going to get back for 2 runs, so slight misfield there from Oliver Hannon. Dolby allows Gubbins to get a couple more. He goes on to 17. That was the sort of ball which 9 times out of 10, well no, 99 times out of 100 you would stop, but that just happened to be the odd one. It brings up the 50 for Hampshire, 51 for 4. And there's Brooks again on his way to the left-handed Gubbins. He's in and bowls, and Gubbins drives firmly into the offside, but can't be tumbling mid off extra cover, and there's no run.
Is that Will Rhodes there?
Yeah, skipper out there. Yeah. The light is not brilliant. There's overhead at the moment. There's a dark, well, it's a black cloud. It's not quite dark, it's black. Here comes Brooks in, bowls. Gubbins runs this away to cover point and sets off for the run and makes it comfortably. Good response there from Ben Brown. 52 for 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, if that figure that was bandied around this morning that Warwickshire wanted to get around 170 ahead, I'll tell you what, if they did that, God, that really would have been, well, it is hard work now, 87 needed, but you had another 40 on top of that. Whew.
In fairness, though, the bowl, I thought the Hampshire bowled really well this morning. They didn't allow Warwickshire to get after them at all. Rhodes tried, just break off as Brooks is in and bowls, and this is more runs. Glanced away down the leg side, just drifting onto leg stump, and Brown helps himself. It's a full delivery, and Brown just moved across and just angled it away down to fine leg. The runs continue to come here off Henry Brooks, and that will be a worry, I think, for Will Rhodes, that his third main seamer is leaking too many runs in a game where they haven't got runs to play with. He's in and bowls, and Brown drives straight out to Bethel at extra cover, who stops the ball and does some limping and afterwards, whether it banged him on the knee or something, but anyway, it was a no run. Henry Brooks takes his sweater, so his 2 overs, of course, 17, which in the context of the game is a big leakage, isn't it, of runs. 56 for 4 off 15, and 17 have come off those 2 overs from Brooks.
So I suppose Rhodes decides whether, for him to come on, himself to come on and take Brooks off, or keep Brooks on. Would that be the next option, do you think?
I think he's probably going to be forced into that. Yeah. Then whether he then has to use, because he's going to have to use Hannon Dolby and Norwell, I think, in tandem, in a sort of leap coming on for one another, and probably bowl them more they'd want to be.
3 for 16. Norwell starts the 8th over of this spell. He's wrapped on the pad there. Is Gubbins. That's a hopeful, stunted appeal. 56 for 4. It has got a lot darker very quickly, but I think that cloud's going to disappear soon.
The only thing I'd say with that, Gubbins came down the wicket, but came across his wickets, and when the ball actually hit him, it was. But I think he was so far down by the time that the umpire wouldn't be able to actually determine whether it was going to hit the stumps or not. And I think it was a hopeful one, but I think there was some hope there for him.
Well, great stuff from Liam Norwell so far. 3 of the 4 wickets that have fallen. Rhodes obviously wants Norwell to keep going and be in the last afternoon, and so much on it for Warwickshire. I suppose he can always get a few more overs out of him than otherwise he would.
Well, he's got a few months ahead of him to get his breath back, hasn't he?
A few months in the gym. Norwell bowls. Length ball to Gubbins, who pushes that out on the offside. Trying to get through some nice messages as well as we're coming towards the end of the 2022 season. We've had lots of nice emails and tweets in, Phil, over the last few hours, and of course over the last couple of days or so. Glenn Hearsey is joining in, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, listening from behind the metaphorical sofa, we were talking about that earlier, just like I remember watching some mothers do have them as a small child, the episode where Frank Spencer knocked his house down. Desperately want Hampshire to get these points to confirm runner-up spot. Third would be disappointing, I agree it would, and I know it doesn't sound a lot outside of Hampshire, but I think that would mean a lot. Here's Norwell, bowls, Gubbins is forward, pushes that up to mid-on. Thanks for yet another wonderful summer of coverage. Didn't get to utilise my membership at Hampshire as much as I'd have liked, hoping to rectify that next year for hopefully a championship winning season. Winterwell, Aid, take note of that. Every time there's a Winterwell, Aid takes another drink, so there's another Winterwell. Kind regards, says Glenn. Thank you very much.
You get a lot of correspondence, don't you?
Yeah, it varies actually,
Yeah.
Phil. Yeah, it was, well, I was probably at fault the first couple of days. I probably didn't read out as, well, we didn't get that many, but I didn't read them all out. I think sometimes where the difficulty is, outside the off stump and that's left alone, when you're talking about something, and then I appreciate that my fellow commentator wants to talk about something as well, and then, you know, and very quickly you find that the topics change, don't they, throughout, and then of course if the game's changing, then you've kind of moved on, and then I've missed one or two messages, and I think, shall I read them out and go back half an hour or an hour, or I might have come off commentary for an hour. And I've been honest with you, sometimes I think, no, that's not the right thing to do.
Right,
whereas some commentators will still go back to the subject we were talking about 2 hours. So if I've missed any out over the season, I apologise to everybody.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. We don't get very much correspondence. In fact, we get none at all.
Oh, that's a shame. Length ball forward is Gubbins, that goes up to mid-on.
No.
Oh, that's a shame, Phil.
No,
You're still very popular in my eyes.
It's. I don't think anybody from Warwickshire listens to us, but no, we don't get very much. I think the main Twitter feed has quite a lot of tweets going to the Warwickshire one, but they don't come through to us here at all.
Oh, right, okay.
They go. They're sort of between the people doing the Twitter. The tweeting, and it goes backwards and forwards, but as commentators we don't get very much.
Well, it'd be nice to link that up next year, wouldn't it, maybe? Yeah. Norwell runs away from us outside the off stump, 2 bounces through to Alex Davis on that occasion. Does that mean Norwell might be having a bit of a break? 56 for 4 here. We've still got 56 overs potentially in the day, so we'll get a result one way or another.
I don't think we're going to need 56 overs. Main thing is we're not going to bowl 56 overs, even if we needed them, because the light's not going to hold. That's for sure.
No, I agree.
And as we've not seen any slow bowling at all. Well, we've got it right, I'm afraid, from Henry Book's point of view. He's out of the attack, and I think, in all honesty, I don't think that Will Rhodes was left with a huge amount of choice there. He had to block that end up, because another couple of overs could really have tipped the scales very much in Hampshire's favour. At the moment it's quite nicely balanced, but Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's got the 1 wicket, he's back into the attack. He bowled half a dozen overs in his first spell, and he'll be back on at the Birmingham end.
Talking about the Warwickshire Twitter feed, Brian Halford, who does a lot of articles, doesn't he, for the Warwickshire?
He's a club journalist.
Yeah, Warwickshire have retweeted a picture just a few moments ago of the black cloud over the ground.
This one is dug out down to deep square leg by Brown for a single off the first ball. The big black cloud, which is, see, if you're on tweet, you can tell we don't tell lies on commentary. That's black, isn't it?
Yeah. But that was a few minutes ago, and that's already gone, isn't it?
Yeah. We gave it a nasty look, and it went. Yes, I think we were lucky with that one, that we didn't get. I think that's the ground staff have gone back in pretty much now as well off the hover cover, but I think they were worried that was going to cause an interruption in play. Gubbins waits, the left-handed Nick Gubbins, and plays this one from Hannon-Dolby back into the onside, and there's no run. Gives him a bit of a stare there, Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah, what's that going on there?
No, there's something there, isn't it? He's usually quite a mild person. You don't very often see Oliver Hannon-Dolby. I wonder whether they're going to stand up to the stumps, because Gubbins has been coming down and playing it. That one in off Norwell in the previous over where the shout for LBW, he was on whether Davis is going to go and get a helmet and stand up and just put him off.
Yeah, I mean,
Trap him in his crease.
yeah, and I can understand Hannah Dolby there a little bit, just mimicking Gubbins there, just a fraction. I mean, it's only a little thing, that sort of thing goes on quite a bit, but it's the enormity of the situation, isn't it, really, as we get towards the close of this game.
He might have been talking, not to Gubbins, he might have actually been talking to Alec Davis behind the stumps. Possible. I'm trying to put this in the nicest way.
Oh no, there's nothing horrible out there. It's you do that sometimes as a bowler. You just sort of stare at where you think they should be hitting it, and it doesn't. And little thing. I mean, it's only little. It's minor, but you can pick it up if you're watching the live pick feed.
And Alex Davis has now got the helmet. He's been, and he is indeed going to stand up to try and prevent Gubbins coming and using his feet and playing the quickies on the march. As Hannah Dolby is in, and this one is nicely played away into the offside to a wide mid-off, and Gubbins sprints through for the single. He plays the shot and moves straight away. He had quite a good season, Nick Gubbins, hasn't he, for Hampshire?
Yeah, he has. Yes, I mean, first and foremost, you're right. Over 700 runs at 35, which is actually a decent return, isn't it? When you think that career-wise he averages 34, you're getting what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
So absolutely fabulous from that point of view. Has he scored the weight of runs in the second half of the season, as I think he should have done?
And Dolby bowls, and Brown runs it away into the offside. There's no run.
Maybe not. I think you'll be a little bit disappointed with the run-in for him. I mean, he scored 2 fabulous hundreds in the game against Lancashire. Even Dane Vellas was moved to say that it was 2 of the best innings he'd seen for quite a while. But I think his scores over the last 5 or 6 games, I mean, a half century against Yorkshire at the Aegeus has never really been backed up, and that was back in June.
Right.
So he's been he's not really sort of managed a decent score since then.
And Dolby in bowls. Brown runs that one away out to cover point, and again there's no run.
And I think that's been the case of the Hampshire batting this year, where most of them are sort of averaging around their career, which is fine because nobody's having a poor season, but nobody's gone past that. I mean, Brown averages 40 career, he averages 40 in the season. Vince is 38, 39, he averages 39 this year. Gubbins I've just mentioned. They're all just doing what they do, but nobody's really come out and said, well, that's been a good year for them, unlike the bowlers.
Yeah. And Dolby in, bowls, Brown defends into the offside. Good over from Oliver Hannah Dolby on the mark, making the batsman play. And just a couple of singles to Hampshire, 58 for 4. I think Nick Gubbins was on loan to Hampshire last season, and when they came here, I think he got a duck here. Certainly one of the innings was a duck, as it has been in this game.
Yeah.
And when I then saw that Hampshire had taken him on, during the winter I was a little bit surprised because I didn't think he'd set the world alight on the loan period. But I suppose he's done a useful job without, as you say, without being spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's 28 now. I think the feeling was that his career at Middlesex was, let's say, stalling a bit. You could argue that it certainly wasn't going forward. Maybe he was a little bit stale or whatever. Sam North East, the situation there was, it wasn't working out. I think in the end it became a natural swap.
Yeah.
Gubbins in, experienced player for an experienced player, and I think on the whole it's worked. I know Sam North East has got a couple of really big scores, quadruple 100, didn't he? Will Rhodes is in the attack with his right arm medium paces, as that's bowled to Gubbins, turns that away on the onside. So I don't think Hampshire have noticed any difference in that sort of, well, he's batting number 3 Gubbins, but in that area, it's been very much a like for like. But as I say, I think when you look back on the season, it would have been nice that if one of the batters had just gone above and beyond. Hayne has done well, over 1,000 runs. Hampshire just haven't been able to match even just one of those, and you have had good batters that have backed that up.
Dom Sibley's had again a relatively good season, not quite 1,000.
Rhodes bowls, Gubbins works that away, but straight to mid wicket.
But Warwickshire's problem has been just haven't taken enough wickets, and
No.
they have been, as we were saying earlier in the week, hugely expensive in terms of how many runs they've given away this year compared to last year when they won the title.
Yeah. You need if you're going to. Well, I mean, you guys won it last year. It's not for me to say, but you need 3 good bowlers taking your wickets, and then you're right up there. Is Rhodes bowls, length ball to Gubbins, plays that back, and there's no run. I've just got to disappear in a couple of minutes, but I just want to read out a couple of tweets here, if that's all right, Phil. Dave Allen,
Yes,
well, Hampshire. Hampshire's historian at Silent Sport. Assuming this game will not end in a draw, I think you're right there. This will be only the second championship season in which Hampshire have drawn only one game. That was against Lancashire, which was rained off on the 4th day this season. The only other was our first season in 1895, when we also lost 9 of 16. So that's the first time Hampshire have drawn one game in a season. That's nice fielding at wide mid-off by Sibley, off Gubbins. So there's another little stat for you. 1895 was the last time Hampshire only drew one game in a season. Chris Dunn at Solent Sports says, I've loved the coverage this year. Thanks for all your hard work, Kev, Melissa and all the crew. Shame Hampshire couldn't lift the trophy. Just a little short on the batting this year. We've just been discussing that. Roll on 2023. There was a stat I looked up actually before the start of play today, and if I can find it, I'll read it out. It's way down the leg side. Trying to flick that away. Davis is smartly across. Hampshire, before the start of this game, and have done for quite a while, 3 of the top 6 bowlers in Division 1 in terms of wickets taken. In terms of the highest number of runs, you go way down the list. Vince is 15th, Felix Organ 25th, Gubbins 29th. There's your difference.
And yet you're still second.
Yeah.
It shows how much the bowling attack has done, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Yeah, it does. You've got to take 20 wickets, Phil, haven't you? No matter how many runs you score.
Yeah.
Enough, not enough, whatever. That's wide of off stump. Gubbins leaves that one alone. End of the over. 58 for 4. Then Hampshire with Brown on 5. Gubbins has 19. Remember, 139 is what Hampshire need. Another 6 wickets is what Warwickshire need.
That's been Warwickshire's problem this year. They have not taken, apart from the Essex game, I can't think of another game where they took 20 wickets.
Really?
And games here, there's been a lot of games which really never got beyond the first innings. That on the 4th afternoon, we were either just finishing it or still in the first innings. And the pitches have flattened out a lot here during the course during the games. It was a little bit early on, but soon went.
Yeah.
And we thought in the match, the last home game against Somerset, that game would never go 4 days. Hannon Dolby in bowls, beats the outside edge of Brown's bat as he pushes forward. Yeah, wickets were tumbling, Somerset wickets were falling on the first day. It looked, we bowled them out quickly, and it looked like the game would be a bit like the Essex game, that weekend. But in the end, it went for 4 days.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the scores in that. 219 Somerset. 196 you guys.
Yeah.
340 for 7 declared, 256 for 6.
Yeah. That's Hannon Dolby in bowls off the outside edge. He runs it down to third man, where Sibley comes racing around and just keeps Brown down to a single. 59 for 4. Brown on with that single moves on to 6. Gubbins is on 19. Kevin just leaves us for a while, and Richard will come back in. Would you like your computer over, Richard? There we go, so just doing, we have to keep changing here as we move in and out. We have to move machines around and headsets around.
Yeah, these synchronised manoeuvres are fine, but I've forgotten my nose clip to do them properly.
And Dolby ran the wicket bowls, and this is flicked away down behind square on the onside. Again, Sibley does the fielding. Single this time to Gubbins. He goes on to 20 and just ticks another run off the requirement. 60. So trail just needing a further 79 to win.
Problem that Warwickshire and Will Rhodes has had with Henry Brooks expensive again. You just haven't got that backup to the 2 new ball bowlers you've bowled so well, and that makes it very difficult now with so little to play with.
Hannah Dolby in, bowls, Brown again will get a run, flicking it away into that vacant gully area, runs down to Sibley, who again fields, but again just a single, but just ticking along, just bringing that required total down. Warwickshire desperate to get another wicket to keep their hopes of the great escape. The music hasn't started at all yet, but the record's on the record player just in case.
I did have to use the Great Escape in my morning tweet today. There was no way you could avoid it. It was that they've given themselves a chance at 2:30 on the final day is pretty impressive.
Yeah. Here's Hannah Dolby in, bowls, and Gubbins stoutly behind that, runs it up to mid-on, and there's no run. The sun comes out, all that black clouds, whilst there's a lot around. If you look over to the city, there's some real dark clouds over there, but it doesn't look like there's any rain on the horizon. You can usually see it against the buildings when there is rain, but it looks at the moment as though everything's still pretty clear. No, we've got sunshine as Hannah Dolby's in, Gubbins on his toes, running it away into the offside. Again, Hannah Dolby right on the mark and economic. But, as you quite rightly say, Will Rhodes's options are a bit limited. He doesn't have another seamer he can go to. And it's...
yeah, I mean, you know, for if there was a Mohammed Siraj here as a third seamer, it would make a real difference. If there was a Giant Yadav still here as a different type of spinner, poses very different questions to the ones that Danny Briggs does. It's interesting. Ian on Twitter says, Richard, since you don't get the tweets, I don't ask for a lot of tweets really. Here's one from a Yorkie in Woking. It's the first time I've ever listened to a commentary not involving Yorkshire or Woking. See, I was in Woking at the weekend. He spotted that.
Oh, you were there for the football,
I was there for the football, yeah. Never been to Woking before, parked at the leisure centre. Rhodes comes in to start a new over. Brown looking to cut quickly to his left, moves Bethel in the covers to prevent any thought of a single. It remains 61 for 4. 78 required for Hampshire to win. 6 wickets for the Bears to save their bacon. The drama of the final day of the county championship season falls here.
So, was that it? Was that the tweet? There was nothing.
Yeah, there was nothing of great substance to it.
Oh,
but it's just a rare
well,
thing.
thank you very much
tweet.
indeed. I did say we don't get very many at.
Well, you know,
for us.
Rhodes left outside off stump. I don't give out my Twitter handle. You know, you can find me, but it's too much time reading angry football fans. It drags you down after a while. Our colleague Mike Taylor has had an email from David Young saying, thanks Mike for all the effort you and the other commentators at the BBC have put into the season. I do appreciate all the work you've done. As you might remember, he says to Mike, I listen via cordless headphones while I'm working outside. As Rhodes approaches again, Brown leaves outside off stump. Add this email to the list of others who fully appreciate the BBC's involvement in county cricket, which I love despite Warwickshire's relegation. hey! Don't know that yet. He says, I used to support Birmingham City as a youth, living in Small Heath and walking to St Andrews, but after a string of years getting educated at various universities, I ended up working for Wolves University and became a season ticket holder with Wolves.
Oh, no.
Dear, oh dear.
How did you do that?
Best wishes to both clubs, roots and all that. Yeah, Rhodes in again. That's a nice line. A lot of pace about it, and dabbed into the offside by Brown moving forward. So there, he's praising Mike's dry sense of humour. There you go.
Birmingham City supporters have a lifetime of misery.
No, the point is that when the joy comes, it's both extraordinary and you have to pinch yourself.
It doesn't come very often, Richard. I've been there since '56.
But they are the last West Midlands club to have won a major trophy,
yes.
as things stand currently at the moment. Rhodes full onto the pads of Brown, who can steer that round the corner for a single, down to Hannah Dolby at long legs, 62 for 4. The light is a touch watery again at the moment. Clouds not quite as dark as they were earlier, where a little bit of rain did fall.
Yes, yeah. In fact, I thought we were going to get it. The ground staff were all out, but they've gone all back in again now, and it did get very, very dark overhead.
Is the ground staff all out? Does Warwickshire win? Is it? We say all out.
That's about the only thing that can get all out at the moment. There's a lot of them as well, but then you need them when you look and see the size of the covers and stuff. You've got to have a few.
Oh, done a great job this year. Rose round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins. Well outside Austin, it goes through. The amount of cricket that gets played at
49
Test
wickets
grounds.
he's prepared this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an exceptional job. And it's, even though when you've got a couple of hybrid wickets, it's a bit different in terms of what you need to do to prepare, but you've still got to do an awful lot of work
Yep.
to get them right, and racing on and off when you get delays, particularly in international games. I thought they did really well to get the outfield fit for play in time for the start today, after the rain fell at just the wrong sort of times today, and there was quite a lot of standing water in the car park. Then one of the super soppers seemed to blow a gasket. It's currently parked up next to the holly stand. There was a plume of rather blue smoke came off that earlier today.
Oliver Hand-Dolby, with no blue smoke, comes charging in from the Birmingham end, and this one is run away into the offside. He might have to blow a gasket today, because I think he's going to have to do a lot of work over the next hour and a half. 62 for 4. He's just got the one wicket. But,
We've got 35 minutes now till tea. It would look like we're going to go into the final session with this game, one way or another. So you'd have a crack team of masseurs ready for Ollie Hand-Dolby and Liam Norwell, I think.
that's just our commentary team. Yes, Hand-Dolby comes in and bowls, and Brown bends the knees, looking to cut it square, but in the end it gets onto it a little bit early, and the ball, instead of going square and away where he was aiming, goes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
As the Duanis would have used in their material, either end of their show, it's much better to have a crack team of masseurs than a team of crack masseurs, which is an entirely different thing. But there's one cloud there that's going to rain on somebody, but not us by the look of it. It's a little small but very dark cloud. It's like a porcupine.
Dolby in, Brown cuts this one. He gets over the top of this one. That's where he was aiming before. It evades the dive of backward point. Rob Yates. But Dom Sibley, who has been brought into the game a lot over the last 10 minutes of his fielding. His last appearance. This is for Warwickshire. It's before moving on.
No, I'm going to miss Dom. I'm going to miss him. He's talking about people with a dry sense of humour. He has got a dry sense of humour. He's played very well for the county. We had a tremendous Christmas special, the Bears Podblast, with him a couple of years ago, or a few years ago now, in the Frankfurt Christmas Market in Birmingham City Centre, and he was a good sport.
It's Hannah Dolby who in and bowls, who's another one of your regular podcast, I gather, isn't he? Not having listened to one of your
Who is regular?
Hannah Dolby.
He's the co-host. He's not a regular. He's the co-host.
That's regular, isn't it?
He's actually done more of them than I have, because I missed 2 in the first series.
Well, I don't listen to it, as you know.
Well, I know, but a regular. I mean, I'd say he's a bit more than a regular.
Well,
We're partner in crime.
Well, okay. I stand corrected.
He's Calderdale's
I
finest.
definitely won't listen to it now. As Hannah Dolby, the podcaster, comes in from the Birmingham end, and this one is run away to backward point, and there's no run.
Well, it's reasonable to say that Ollie's dog has made a greater contribution to the podcast than I have.
Well, I think the last time I heard you'd got them in boats or something in Camden Hill Park.
No, it wasn't Camden Park. It was at the reservoir.
Oh, was it?
At Bartley Green. But Ollie, Sam Hale and Josh Poysden. 3 bears in a boat. Following year after that, it was 3 bears and a dog.
Was the dog?
Yeah, where Ollie, Tim Ambrose and Adam Hose all brought their dogs to Birmingham Dogs Home. And they did one of those sort of nimble assault courses for dogs.
And Dolby in bowls. And this is the keeper. Goes past the outside edge, end of the over. Davis standing up, takes the bails off. End of another over from the multi-talented Oliver Hand-Dolby, who walks away to go down and feed the dog down at fine leg. 63 for 4. Hampshire, they require 76 more runs to win. It's
Yeah,
checked the scoring, haven't they?
they have slowed the scoring since the departure of James Vince, which was an injudicious shot, but it's the way he plays, which I believe is the modern excuse. But yeah, I mean, look, the game was going to move quickly if James Vince stayed around. He batted beautifully yesterday. As Brown turns the first ball of a new over around the corner from Rhodes, Rhodes puts his hands on his head because he thought that was a bit of an LBW candidate. I think it would have missed leg stump, in truth, looking at it again. But yeah, I mean, Vince yesterday didn't quite get through to three figures, but he was certainly worth 100.
Yeah.
With his batting yesterday, he took a lot of pressure off the team, and then was followed by that outstanding innings of 76 by Keith Barker against his former county. It was an absolute model of a Keith Barker innings, if the truth be known. It was one of those where he doesn't move his feet a lot, but his hand-eye coordination is so good, and the power of some of the drives he played. Forward in defence is Gubbins as Rhodes comes in round the wicket, pushes it out into the offside where it's picked up by Henry Brooks. One of my colleagues who was at the reservoir filming three bears in a boat has just said enjoying reminiscing about that. After we'd come out the boat, it was a dinghy that we did a few laps while they talked over various things.
Sorry, how many people were in this boat? Your colleague, you, three bears and three dogs.
The dogs weren't. The guy who ran the boat centre below, I thought we were bringing actual bears, which would have been a very different story. No, but there was the captain of the boat, the three Warwickshire players, myself and my colleague filming it. Oh, and I think there would have been, I suspect that there would have been a member of the Warwickshire media team. I'm sure there was. Rhodes comes in again, and it was a bit flat-footed from Gubbins, so he flicks it up towards mid-on.
I thought you were in one of those things, where they say number 32, you're tired.
No, you needed more room than that. It was a dinghy.
Okay.
Decent sized dinghy, not too big. But afterwards they all had to go at paddleboarding. It was just on the eve of the start of a T20 season. And when Jim Troughton found out, he went a little bit white at the prospect of three of his players being paddleboard. They fell in a few times. Short ball pulled by Gubbins, beautifully placed. He's split the two fielders at deep backward square leg and a forward square leg. It's lovely timing about that. He's been strong on the leg side, Gubbins, in this innings. He's to 24, 68 for 4, 71 runs more required.
Yeah, he picked that up beautifully, didn't it? A rare shorter delivery on leg stump and quickly into position and very comfortably played away. There's no rush for Hampshire. Remember, the draw will be sufficient to get them second place, but they're moving quickly towards the target.
It's not going to be a draw unless the weather intervenes. Straighter delivery from Rhodes. Hasn't got the pace to drop it short, so straighter and fuller. And Gubbins able to play it watchfully out into the offside. Liam Norwell is warming up again. Will Rhodes is only in his third over, but I think Norwell wants to have another burst before tea. There's no point leaving any overs for Norwell and Helen Dolby out on the field today. It is the final day of the season. Mindful of the fact that they don't want to hurt Norwell, damage him. They've been so short of cricket due to injuries. Gubbins comes well forward, full face of the bat, pushes it up to mid-off. Sibley crouches down to pick up the end of the over. 68 for 4, Hampshire. They need a further 71 to win. We have, 25 minutes or so until the tea, and they've also another half a dozen overs. So we're heading into a final session. When Warwickshire will go into the final session still with a chance of staying in the First Division, but that chance could become very, very slim quite quickly. But they've hung around in this game. They made that bold first innings declaration at 272 for 4 on the second evening after more than a day's play was lost to the weather. And today they fell a bit short of where they would have liked to have done with the bat in the morning session. Another 30-40 runs could have been absolutely vital, but they've hung around, Phil.
They have. Oliver Hannon Dolby is continuing from the Birmingham end. He's in, bowls, and Brown leaves this one. Goes through to Alex Davis behind the stumps. No shot offered. So nearly halfway towards the target for the 71 runs required. They've got 68. Warwickshire will think, well, we've got 4 wickets, we're nearly halfway towards our target. But just this partnership just beginning to formulate. It's 19 now, which in the context isn't a lot of runs, but in the context of this game and this innings particularly, it's starting to get above the average. This one is turned away to mid-wicket and there's no run.
They've gone about it very sensibly, these two. They are waiting on the bad ball.
Yeah.
When they have received the bad ball, they've tucked it away. Oh, Tom Rawlings, formerly of the media team, points out that he was present for 3 Bears at a boat, but didn't have boating privileges. I seem to recall there was some filming done from the shore as well. It was an epic production, to be honest.
It sounds like a cast of thousands.
It was like Ben-Hur.
If you've got Tom Rawlings, you must have had a big budget. Hannah Dolby in. This one is turned again to mid-wicket and there's no run. He doesn't come cheap with his expertise.
Oh, somebody on Twitter's going to regret tweeting me in a moment.
68 for 4.
No, seriously, can they regret tweeting me?
Brown is on 10 and Gubbins 24. All these podcasts are still available to listen to.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Alan Dolby comes charging in and bowls, and that gets Brown just changing his mind late on, looking to play it and snatching the bat out of the way.
You know where the pain is about to come for this tweeter when I read it out. David Whitlock said...
Oh, I know David.
Yeah. Did I hear Richard say that Birmingham City are the last team to win a major trophy for the West Midlands? Coventry City are located in the West Midlands, and we won the FA Cup in 1987, says David.
Yeah, we won the Birmingham City
won the League Cup in 2011. Yeah, so David, no, see, that was 24 years earlier.
Yes.
David
does live in the past.
He's fallen down the wormhole.
Yes, Hannah Dolby in, bowls. Brown comes forward and runs this one away into the offside. There's no run.
Gosh.
Still, the cloud's still high. We're still looking round. We're still okay. I don't. And the good sign is the ground staff who have access to the radar and seem to anticipate any rain shower and gather around the hover cover ready to spring into action. There's no sign of them, so that's good. It's just really a question of the light. But the umpires today have pretty much allowed play to carry on at times with some quite dismal background, as this one is through to the keeper. No shot offered. Another tidy over from Hannah and Dolby. 68 for 4. These two just going about their business. They're not being rushed, and as Richard said, they're just waiting for the bad ball, and that's all they need to do.
The warrior Liam Norwell is going to come back on for another spell. The other match still being played in Division 1, a target of 211 for Northants to beat Essex. They're 139 for 7, and that's a stand of 48 for the 8th wicket. So they're giving themselves a chance. Tom Taylor has 25, the veteran Gareth Berg has 29, 3 wickets each for Sam Cook and Simon Harmer. Jake Lintott is coming on as 13th man for the Bears at the moment. In Division 2, Leicestershire 348 for 5 in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 29. Diligent attempt to save the game. Ahmed made 122 and Hill 60. You'd love to see that sort of commitment in the final week of a season.
Yeah.
Norwell round the wicket to Gubbins. Oh, and he drives it off the inside half of the bat, and he clasps the main part of the body of his bat in his left hand and practices a forward push with his right arm. Went up to Lintott at mid-on and there's no run. Sussex 480 for 7, lead Glamorgan by 205. They've done well to save that game. All 198 and Haynes 177. Ibrahim is 48 not out. 4 wickets there for Salter. And those are the only other games in progress before the domestic season is over. No wonder we're all feeling sad. Here's Norwell onto the pads of Gubbins, who defends into the leg side. There are groans. Again, they thought it might go through and be an LBW shout, but Gubbins was getting plenty about on that. Comfortable enough.
Yes, it's all that anticipation as you get through after Christmas. You get through and you start thinking, the season's not that far away, and April comes and you look ahead and you think, wow, there's all this to do, and then suddenly it's gone, and we start into our winter programme from next week.
Norwell full outside off stump, but driving with some authority, Gubbins, but not with any timing. Sibley fields at mid-off, and the next thing is the wait for the fixture list to come out.
That's it.
Which become a bit of a movable feast in recent years.
Well, very late for this season's fixture list, came out very late.
Well, it was already 2022 before we knew the fixtures, wasn't it? We assume we know vaguely what shape the season's taking next year. Then in theory it's meant to be fairly similar to this, but we don't know for sure. Norwell full, that's beautifully whipped through mid-wicket, that'll be 4. That has been Gubbins' strong suit. He's dispatched anything errant on the leg side or in around his pads. And again, that was a very wristy shot, right along the carpet as well. He's to 28, 72 for 4. And Gubbins has batted with as great an authority as anybody in this Hampshire second innings.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, just a little bit too full, and Gubbins took it off his pads and worked it away, and he just waited. He's playing this really well, very clever innings. He's playing anything which is not sure, it's just being pushed back. He's not trying to rush it, and he's just going about his business and accumulating.
Norwell in, bowls around an off-stump line, pushed out towards backward point. I think that's Ethan Brooks' station. They're trying to work out. I mean, we know Sam Haynes off the field. Was it Will Rhodes who nipped off after
yes,
that brief
it was.
spell?
Yes.
So
yeah,
I can't imagine he's going to be off for long.
Jade, that top's on for him. 67 more runs required for Hampshire, or 6 wickets for Warwickshire.
23 this duo have added in 45 minutes. It's been steady. So again, that was a great example, wasn't it, earlier in over, the fact that Gubbins had waited for the loose ball and flicks it across to the boundary. Now he stands up tall to defend up towards mid-off, and Sibley, end of another over, 72 for 4 are Hampshire, with 15-16 minutes through until tea.
So, can Warwickshire get another wicket? Can Hampshire extend this partnership? It will go into the final session, and just to make sure that we don't get disappointed, the umpires are going to have a look at the ball.
Oh.
Just to make sure that we don't forget that this has been a season of ball change. It does seem to have been a little better in the second half of the season, but gosh, earlier on in the season, sometimes 2 or 3 times in an innings, they've had a look at it and decided there's nothing wrong with it, so Oliver Hannon-Dolby's going to have to bowl with it.
My season record was a day at Northampton in the company of Andrew Radd, where in the course of the day's play we saw 7 balls used. So that was a bit extreme.
Well, here's Hannon-Dolby on his way in to try and break this partnership. He wraps him on the pad as Brown comes forward, but despite his pleading and shouting, I can't convince that he was LBW.
There's a good reason why not.
Hit it.
Yeah.
It is a bit of an off-putter.
It looked a double contact from here at first sight, and those of you seeing the feed will see that came off the inside part of the bat onto the pad. It was a pleading appeal.
A pleasing pleading appeal, but not out. So wasn't able to get any response from Russell Warren, as in again comes Hannon-Dolby and bowls, and this one is tucked nicely by Brown away down to square leg, deep square leg, 4-1, just took it off the pads and helped it on its way. Kevin James will join you at the end of this over. He'll come in for me.
You're anxious to get away?
No, I think we ought to have Kevin back on. His public will be baying and sending us letters.
Well, they'll certainly be sending emails. I mean, crikey.
Yeah.
Microsoft have had to put out a warning for the amount that he's received today.
I know, he'll never carry them all home. Gosh, you'll need a sack. Here comes Hannah Dolby in, bowls, and Gubbins plays that one back, and Hannah Dolby rings it. Must have hit him on the end of the finger or something, or unless his hand is still a bit sore from that thump he took yesterday.
I think it's hit him on an already bruised section. I think would be my guess.
Well, I think all the cricketers get the next month, unless they're going off to play in other competitions over the world, but most of them get October off and then return for training in November, which mostly is gym training up till after Christmas. They're in bowls and chap for LBW, and Dan Dolby again this time. Again, is leading for a wicket. It really is Imran Khan, a Tahir type appeal, but didn't get it.
Okay, it's a better shout, but at the point of impact it's outside the line of off stump. If he hadn't played a shot, Gubbins would have been in trouble there, because I think it probably would have hit off stump, but the point of contact is outside off. Good over though, isn't it? He's asking questions. You can't ask any more of him. It's his 11th over of the session.
In he comes again, charging in, and bowls, and Gubbins is running this one, no doubt this time runs this one away into the offside, and there's no run. No pad involved this time.
You fancy they've got to take another wicket before tea?
Yeah.
If they're going to pull off the great escape.
73 for 4.
So if they do take another wicket before tea, Kevin's body language is going to be quite something, because he lives every moment of these games. Remember that drawn match a few years back down at Southampton, and the tension up on the gallery.
Yes, and with bowls, and again right on the mark, and again Gubbins plays it nicely up. Just up to mid-on. It's the end of the over, and I'll leave you with Richard.
Thanks very much, Phil. Yeah, that match down at the Ageas Bowl a few years ago, when Warwickshire were 3 wickets down and needing about 400 more runs going into the final day, and Hampshire were denied by long innings from Ben Mike, who was on loan at the time, Jeetan Patel, who hadn't made a run all summer. I think batted out the last 3 hours for 72. Henry Brooks batted a long time on that occasion, and it was one of those rare final days where play doesn't finish till about 6:35. And I mean, Kevin was on edge. He was like an expectant father when he was between commentary stints. He was pacing up and down. Liam Norwell driving in once more. Oh, and goes past the edge of Ben Brown's bat. Apologies there for the brief moment where you lost us. Don't worry about it. You haven't missed anything. Norwell is in the bowl to Brown again. It's full and he drives it nicely square. That's a good parry. In fact, it'll save all runs. It was Brooks, I think, Ethan Brooks, diving to his right, who pushed it to one side, goalkeeper style. And Jacob Bethel was able to complete the fielding. And it remains 73 for 4. Do an update for the local stations in the West Midlands, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Of course, BBC Solent providing the voice of Kevin James. As ever, giving you coverage of every day of every game in the Caddy Championship. Norwell hits him on the pad, and that is going to be out. That's the wicket they needed before 10. Ben Brown is gone for 11. It's 73 for 5. 4 in the innings for Liam Norwell. A huge moment not long before interval. The Bears scrapping for survival. They're still alive. 66 required for Hampshire, but they're now 5 down.
Wow. Wow. I knew it would be tough. This is just getting a little too close for comfort.
And look at the replay. Brown had got himself into a difficult position there, and once it had beaten the bat, he was in trouble. It's that angle again that Norwell has been bowling at that has so troubled the batsman. Given how little cricket he's played, he's taken 8 wickets for 58 in this match, Liam Norwell.
Just shows you what a good bowler he is, doesn't he?
And he's muscling through, because his conditioning won't be where it should be. There's a 20-minute interval to come up in a moment, and I wasn't kidding when I said to Phil Britt a few moments ago, you'd have a team of masseurs ready for Anand Dolby and Norwell. Anything you can do in the next 20 minutes to loosen their limbs. As an Aaron Donald advances, an irony if Keith Barker has a part to play in this final enthralling passage of this drama. I'll update listeners to the stations in about 30 seconds time, so that'll give all the context of the game. Donald is taking his time. Time is not a huge factor as long as the light holds. That could yet be another part of the story. It's again not particularly bright around this part of the south of Birmingham, just to the south of the city. Gubbins is going well on 28, but he needs a partner. It's Richard Wilford and Edgbaston aware that Warwickshire have just taken another crucial wicket. They must win this game. They've set Hampshire a rather paltry target of 139, but they're now 73 for 5. A 4th wicket innings for Liam Norwell, who was bowled beautifully. Great energy, so much effort, and he trapped Ben Brown in front, LBW for 11. Gubbins 28, Donald just in yet to score. We're closing in on the tea interval. They've still got a glimmer of hope. Hampshire needs 66 more, 73 for 5. And it's Norwell to continue after that report, and he's driven by Donald. Very free drive for the first ball he receives, but he's picked out Rhodes at mid-off, and Rhodes stares at him as if to say, okay, if you want to play that way, carry on.
Well, I'm just thinking that if it had been the 170, 180 mark that Warwickshire wanted Hampshire to chase, I would say you guys are pretty much favourites. I'm not sure what percentage-wise the win is for both these sides at the moment. There's not a lot in here.
Norwell in. Donald wrapped on the pad. It drops out in the offside. And Norwell comes through to pick it up and just flicks it into the hands of Jacob Bethel. No appeal, because that would have been too high. And it may well have struck him outside the line as well. But we'd had a couple of interesting shouts in the previous over from Anand Dolby, second of which was close but just outside the line. Brown looked very much out, looking at the replay, so he departed for 11. They need to be greedy, they need to push for another before the interval. Norwell again full, pushing forward is Donald. Good stride in as he drives the ball up to Will Rhodes again. End of the over. Another excellent one from Norwell, who's taken 4 for 20 in this Hampshire second innings. How he has been missed for the large tranches of this season that he's not been available.
Yeah, that's for sure. It really does. How many more overs you can get out of these two bowling now? The breaks probably come up at a good time for you guys. You're probably going to get 2 more overs in before tea, and that should allow both Anand Dolby and Norwell a few more overs after tea.
I mean, look, you're a pace bowler yourself. To what extent, on a day like this, when you know it's the final day of the season, to what extent can you just about keep going, or at what point do you start to get more and more erratic, really, if you do that?
Well, I think it varies, really. I mean, I don't think there's any set time. Some days it's quicker than others. We're all human beings, aren't we? It's Anand Dolby bowls, Gubbins gets a length ball, plays it out square on the offside, and there's no run. I think the adrenaline here will just keep both these bowlers going as much as anything, and that it's amazing what adrenaline can actually do. Matt Whitehorn, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, thanks for the great commentary this season. It's a shame that Hampshire have fallen short in the county championship and the Royal London One Day Cup. That's right, they were semi-finalists this year. However, I'll never forget how great finals day was, considering how bad we were at Chelmsford a month before. Well, yeah, we weren't great there. I think the problem was the game at the Oval early season. Let's hope for more success in 2023, says Matt Winterwell. Remember that aid? There's another one. There's another drink. Here comes the bouncer with Alex Davis standing up. Doesn't take it cleanly. That is a reference to Aid Smith, who was listening earlier. Said every time he hears the phrase Winterwell, he has another drink. So that's just in case you missed that earlier.
So are we feeling compelled to say it so we can have another one?
I think people are deliberately emailing in now saying Winterwell,
Nice.
just because they want to see Aid Smith under the table.
That's part of being the cricket family.
Yeah,
that
we
is.
love that.
Yeah.
Apologies for breaking away from the cricket from time to time, but of course being the last afternoon of the cricket season, it's nice to read out messages of thanks, really. And,
You have to cut through the tension occasionally, don't you?
Well, you do. It's helping me actually deal with what's in front of me, if I'm honest. As Hannah Dalby bowls and Gubbins plays it into the ground, almost onto his stumps. He played it that late. Alex Davis, surprise, surprise, was going to let the ball go about as far as it would go on its journey. It wasn't very far. Mike Williams at Silent Sports says, with birthdays of Mark Nicholas and Michael Carberry, I know it's Michael Carberry's birthday today, obviously it's Mark Nicholas as well, we could certainly do with them now to get to runners up, and an amazing 10th win of the season. We won 10 county championship matches in 1973, that was the last time Hampshire won, of course, in a 20 match season when we last won the title. Thanks for the commentary, says Mike Williams. There you go. Gubbins drives, doesn't time that as it goes out to wide mid-off, no run.
If they win today, 10 victories from 14 games and not win the title, it is such a statistical quirk, really.
Crazy, isn't it?
You know, I think back to when Nick Knight was captain and Warwickshire won the county championship with 4 wins.
Really? That few?
But I think they drew every other game. But they played the percentages that year, and it absolutely paid off. And it was probably a season that had a bit more weather than this has as well, because many games have been seen through to full 4 days.
And Dolby round the wicket again to Gubbins, leaves that alone. Davis doesn't take it cleanly, but it ricochets off his gloves into the hands at second slip of Dan Mosley. Well, it is an incredible statistic if that's what the outcome of this game will be, and there will be many in years to come. We'll look at the county championship table and say, how on earth can a side that won 10 games out of 14 actually not win it? But I think, if I'm honest, have Surrey been slightly the better side this year overall? I think there's an argument that would go on deep into the evening, but probably Surrey have shaved it. Just obviously the points would suggest they have, but I think 8 points for a draw, is that great? I don't know. Hannah Dalby bowls outside the off stump, and Davis does take that cleanly. End of the over. Are we going to get another over in before the tea break?
Yeah, we are. We'll get one more in. Well, you suggested there should be fewer points for a draw.
Well, I understand why it came in a while ago was because they wanted teams to fight it out, tough it out, rather than just give it away.
Which I think they do.
Well, I do, and I think it's good. I think, I mean, I've already after last week seen many people calculating this, and if this was done on this basis, and when the point were this decided at the end of the season, then Hampshire would come out top. You can make all sorts of different statistics.
But let me tell you,
should come out on top.
Under the rules for this year, and everybody knew what they were.
Yeah, exactly right. No,
exactly.
Yeah. But I think you could just about have some sort of sympathy for a team that wins 10 out of 14, assuming where they win this.
Well, that's where I started.
And doesn't win, yeah.
I did start with that. I think it is a statistical quirk. It's really unfortunate. The thing about the two teams at the top, and it's not a word that is particularly romantic, right? But both extremely efficient at what you do. Surrey and Hampshire are both really efficient, and you've got players throughout the 11, and in Surrey case I think probably a better backup group who know what their roles are in the side, and players who give you a little bit of an X factor.
Yep.
And I think players like Barker and Abbott are always going to give you a bit of an X factor. I think Jordan Clark at Surrey, the balance of the team is helped so much by him. Norwell with what should be the final over of the session. And I thought a moment there that was going to go through, but Donald has turned it well through square leg. Brooks will gather 2 more, 75 for 5 in the 28th over. It was quite straight that, but Donald has an air of a man who is quite confident in the 5 minutes or so that he's been out there. He's got onto the front foot early and with conviction.
It's interesting what you say about the backup, and Surrey have needed a backup, of course, because of the amount of England calls. But Hampshire have only used 14 players in the Championship this season, and one of those, Mason Crane, has played just one game.
Yeah.
So it's effectively 13 players.
That's the interesting difference between the two of them. As Norwell bowls, and he's driven just past his left hand in the follow-through. It did carry. It was never quite a chance. He flung himself at it. They're going to come through for 2 more. 77 for 5. Donald on 4. Oh, for a moment his eyes would have widened.
Yeah,
Would have taken a miracle catch, but
yeah, well, it was in the air. I mean, that's one thing. The thing is with an Iron Donald that I suppose in a way you could say he will settle any nerves, because the longer he's out there, the quicker the game will end. But actually, I'm not sure that it'll help the nerves, because the way they might get to the end won't actually be straightforward.
Once more, Norwell approaches. 4 wickets he's taken. Oh, and that one was because it caught the edge, it caught the pad, it floats down towards Gully and bounces well before him. It's a thick outside edge, isn't it, that's floated up and then died before it reaches the field.
Well,
that was an uncertain jab at the ball from Donald.
It's bounced a bit, isn't it?
You know, to be fair to Surrey, you look at the players that have come in, like Smith, the wicketkeeper, because Folkes being with England, the fact that Tom Laws, Conor McCurr can come in and bowl so well. Warren was a great pickup for them, of course.
Yeah.
Overton's had a great season. There's so much that's gone right for them. Norwell, again full, and turned in the air for a while, 3/4 of the way to Henry Brooks. And Norwell grimaces again. They've had, of course, the presence of Amler in that top order. I know he's not had as good a season as he sometimes does, but when Pope's been available, he, like all the best England batsmen have done over the last 30 or 40 years, you put him back in county cricket and he looks like $1 million, Ollie Pope, particularly at the Oval, where he scores runs for fun. Norwell in once more, and that one goes past the bat into the pad, but it was pushed down the leg side. 1 ball left in the session. But my thesis would be that Surrey have probably got a slightly better batting lineup, and Hampshire have got the better bowling unit with those, you know, I've expressed my admiration for those 3 astonishing senior pros.
Yeah.
And to keep them fit, to have only missed, was it 2 games they've missed between them out of a potential 42?
Well, Abbas missed 1, this one.
And Mohammed Abbas missed 1, didn't he? He went back
Abbas missed 2,
so
okay. Went back to Pakistan.
Barker's played a lot. Yeah. So they've played 39 out of 42 games between them, and they're all in their 30s. It's astonishing. Norwell again, and that's driven square. Should be a single to Briggs, who comes around the cover boundary, and that should take us to tea. And indeed, bats get tucked under arms. 139 is the Hampshire target. They will go into tea on 78 for 5, with Gubbins, who's been steady since he came in, 28 not out. He's been very good off his pads, anything that he can clip through the leg side. And now in Donald, he's sort of confident but sketchy for 5 not out rather, as he is now. But he looks like he wants to get about the business. Going into the final session on the final day of the final round of matches in Division 1 of the County Championship, Hampshire needs 61 runs, which would guarantee them second place in the table. Warwickshire need to take 5 wickets, which will give them another season in Division 1. Incredibly poised, Kevin James.
Well, it certainly is, and yeah, I don't think you can call it. That's for sure. When you think that Hampshire have got to 78 off the back of 28 overs, needing another 61, I mean, even if they do score the runs, they're going to come quickly. And of course, the longer they're out there, the more chance of Warwickshire picking up more wickets.
If the Bears had shown the same fight in every session all season, they may not be facing up to the final hour and a half, 2 hours that they do, in which time this game is going to be resolved. But we will be back with you at 3:30 to pick up coverage of this final session. Hampshire 78 for 5, 139 is the victory target. I'm listening to Sport Extra. Back to Kevin Howells. Well, here we go at Edgbaston, the final session of the season, and if you wanted drama, then certainly we've got that for you. Hampshire need to avoid defeat to finish second, which is where they've been most of this county championship season. Warwickshire quite simply have to win or they're relegated to Division 2, and going into this final session, Hampshire chasing a small target of 139 are 78 for 5. So intriguing position. Nick Gubbins will resume on 28. He's been very watchful so far, but has punished anything loose around his pads. And with him, an Iron Donald, who's on 5. Liam Norwell has taken 4 of the 5 wickets to fall, 4 for 25 in 11 overs. Sterling effort from him. The other wicket, that of Felix Organ, went to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. The other batsman out. Holland, Bob Norwell 3, Weatherly, LBW, Norwell 10. Vince caught by Hannon-Dolby down at long leg off Norwell for 15. He had a long time to think about that ball when it was in the air, but he took the catch. And Ben Brown trapped LBW by Norwell just before the tea interval for 11. The number of overs remaining is not much of an occupational hazard because there are 44 overs left, and certainly with only 61 runs required for victory, that isn't really a factor. The light could become a problem. We've been playing under floodlights all day, although it did get quite bright for a while this afternoon. There is quite a bit of cloud around. It's not quite as dark and heavy as it has been during periods of the day, and there is something like a 15% chance of a shower, although the radar would suggest that the clouds are not too close. So I think that's got us into position. Kevin James will be here very shortly from BBC Solent. He's just updating his local listeners. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. And this is Ollie Hannon-Dolby coming in from the Birmingham end to begin the final session, bowling to an Iron Donald, who chops the ball down. It's straightened on him a bit, and it's picked up at short mid-wicket by Dan Mosley. Just the one slip in place, that's Rob Yates. There's quite a deep gully in Ethan Brooks, a deep point fielder, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, man on the square leg boundary and another on the long leg boundary, and I think this field is set at least partly in the knowledge that Donald is likely to be quite positive. Hannon Dolby is looking for a fairly straight line. LBW has been the most likely mode of dismissal in the last half hour before tea, where there were a number of appeals before Norwell broke through. And this next ball, just back of a length, is struck with no timing into the ground by Donald. And there's no run. Donald still with that slightly idiosyncratic technique of his of lining up about a stump outside leg stump, so you can see everything and a bit more as you approach as a right arm over bowler. And just before the bowling stride, he steps across so everything is in front of the stumps and you can't see any of them. Hannon Dolby again driven straight to short extra cover, who picks up, and there's no run. Jacob Bethel is stationed there. Suffice it to say that if Warwickshire don't take these last 5 wickets and they do get relegated today, it won't be this match that's cost them. You know, it won't be necessarily the weather that has affected this game that cost them. It will be that they will have only won once in 14 games. It's a season-long body of work that gets you into trouble. As Hannon Dolby approaches once more, and he's defended back down the track. Picked up one-handed in his follow-through.
No, Warwickshire have been terrific in this game, and it just makes you wonder, doesn't it, if you play with that same positivity and the same sense of urgency just of a season what might have been. Unfortunately, what's maybe holding them back even here in this situation is they don't really have a third bowler.
Not one that always feels comfortable being able to throw the ball to. As much as Henry Brooks took 3 wickets in the first innings, he was going for 8 and over, and he's been very expensive in the brief spell that he had here. It really is down to Hannon Dolby and Norwell. Hannon Dolby onto the pads of Donald. He turns him down to Norwell at long leg for a single. 79 for 5. I mean, there are one or two things about this match that, you know, we've mentioned many times wistfully. Had Liam Norwell been fit and available throughout the course of the season, then things might have been different. Took over 50 first-class wickets in the summer of 2021, if you count the ones that he took in the Bob Willis Trophy, which surely you should. But has only played like 4 games in the Championship this year. Rob Yates not being used as an opener for much of the season when he got 500s last year opening the batting. For me, that's a self-inflicted wound, because it has messed with the confidence of a very talented young player. And Dolby to Gubbins with the wicketkeeper standing up, pushes forward in defence, out into the offside. There's no run. 79 for 5, 60 required by Hampshire. And Liam Norwell, as much as he's been under-bowled this year because of injury, he's going to try and force his way through. I saw the Warwickshire physio during the interval saying, "Well done, you're getting." He said, "I just wish we'd managed it more often, because he's a great bowler." And I think that sums it up.
Well, he is terrific. Gosh, I mean, you get a season out of him, and you have it off him. So you've got Hannon Dolby already. You get another one fit, or you know, whoever else you have, and a bit like Hampshire, you're halfway there. It makes a huge difference when you've got two. But when you've got 2 bowlers, you just need another one to back them up. So Norwell it is, with 4 for 25 from his 11. 79 for 5 Hampshire. Comes in and bowls to Anarin Donald. Donald just guides that down to third man. That'll be 4. And that's a deathly quiet ground at the moment, because I think with every run that is scored now, they're probably feeling that Warwickshire's fate is sealed. But there is still a bit of a way to go. You have to remember that Hampshire got to 78 off 28 overs. It has not been easy. Norwell, Hannon Dolby especially have made it very difficult, uncomfortable for the Hampshire batters. And there's no reason to think that after a 20-minute break they can make life as uncomfortable for a little while at least. 56 needed by Hampshire here as Norwell turns. Donald is on to 10 now. 2 slips as Norwell bowls, and that bounces and it flicks away behind square on the leg side. It was in the air. They will pick up 2, but Donald there trying to flick that away almost too hard there. Couldn't control the shot, Anybody backward of square leg would have picked it up, but you don't normally have a backward of square leg. You normally have a square leg in front of the umpire. 85 for 5.
And if Donald is still there in half an hour's time, then victory might well be in sight very quickly for Hampshire. He is the next key wicket. As much as Gubbins is set, he doesn't damage Warwickshire's hopes of taking the wickets quite as quickly, if you see what I mean. He doesn't tick the scoreboard over as rapidly.
Agreed. Full Donald drive is called an extra cover. Oh, and Norwell celebrates at that, almost staring at Donald. He's pleased with that. Norwell picks up his 5th wicket, and Hampshire now have slipped to 85 for 5. And that crowd at the far end there, I think they've just started to believe again.
It's a terrific catch in extra cover by Jacob Bethel down by his feet, diving forward, just scooped the ball up. Donald staring at it as if I can't believe that I've hit it there. He looks down at the ground just after playing the shot then. He was determined to be positive, but he's gone too hard, too often in the end at Liam Norwell. And on his comeback to the side, Norwell, 5 for 31 in this second innings, took 4 for 38 in the first innings. It really is outstanding, and again, you're very rueful for how little cricket he's been able to play this year. Talking to him last night, he's very upset that his body has let him down, and the misfortune of that head injury earlier in the season as well. You can't mitigate for that sort of thing, can you?
No. Well, here could be a story. Keith Barker walking out to the middle, with Hampshire needing 54 more runs to win, 85 for 6. And this has been every bit as good a last day as we could have hoped for. Almost expected, really. And it's living up to it. This game can still go either way. Rather more on it for Warwickshire than there is Hampshire, of course, but... well, are Warwickshire going to stay in Division 1? I wonder how many Yorkshire fans are tuning in, listening, watching. All very exciting. So Norwell it is. Round the wicket. Recharged after a tea break of 20 minutes. Into his 12th over here. Bowled a long first spell. I think it was 7 or 8 overs, his first spell. Able to come back a second time with a second spell either side of tea that will keep him going for a while. And these 54 more runs. More harder.
After today, he and Hannon Dolby can win so well. They need to keep going today.
Round the wicket to Barker. Nips away, but it's wide and Barker leaves alone. Joe, who's been surprisingly quiet, I think, for the last few weeks on the tweets. Sorry, Joe, if you're listening. I know she tweeted this literally during the tea break. If Hampshire end up losing this match, of course I haven't given up hope, then the points deductions for over rates will prove very costly. Thank you for another year of fabulous commentaries. It's been a great season. Well, Hampshire have been penalised 2 points for over rate deductions. Actually, Lancashire in second have been penalised 6. So you could arguably say that probably Lancashire are the ones that have really suffered. Here comes... oh no, they got the 6 for different, wasn't it? That was different. That was... that wasn't over rate. That's pushed away on the leg side by Barker. He's off the mark. 86 for 6. They got repeated offences against the team. So that's why they've got an adjusted 6. Hampshire's over rate points deductions have been 2. 5 points separate third from second. Hence why Hampshire need the draw to finish second. And Warwickshire, are you believing yet, Richard? Have you always believed?
It's not a case of believing. I'm just pleasantly surprised at how long they've kept themselves in this game, because that's what you have to keep on doing, because the pressure now is turning.
It's the left-hander Gubbins' turn to face Norwell. On the back foot, punches that up towards mid-off, fielded by Sibley. 86 for 6, another good over from Liam Norwell. The crowd applause. You can see him down that far end, dotted to the left-hand side of that sight screen, in their anoraks. Probably 4 or 5 layers of clothing on there. Here to the bitter end.
Ian Woking says this. We discovered earlier he was a Yorkshire fan. This is knife edge stuff. I'm glued to the commentary, hoping for Hants to send Warwickshire down and give you, that's me, a sad double after Solihull last week, because I saw them lose to Woking. Is there an extra hour tonight? Well, I won't need an extra hour. And no, there isn't. You only ever get 96 overs on the final day. And Stuart asking me if I'm going to be at the awards evening on Saturday. I'm not. Bramall Lane Saturday. Football waits for no man at this time of year. Talking of trips to Yorkshire, here is the proud prince of Clec Huddersfield, Ollie Hannon Dolby. Clec Eaton, Huddersfield, Halifax, that area, Clec Huddersfield. Yeah. Ollie Hannon Dolby, a man of Calderdale. Goes back to his mark. Played a bit of football in the Halifax area, did as a youngster. As a winger. A bit tall, I would have thought. Coming into bowl to his former teammate Keith Barker, just back of a length. Barker is able to just kill that bounce. And pats it back down on the track. It doesn't really leave the cut strip area. Danny Briggs comes in to gather. And I know that Keith Barker will only be thinking about what Hampshire need from this game. And, he's moved on from the fact that he's a Warwickshire player, but it's the sort of situation that isn't easy for a professional. He's somebody who spent so long at one place that it was his home and well loved here, Keith Barker. But he'll do what he needs to do for Hampshire, that's for sure. As he concentrates on Hannon Dolby approaching, he's turned him square there, but he's able to dab it out into the offside. I know too well, Kevin, not to worry too much about what Barker's footwork is doing. The fact is he's getting the bat into the area that he wanted to steer the ball to safety.
Yeah. Nick Jenkins at Solar Sport says, did someone mention a tense, exciting finish? No, I don't think we have yet. Probably should start to say that shortly.
I think I started the session with that whilst you were waiting to talk to Solar listeners. Yeah. Gripping. Hannon Dolby round the wicket to the left-handed Barker. Good leave from Barker outside off stump. This ball now into its 31st over. It's not going to start doing more, you wouldn't have thought. Don't think we're suddenly going to find the art of reverse being perpetrated. It's going to be Norwell with his length and his angle. It's going to be Hannon Dolby trying to bowl a nagging line. And the two of them, you fancy, will bowl until exhaustion takes over.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The Mighty Mariners at Solar Sport says, we'll send the rain over from what we have in Lincolnshire to save Yorkshire. Oh, they're getting twitchy.
And Dolby in, straight, defended by Barker, back down the track. Scoreboard does not tick over. 53 required, 4 wickets remaining.
David Coleman at Solar Sport says, I've moved away from behind the sofa now and taken to my bed to wait for Goldilocks. Now they're 6 wickets down. Incredible performance from the Bears. It has been.
He was cramping behind the settee by now. I mean, taking to your bed at 3:45, unless you've got a night shift, is a bit extreme. But there you go. You can hide underneath the duvet. Hannon Dolby to Barker. He draws an edge. There is a man down at third man, Norwell. And they'll come through for a single. 87 for 6. False shot from Barker, but it did go down.
Stuck in the crease there a little bit, Barker, coming in with the angle. Wow, and I tell you what, the overhead conditions aren't too bad at the moment.
No, there's tension etched on every face at the moment.
There is.
Kevin's looking desperately for a coffee pot. Kevin Howells next door is looking for a second bit of caramel to put into his coffee. And once more Hannon Dolby, this time to Gubbins, who's forward steadfastly and pushes it out into the offside. A probing over from Hannon Dolby. Hampshire survive it. 87 for 6. They need 52.
John Skews, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for all the coverage of this year. Which of my favourite moments of the year for Hampshire? That finish against Northend is his. That's right. Hampshire literally getting the final wicket before the rain came. Did you ever play at Bournemouth, which was my home ground for many years? Yes, I did. Up the cherries, says John. I did play a game there. One of my last games there was we made Essex follow on there and we actually lost the game. Peter Allen says, can we have Henry Brooks back on, please? I think that's what the Hampshire batters are hoping. They're hoping that somewhere along the line Liam Norwell will run out of puff, so will Hannon Dolby, and then the other bowlers that come on you would think will make things slightly easier. It certainly has been the case so far in this second innings, but it's still the Norwell and Hannon Dolby show from each end. That's dabbed by Barker down to third man. Start of a new over from Norwell, and Hampshire move on to 88 for 6, needing 139 Warwickshire now just another 4 wickets. They can almost touch it. You can almost touch the fact that they can stay in Division 1. When you get that many wickets down, you feel it's within touching distance.
I don't know. You're just a little bit concerned that it might be a mirage in the desert.
51 needed. It's not quite as bit of a problem for Hampshire, but as I say, second and third would mean a lot to the club. It's pushed out square on the offside. More to the players, I think, the fact that the season that they've had, for the reasons that we've been outlining throughout this game. Third would feel a failure.
On Twitter, the Invisible Man, I didn't see this one earlier, says, thanks to at Wilford WM, at Happy Snapper, that's Phil, and the WM team bringing us great cricket coverage this summer. It's going to the wire at Edgbaston. Keep up the great work and come on, you Bears. Actually, we do need somebody outside to give the big you Bears chant at this point. The big you Bears chant is necessary.
Somebody was chanting last night, weren't they? I don't know if that was you Bears. It was something anyway. Norwell bowls, and on the back foot there is Gubbins. He's been stoic out there, hasn't he, with wickets falling around him. 73 balls for his 28. You do get the feeling that, well, Nick Gubbins is out there, however long it may take, then it could happen. It's just that nobody else has really stayed with him.
He's just set himself up to play the circumstances and the conditions. He's not looked to dash. He's not looked to push at things outside off stump too much. And he's been really patient, waiting for something that he can play as a low-risk scoring shot.
Yeah, agreed. Here's Norwell around the wicket fuller, and it's driven by Gubbins up to mid-on. Not a totally convincing shot. Can you tell me what that word is and what it means? From Ed Snape at Solent Sport.
Okay, what?
Oh gosh, I've missed it. Oh, there we are.
Schadenfreude, that sort of cold-bloodedness. It's sort of.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So Ed Snape says, Lancs fan listening for the word he just mentioned. Come on, Bears, he said. I also played against Alex Davies' dad the other year. Well, that is a claim to fame, that is.
At what? A cricket, presumably. Yeah. Dominoes?
Yeah, that's one of the best. Here comes Norwell bowls, and that's pushed square on the offside. They're going to come through with a quick single. Oh, my word, there was a run-out chance. If only Henry Brooks could have kept hold of it in his hand and actually had a chance of throwing it, but he juggled it like a hot potato.
Yeah, a clean pick-up and a direct hit, and Barker wouldn't have got there. Not always easy when you on used wickets. We know that, but the way it bounced up, he'll be frustrated that he didn't take that cleanly. Brooks is now, I don't think it's a punishment, but he's trotting down to the third boundary now. 50 required for Hampshire, 4 wickets required for Warwickshire.
Yeah. Noel runs away from us. Last ball of his 13th over, and Barker's playing inside the line there as it goes through to Davis. 89 for 6. Another email, Colin Price, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for all the commentaries and the live feed this season. Great for people who don't live locally. Hopefully be able to get down to the Aegeus next season. Any news on Mo Abbas? Is he back again next season, says Colin. I don't know. I think that is a moving situation. That's the last I heard, but that was a little while ago.
A moving situation? You'd like to think he'd be back, wouldn't you? I think anybody wants to watch him play county cricket. Phil is casting the sort of figure that you expect from a lifelong Warwickshire supporter at the back there, and I don't think he knows quite where to go emotionally at the moment. It's sort of, I don't think he dares think positively at this point. But I think he's in that category that I've described earlier, of pleasantly surprised by how close they've managed to push this, but wishing they'd done that a bit more often this season. I think that's kind of the place to be, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Phil's been watching Warwickshire for a good many years and has enjoyed the highs, and like all of us, had to tolerate the lows. And I think that's, you think of the supporters of both counties, don't you, in situations like this. Actually, I'm thinking of Yorkshire supporters who don't want to see their team losing Division 1 status, and at the moment they can't do anything other than wait and see as Alan Dolby bowls to Gubbins. Hits it into the ground towards point. It hops up and there's no run. It's forever, when the trapdoor exists, you know, there are going to be times that big counties are going to go down to Division 2, and that's how a competition should be, isn't it?
Yeah, agreed. Test match ground or not.
It wouldn't be right if not all counties have the ambition or you know the opportunity to play at the highest level. And Dolby into Gubbins again, worked off his hip. It took a really awful bounce off a wicket end and nearly wiped out umpire Kettleborough, who, with a little shimmy of the hips, suggested he'd be better at the Latin than the ballroom if he joined Strictly. Single for Gubbins, he's to 30, 90 for 6.
I mean, if you were to go down, and I'm only saying if, that I hope by the time that Hampshire and Warwickshire next meet in the Championship that the heating will have been fixed in the commentary box.
It's not that, it's the fact that you can't close the window. That's the issue, you can't close the window. Oh, anyway, no, I'm going to come back at that in a moment. Hannah Dolby is into Barker, who guides it down towards third man for a single. It's 91 for 6. Now, let me think, where on the county circuit is the only place where you always have to work in the open air regardless of the... Oh! The Aegeus Bowl! In April. What a thing of beauty that is, to work in the...
You sound like Anthony Gibson here. You sure you haven't morphed into Anthony Gibson?
I've only been down in lovely weather. I bring lovely weather with me, but...
You're right, and let me tell everybody that you are totally right there, and a day like... a game like today, we'd be freezing to death, but you know you're going to freeze to death, so
yes.
You turn up in thermals. I thought I was coming here in luxury.
And Dolby's short, or Gubbins tries to pull, and he doesn't connect, and it may have come off the top of his bat onto his body, just below his chin. No, it's a bit lower down. Hit him in the chest in the end. I don't know if he's got a chest guard on. He's got a slim man, so I don't know if he's got room to fit a chest guard between his shirt and the rest of him. But it was a rare misstep from Gubbins. 91 for 6.
Anyway, yes, that's... I'll tell you what, the way you leant over me to tell me that... You're vicious.
Again, driven out to the offside for a single. What? Who? Me?
Gosh. I was having to cower in my seat there.
Well, you know. You lit the flame. Cold in here.
I'm trying desperately to take my mind off the tense situation in the game. It's silly because this time last year, Hampshire were 2 balls and 1 wicket away from them in the Championship. That's tense. Why am I worried whether Hampshire should finish 2nd or 3rd in the Championship?
Well, they require 48 more runs, or a rain shower, that would do it for them. As Hannah Dolby bowls to Gubbins, drives into the extra cover area, and there's no run. And it remains 91 for 6. Mikey, a colleague of ours who works for Wolves, works for BBC Commentary and Warwickshire, often occasionally for ourselves at BBC Radio WM. So he's introducing his steps onto the joys of cricket commentary today on such a tense day. And if our voices reflect tension, that's because that will be a sign that we're doing our job properly. Because it's, you're right, you have to distract yourself every now and then from it.
Yeah.
Because you know how much it matters to everybody who's out there as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's no hiding away. Hampshire have come here this week absolutely determined to secure the 2nd place that they will feel that they deserve over the course of the full body of work this season. And Warwickshire are scrapping for their lives in Division 1, so brilliant.
91 for 6. Barker to face Liam Norwell, comes in round the wicket. Barker on the back foot, steers that into the covers. But there is no run there. Thank you for everybody that's tweeting and emailing about that word I can't pronounce that Richard can, about enjoying others' pain. It's another word I've learned and the meaning for. I always find myself over a season, Richard, I mean you're much more well read than I am, but I find at least half a dozen words or so during the season that I've learnt the meanings of, and I feel at the end of a season, as well as enjoying the cricket, that my vocabulary may have just improved a fraction.
There you go.
And there's lots of room for improvement. He's bowled! Barker has gone. That looked a good delivery. Barker was trying to work that away on the onside. The ball pitched and straight and clipped the top and middle and off. In fact, I think it's that one of the stumps has come out of the ground. I apologise, but anyway, it's bowled whatever way you look at it. And Barker goes for 4, and I can feel the whole of Yorkshire sighing. Whatever they're doing, Hampshire are 91 for 7.
Well, it's off stump that's been plucked from the ground by Liam Norwell, angling it in. Barker beaten for pace as much as anything. Liam Norwell, 10 wickets in the match for him on his comeback from injury. And he is absolutely beasting it today, short of conditioning. In his 14th over of the day, he's now taken 6 for 34. it was going to take somebody producing an extraordinary performance, given the relatively thin bowling attack that Warwickshire have, and now the tension and the pressure continues. And you've got James Fuller coming in now. You presume there's only one way he's likely to play, Kevin.
Well, hopefully properly, and seeing Hampshire home. But listen, I mean, anybody can get out in this situation now, but he's not the worst number 9 in the world. He's proved it this year as well. I will spare Nick Jenkins the tweet that he sent about 4 minutes ago. I won't actually read that one out. Something to do with Norwell being less effective against left-handers, but anyway, I said I wasn't going to read it out. 91 for 7. Hampshire still need 48, and probably more realistically now, Warwickshire need 3. Just 3 wickets. That's all it is now. Just 3 wickets to stay in Division 1. Yorkshire fans, I don't know what to say to Yorkshire fans at this stage, Richard.
Make a brew.
Go and disappear for 10 minutes.
Wow.
Norwell was just about to run in, but Fuller wasn't quite ready. And the sunshine is out. It's bright. So no worries about the weather at the moment. Norwell looks as though he can't wait to take the next wicket. Races in now, right arm over and bowls to Fuller. Fuller works that through mid-wicket. There'll be runs here. Sibley's after it. Is that ball going all the way? Yes, it is. That's right out of the middle of the bat. Nicely timed by Fuller first up. He's off the mark. It's 95 for 7 now. Remember, Hampshire needing 139. They need another 44.
Yeah, that's a nice way to get off the mark. You could see Norwell's immediate reaction. And you know that as the bowlers get tired, there's going to be the odd loose one. And that was a pretty long half volley to clip off your toes if you're Fuller, who is going to want to come out with positive intent. That's the way he plays.
Yes. Yes, he is. Which again is not a bad thing, but has proved one or two of the batter's downfall. 2 wickets since tea. Here's Norwell. Full. Fuller works it up to mid-on. Straight to Sibley this time. No run. And Nigel Cox has emailed somethingcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the great coverage all summer. Wish Andrew Strauss was here to see this.
Yeah, look, county cricket is a competition. It's not just about producing international players. That should be part of the remit. Of course it could, and there's no doubt these 2 counties would agree with that, by the way. But it is about great competition for 6-7 months a year, and this is summing it up.
Here's Norwell, bowls to Fuller, length ball, Fuller gets one that bounces and goes past the outside edge, through to Alex Davis, and Norwell walks back to his mark backwards, staring at Fuller, and yes, the ball is still seaming a little bit from time to time, and Norwell has got as much out of this pitch as anybody. 6 for 38 he has. In his 14th over.
I think Fuller may have given Norwell a bit of a send-off earlier in the day when he got him first ball. So sometimes you get it back, don't you, as well?
Yep. 95 for 7. Norwell comes in again and bowls slightly short of a length on the leg stump. Turns away by Fuller. He's going to look for 2. Should be 2. Hannah Dolby throws the ball in, but Fuller will get back. 97 for 7. Fuller moves on to 6 now. End of Norwell's over. I think he's just going to keep going till the end now. He has to. 42 runs needed from here. Warwickshire, 3 wickets.
Very shortly we'll do an update for the local stations across the West Midlands, who will be fascinated to hear what's going on here. So, looks like I'm going to see Danny Briggs. Come on, now that's an interesting change at this juncture. We'll mull that over more in a moment once this report is done.
I can tell you it's heading for an exciting finish at Edgbaston, so let's get another update from the cricket now.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have kept alive their hopes of survival in the County Championship Division 1. Hampshire needing just 139 for victory, and now 97 for 7. Brilliant performance with the ball from a fit again Liam Norwell. 2 more wickets since tea, and Nyron Donald caught low down by Jacob Bethel in the covers for 12, and then Keith Barker, the former Bear, clean bowled for 4. 42 runs needed by Hampshire. Warwickshire, 3 wickets would keep them in Division 1. Meanwhile, Warwickshire were just setting the field for Danny Briggs, who's coming on for the first time in this innings. And he's got 5-4 split field, leg side mainly looking to save a single. On the offside, well, they're encouraging him to play across the line because they've sent cover out deep. The first ball he drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Will Briggs get any assistance at all here? Down the wicket comes Gubbins. He tries to play it through mid-wicket. There'll just be a single up to Hannon Dolby. But that's very interesting that he used his feet to just the second ball to turn it into a low full toss. 98 for 7.
Would you have taken Hannon Dolby off? He wasn't taking a wicket, but Gubbins was struggling to get him away. So the game was going nowhere while he was bowling.
Yeah, it may be that the judgment is that you can't just keep the two going. So do you give Hannon Dolby a rest just for 10 minutes just to regather himself?
Probably.
About half an hour since the tea interval. Briggs, left arm round the wicket now to Fuller, who drives him, parried by Briggs, but he can't stop it. So there'll be a single to Fuller, who's very quickly up to 7, 99 for 7, 40 runs required.
So we've not seen any spin in this pitch at all. So is this a slight gamble? Even if it is to give Hannon Dolby a bit of a rest, is this a bit of a gamble?
Did take the one wicket in the Hampshire first innings, Danny Briggs, that of Vince for 98. Goes back over the wicket now for Gubbins, pushed out into the offside, into that vacant area where they can get a single. So they've milked 3 runs without taking much of a risk. I mean, you would say coming down the wicket second ball, Gubbins was bold, was purposeful.
Yeah, but a left-hander coming down the wicket to a left-arm spinner where the ball's not really turning. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a calculated risk. I mean, it's a lot safer shot than that for me.
The 100 up, 100 for 7. This ball, Fuller didn't quite get to the pitch of, but with soft hands he can guide it out into the offside, and another comfortable single. 101 for 7, 38 needed for Hampshire. There is still one more ball left in the over. The other issue you have at the moment as well, if Briggs gets through an over really rapidly, it gives Norwell less time to recover as well. Yeah. As Gubbins defends the final ball of the over. 101 for 7 Hampshire. Norwell is steaming in from the boundary with intent to make sure that nobody gets the ball before him.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, a couple of minutes less at least, isn't it, for Norwell to walk back to his mark to start a new over. The other thing as well is that Gubbins was stuck really for a while, and you had a couple of singles for him there. You just feel that he looks a fraction happier with Danny Briggs at that far end. Charles Dagnall has tweeted at Sun Sport, it doesn't need any introduction, does Charles. He says, Kevin, surely, and that's in block capitals, Hampshire should do the decent thing and disintegrate here. I'm thinking of them more than anything. It takes a lot longer to get to Headingley than Edgbaston. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And as we know, Leeds is a nightmare to drive around. Here's Norwell, and Fuller's off the back foot, steers out into the gap in the covers. That's going for 4. Well, Fuller has come out and has timed the ball beautifully in the 7 balls that he's faced. He's already on 12. It has just relieved a little bit of the pressure, which I'm sure is in the Hampshire dressing room. I'm sure is back at the Aegeus Bowl to those listening and around Hampshire, and those who are around the country or Hampshire fans. Just feels as though James Fuller has just got this scoreboard ticking along at a time when Hampshire really do need it to be ticked along a bit. 34 needed. Here's Norwell to Fuller. The man's been put back on the cover boundary. Fuller drives, and that's a great stop at mid-off by the captain Rhodes. That looked like that was going for 4.
It looks ready to chance his arm there, doesn't he, Fuller? He's thinking, right, the ball's hitting the bat nicely. We only thought it 34 runs away. I could finish this in 10 minutes. I think Aaron Donald thought that too.
Yes, he did, yes, and was caught an extra cover, you're right.
Picked out Jacob Bethel at that point.
Yeah, in fact, the extra cover has gone in on the drive around the area that Donald was caught. One of 2 wickets that have fallen since tea. Here's Norwell, bowls again, length ball, Fuller's forward into the gap in the covers. That'll be a single. Fuller moves on to 13, 107 for 7. Simon Whiteside at Sun Sport says, watching Middlesex secure a Division 1 place was a lot less tense than this. There will be one pairs player hoping Warwickshire stay in the top division as he is transferring.
Ed Barnard, indeed.
Yeah. And mowing?
Well, mowing, yeah, although the championship not terribly relevant to mowing,
Oh, right, yeah.
who leads a white ball existence these days. Ed Barnard, a very fine all-rounder in all formats. I mean, mowing would be, but tends not to play.
That's cut away by Gubbins, and he's found the gap there. That's racing towards the Holly stand, and not surprisingly, the Warwickshire fielders are racing alongside. That will be picked up inside the rope, but Gubbins will pick up 3, and that total has just kicked on a little bit in the last over or two. Hampshire have moved on to 109 for 7. Another 30 runs needed.
Yeah, they've scored 18 in the last couple of overs since the departure of Keith Barker, and that number required can go down very, very rapidly.
Yeah.
And when it starts getting down towards the teens and there are still 3 wickets left,
here's Norwell again, runs away from us and bowls. It's full, it's hit the shoulder of the bat and it races down to third man. There's still a little bit there for Liam Norwell, but not on that occasion has it gone anywhere near a fielder. There's no gully there. In fact, they were just down to 1 slip as these scores get a little closer. 110 for 7. Stuart Very, hello Stuart, how are you? Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, is this the same Kevin James of Johnsonville Cricket Club in Wellington, master of the table tennis bat? Yes, it is. Stuart, I stayed with Stuart and his family many moons ago. Great to hear from you. Wow. Yeah, I'm still around, just about alive and kicking, although it depends on the result of this game. Here comes Norwell, round the wicket, bowls. Gubbins is forward and he's found the gap there as well. Hampshire, who seemed to be pushing the ball out in the covers and finding the fielder for a long period, have now suddenly found the gaps. And there's a little bit of a mess up there between the 2 fielders, but Hampshire will just take the 3 and move on to 113 for 7. These last 2 or 3 overs, Richard, have just settled Hampshire's nerves. They've certainly settled mine.
they have, although a wicket in the next over would immediately change that again. It's just toing and froing, but quick addition of 22 runs does make a significant difference. And there's going to have to be a certain amount of thought as to what to do here, because they are heading very rapidly towards the last chance saloon. Liam Norwell, 6 for 52 now. His figures have been dented in the last couple of overs, but he has put in a performance of real wholeheartedness and quality as well. 10 wickets in the match for him of the 17 Hampshire dismissals. But somebody else is going to have to step up to the plate and take a wicket here. Will Rhodes is weighing up what to do with his field. There are areas, particularly in the offside again, where there are singles very much on offer for Gubbins, who's held this together really well. 38 to Gubbins, who awaits Danny Briggs now. Flights this, but Gubbins just dabs it out towards the cover boundary where Norwell is stationed for what is almost an agreed single, and takes the target down to just 25 with 3 wickets remaining. Feels a lot better than, for Hampshire's point of view, than when it was 48 with 3 wickets remaining.
Yeah, the scoreboard's ticking along a little bit more.
Briggs in again, slightly quicker ball, looking to guide it down to third man. He can't beat the backward point fielder Sibley. Can Fuller, and there's no run.
You have to say, if you're a Bears fan, you want to hear a wicket very shortly, don't you?
Just a bit, yeah. Briggs once more. Again, it's almost a medium pace. Oh, Fuller wanted to come for a single. Gubbins wasn't sure, but it does beat the man short in at cover. And once it's gone beyond Jacob Bethel, there is time to come through for another run. Fuller has 15, 115 for 7. 24 required. Gubbins awaits Briggs. This time he doesn't push it into an area where they can get a single, because Briggs is able to run through to gather away to his right. Doesn't look like there's any devilment in this track that the spinner is going to be able to pull out the bag here. He's in again. He's just dragged that down, hasn't he? He's spearing them. Doesn't want to give any flight, doesn't want to risk a boundary. And Gubbins returns it to the bowler. 1 ball left in Briggs over. And Gubbins just kills this one in front of him. They feel like they've got the job done with a couple of singles. 115 for 7, 24 required for Hampshire. And Liam Norwell is on the prowl again. He's going to keep on going.
David Collicott at Solent Sports says, squeaky bum time for all those Yorkshire fans in Los Angeles. Yeah, there must be quite a few. Just wondering if Hampshire should milk their moment and bat out for a draw. I don't think anybody wants to see that, if I'm honest. That would be one of the worst finishes to a game ever. Neil Dutton at Solent Sports says, the boy Norwell does not deserve to lose here. Incredible bowling spell, but I hope he does. Winter Wells says, Neil, Aid, if you're still listening, don't forget, every time somebody says Winter Well, you have another drink. I should imagine he's already asleep under the table. 115 for 7, the sunshine is still out as Norwell turns, coming in for his 16th over. 6 for 52 as Fuller turns that away square on the leg side. Brooks fields, but it is a single, and Fuller moves on to 116 for 7. Hampshire require 23. Those clouds are rolling in, Richard. Look to our left.
Are they coming this way?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I think they're going past
Have they
us.
gone past them, missed us? That's just as well, actually.
Yeah, they do look like they've got rain in them.
All around the ground actually doesn't look great, but we've got sunshine here. We certainly don't want to be going off with Hampshire needing 2, 9 down. We don't want that. That would be an absolute nightmare. Norwell's just having a bit of a breather as Yates obviously having a chat with him. Rhodes, sorry, having a chat.
Might as well
with
take
him.
the time. I mean, overrate's not an issue that they're going to concern themselves about.
Well, it's level according to the scoreboard, as that's a length ball to Gubbins, pushes that up to Will Rhodes, and there is no run.
They've got themselves tantalisingly close, Warwickshire. They're looking very much second favourite again now. That can turn very, very quickly, but they've done everything. Given more than a day's play was lost in the early part of this match, and they made that bold decision to declare, and you could debate long into the night whether that was the right decision or not. They wanted to keep the game moving along.
Yes.
Dropped 30-40 runs short this morning. That was a big issue.
It was, wasn't it? Those extra 40 runs certainly would have given a different complexion to this moment in time. That's pushed up to mid-on by Gubbins, and there's no run. Hazer on the tweets at Solent Sports says, watching in from a rainy, hurricane-hit Florida, where he's on holiday, or she's on holiday. We're still locked down with all the flooding. Thanks for all the coverage this season. One of the few good things to come out of COVID was the live picture feeds. All the best, says Hazer. Thank you. Been lots of nice messages today. Thank you to everybody. Emails and tweets. As Norwell turns, just the one slip in for Gubbins. Oh, Gubbins has played a miss. They're appealing for the court behind. Not out, says umpire Kettleborough. Well, make your mind up on that one. It's difficult for us to tell this far away.
Yeah.
If the heat of the moment means anything that goes past the outside edge, they're going to appeal.
I think it's quite interesting that Davis initially was appealing, and then there was an he's not quite got a nick on it. You can see that he doesn't really continue with the appeal. You can see, he knows that he hasn't quite got a nick on it. It's a great delivery from Norwell, and he's bowled a lot of superb balls in this innings, and he will be frustrated that he hasn't got his man, because the difference it would make right now to get down to 10 and 11, that would be the dream.
Norwell again, length ball, Gubbins this time wisely leaves that one alone. The ball before was too good. That was maybe just a fraction wider. 116 for 7 the score remains. David Grundy at Solent Sports says, driving around South London listening to this is very stressful on all fronts.
Yeah, the first bit particularly. Driving around South London on a Thursday afternoon at 4:15, yeah.
Sean Roundhay at Solent Sports says, as Kevin can attest, the chat is funnier and more bizarre with the Yorkshire listeners listening as well and watching. We know they're there, we can feel they're there. As Norwell turns, Sun goes in as he does so and bowls, and Gubbins works that away. Just wide of Will Rhodes, who's going to throw at the bowler's end. Diving in is Gubbins, right on probably the muddiest area of the square, which is saying something. And he's home, that's the main thing. Don't care about the colour of his kit or how dirty he is. He's home, ready to face the start of the next over. Gubbins is 40, Fuller is 16, 117 for 7 Hampshire.
It was just a well-judged run. If the ball had hit the stumps, he would have been home, but he was diving into the dust bowl. So he'll have some washing to do, but he's got plenty of time. He can probably give it 2 washes before the start of next season.
You can stick it in the bottom of the washing thing for about 4 or 5 months. It doesn't matter, does it?
No.
Just leave it there.
Exactly. The West Yorkshire whirlwind is going to come back on. Ollie Hannon Dolby, it's do or die now. It's now or never. There's several cliches we could throw at this, but yeah, they've got to go for it now because there's only 22 runs required. They've got to take 3 wickets to save their future in Division 1 and to send Yorkshire down. And it's a Yorkshireman who comes back into the attack. Wicketkeeper standing up because Gubbins has enjoyed batting out of his crease. They're not going to keep a boundary rider out now. They're going to bring the cover fielder into the inner ring, what would be the circle in one-day cricket. 2 slips in place, Yates and Mosley, the 2 local up-and-coming batsmen. Yates, who made a fine century earlier in this game. And it's the wily veteran Hannon Dolby up against Gubbins onto his pads, clip round the corner. Warwickshire want to keep this down to 1. Brooks attacking the ball, gets the throw in now. Well, for a moment it looked like it might be tight, but Gubbins pulls out his second dive in quick succession and he's home again. In fact, it was successive balls, wasn't it, that he's pulled out the dive. He's up to 42, he's playing a fine hand for Hampshire, 119 for 7.
Yes. But this time he was diving in on the other side of the square, which is actually quite green. If you're going to dive in at one end, at this end, choose the other side of the pitch we're playing on, because that is infinite. It's got infinitely more grass than the one to the right.
Rob Yates, he was gathering because Alex Davis had chased after the ball. He was gathering. He managed to wipe out all 3 stumps. He was making pretty certain of things in case it was going to be a run out. Just the 1 slip now because Mosley moves into a short mid-wicket position. There's a deep square. Long leg, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, point. No down at 3rd. Yates, the solitary slip. And he's gone back to a normal position, Alex Davis, and this is again onto the pads of the batsman Gubbins. Turns it round the corner, splits the 2 fielders, but there is a diving stop from Henry Brooks, who flicks it up to Dom Sibley. And they come through for 2 more. Hasn't quite got the line right, Hannon Dolby. Into the 120s, Hampshire. 121 for 7. They need just 18. Life is starting to eke out of Warwickshire's survival bid. These 2 pace bowlers have given absolutely everything since 10 past 1.
Yeah.
When this innings started. Hannon Dolby on and around off stump, defended into the offside by Gubbins, who's now 44. And there's no run. As I've mentioned earlier, Kevin, if Warwickshire go down today, this is not the match that's cost them. It's the fact they've only won once all season.
Second game of the season as well.
Yeah.
Long wait. That was Essex.
All counties have to deal with injuries. They've had some of those. I think there have been 1 or 2 interesting selections along the way as well, as Hannon Dolby is in back of a length outside off stump, left alone by Gubbins, who takes a step forward, raises the bat and allows it through.
Just for Hannon Dolby, the fact that we're into the 39th over, the bounce that he was getting early on has gone. Norwell's still got it from time to time, but for Hannon Dolby really now it's just line and length, isn't it really? And he's just relying on bowling accurately. That little bit of extra nip has gone from him.
And Will Rhodes has got nowhere else to turn either. That's the problem. They've had quite a lot this year. Thick inside edge from Gubbins trying to drive. It squirts along the deck to Mosley at mid-wicket. Henry Brooks did bowl 2 overs in this second innings, but was very, very expensive. There were 4 boundaries in those 2 overs. And yesterday he took 3 wickets, but was going for 8 and over. Just didn't quite find his rhythm. He's got that bit of extra pace. There's a lot of potential about Henry Brooks, but he's got to add experience and consistency to that mix. And after that it's Rhodes himself and Danny Briggs, and it's not a receptive surface for Briggs. So it has all been about Hannon Dolby and Norwell. And it's Hannon Dolby in again to Gubbins, who guides the ball down to 3rd man. Norwell will do the fielding. Another single takes the score to 122 for 7. Hampshire needs 17 runs to win the game and secure 2nd position with 10 wins from 14 starts. I mean, so unlucky to only be 2nd with that. Warwickshire have got to take 3 wickets in double quick time.
Is it too late to alter the rules for the amount of points for a draw? Do you think there's still time?
I tell you what, I mean, I'd hate to be really conventional about this, but should we just stick by the laws that the season started with, shall we? I don't know. I think maybe that's best, eh?
Yeah. I mean, I would send a letter first class, but you never know if they're actually going to on strike or they're going to get anywhere. But yeah, maybe it's too late. 122 for 7. It's Gubbins on strike. 45 off 111. He stood tall, and he does so again as Norwell bowls, and that's turned away wide of Rhodes, and that will be a single. 16 needed by Hampshire here, and you do feel that if a wicket is going to fall, it probably needs to be very, very shortly to make this game interesting once more, because in the last 15 minutes or so you can just feel the game slipping away from Warwickshire.
Well, this has been the most solid looking partnership of the day. I mean, I know they've only added 32, but again, in the context of this match and the position that Hampshire were in at 91 for 7, the fact that Fuller came in positively, finding the middle of the bat, helped, and there have been one or two looser deliveries because the bowlers are tired
yeah.
at this point.
I mean, there's only been, correct me if I'm wrong, in this partnership I can think of 2 balls that have kicked off a length for Norwell that have gone past the outside edge, and that has been the only time to get excited in this partnership from a Warwickshire point of view, driven by Fuller, not timed, as it goes to Rhodes at mid-off.
He's looking to score every ball, Fuller, even if it's only a single. He's looking to do something positive, and I think part of that, I think it helps him psychologically to be positive about what he's doing. That he feels that if he was just playing to survive, he wouldn't be at his best. That's not what he does. He's been such an interesting cog in this wheel for Hampshire this season. Not bowling as many overs as the other seamers, but able to bowl them as explosively as he can, as he did this morning, actually.
Yeah.
And best. Vital runs down the order.
Season's best 4 for 34. Norwell bowls his wrap to the pad. It's done too much as it's going down the leg side, although it's flicked off the pad down to third man. And that's another run. And a leg by confirmed. 124 for 7. Ian East at Sunnet Sports says, thanks as always, let's hope for one better next year. Says it all that I generally have more faith with James Fuller with the bat at number 9 than I do for 5 of our top 7. That's an area that Hampshire have to get better. I don't disagree with that, and I'm sure they will look at that next year, very much aware that this side is probably only 1 year away from somehow being broken up, and it probably has to come next year if it's going to. That's outside the off stump. May need just a little help, assuming of course the right players are available. There is Tom Prest waiting in the rings. They may go with that, who knows. 6 months to think about it. Warwickshire, depending on whether they stay in Division 1 or go down, they'll have a lot more probably to think about. But that's for later in the winter, or later in the autumn. I don't think they'll wait till the middle of the winter to sort any of those issues out. Probably already being sorted out as we speak. Now, are we going to get a ball change here?
They're going to ask the question, and why wouldn't you at this point, with all that's gone on with ball changes this year? With Hampshire 15 runs away from victory, the Bears increasingly desperate. Oh, well, they've managed to work themselves a ball change. And do you know what? Given the fact that it's been one of the stories of the county championship season, it's perhaps only fitting that we managed to slide another ball change in
Right before
in the final session of the final day. I think you've got to accept that it's been part of the 2022 landscape. Liam Norwell casts the figure of a semi-broken man. They've brought out an energy drink for him. There are a few more coming out now for anybody who fancies one. And he's got plenty of time to put his feet up, Liam Norwell. I don't know what his winter plans are, whether he's going to go and play cricket overseas. He's just trying to do a bit of a stretch. I think his back's getting quite sore at this juncture. And whichever division the Bears are in next year, they would love to keep Liam Norwell fitter for longer. There's more drinks coming out now. He's willing to put anything down that's going to give him a bit more energy right now. If he came out with a pair of jump leads, he'd probably accept those as well.
Anything.
Yeah.
quickly time for a couple of more tweets, because obviously they're starting to come in because we're getting towards the end, as I mentioned earlier. Jacob Norton at Solent Sports says, thanks for all the great commentary this year. This is a Hampshire-centric one, really. Kevin, the rest of the team at BBC Solent and the sound of the summer. Great coverage of the Southern Vipers as well, and of Hampshire all season. See you again in 2023. Andy Walker says, I've greatly enjoyed your commentary this season, Kev, especially with Jonathan Doidge up at Yorkshire. Thank you for your knowledge. That must be Jonathan Doidge. Passion and wit, that's definitely Jonathan Doidge. Winterwell, Aid Smith, another Winterwell there. I think he's already had enough. No more messages with Winterwell there, because Aid Smith said he would have a drink every time somebody said one. I think he's had more than enough.
Oh, because Martin Rose says, thanks, now biting stuff from Edgbaston and Winterwell.
Oh, no. There's Normal. Oh, he's back on the pad. Big shout for LBW, and all Gubbins goes. Gubbins looks a little disappointed with that. I have to say, for me, that's marginal, but it doesn't matter because Hampshire are 8 down. Gubbins, who's been like a brick wall there all afternoon, goes for 46. Is there hope for Warwickshire?
Well, I do love a ball change, and it strikes first time. It is very tight as to whether that hit him in line or not. It's really, really close. You would need the technology that they use at the international matches to know for sure whether that was in line. The ball would have gone on to hit the stumps, but it was very, very tight as to whether it was in line or not. Gubbins has played a great hand, but the equation now, 15 runs needed by Hampshire, 2 wickets needed by Warwickshire. The clouds to our left need not to come over. Wow.
Oh dear. I don't know about Aid Smith. I think I need to go and lay down with a drink.
I tell you what we need less of these matches this season, because it's not good for you.
I agree. Let's go down to 10 matches.
Let's go down to 10. Let's take away a bit of drama, shall we?
Let's finish the season end of August. We wouldn't have any of this. I really have got to go for a couple of minutes, and I really don't want to.
Oh well, Brad Wheel's coming in. If he comes in slowly enough, hopefully he'll be back very quickly. But yeah, we need 30% less of this excitement. It'll be good for our hearts. 124 for 8 Hampshire. Fuller, who's been very positive so far, is on 16. There's 1 ball left in Liam Norwell's over. Liam Norwell, this mighty mountain of a man who's had such a frustrating season because of injury, has taken out all of his angst in an epic bowling performance today. He's taken 7 for 55. You can hear the members yelling at him, come on Liam, is what they're saying. 11 wickets in the match for 93 runs. On a wicket that's not doing a lot. It's not like the ball is zinging around. But it's about effort, it's about consistency, it's about putting it in the right place. And real desire. Is this going to go absolutely all the way? Are we going to end up 9 down with a few runs to get? Are we going to reach that point of drama? Brad Wheel, who played a game on loan for the Bears against Surrey at the Oval only about 7 weeks ago, prepares to face Norwell. He pushes out into the offside and he'll get a single through point. 125 for 8, 14 runs required for Hampshire. Norwell looks exhausted, looks spent, and yet in 6 deliveries time, unless the scoreboard has rattled along, you just know that he's going to bust a gut and come in again and bowl and try and get Warwickshire over the line. What a performance it's been from the former Gloucestershire seamer. How much he's been missed for the lion's share of this season by his county. Gets another reception as he arrives down at the long leg boundary, where somebody needs to come across and... oh, they've left a banana for him. He's peeling a banana down there. Anything to prevent the lactic acid kicking in, because it's going to be Norwell and Hannon Dolby to the finish in terms of the bowling attack. Between them, they've bowled 33 of the 40 overs in this innings. Hannon Dolby, who took the first wicket, Norwell's taken the next 7. And here comes Hannon Dolby pushing forward his wheel, and it rolls out into the offside to point where Ethan Brooks picks up. The 12th man on for the injured Sam Hain, who came out in very clear pain to bat earlier in the day, made 9 before he was run out. Alex Davis was his runner, diving full length but short of his ground when he and Sibley attempted a quick single. But Hain, extreme limited by a leg injury, but did all he could to try and help his county. Hannon Dolby approaches once more, wheel forward, full face of the bat, defends it into the offside. Only Mohammed Abbas left for Hampshire. Liam Norwell pointing down the rope for somebody to go and gather something for him. Might be a drink, might be something else. The banana is eaten. Giving himself a rub down with a towel now. Looks like a boxer who needs a bit of a rub down ahead of the 12th round of the title fight. Alan Dolby hoping to keep a lid on things at the very least from the Birmingham men. Bowls to Wheel, who again is forward with the full face of the bat and defends it up towards mid-off. Henry Brooks does the fielding. 2 slips in place. Man down at third. Point. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket. Long leg. Tension absolutely palpable. Slightly more people in than there have been at any point in the day. Free entry after the tea interval will have lured some in, knowing that one way or another they were going to see some drama. Donald, Barker and Gubbins have fallen to Norwell since tea. And now Hannon Dolby looking to chip away at Brad Wheel, who leaves a ball that rose above waist height. Did well to get pace and bounce. Hannon Dolby really bent his back into that delivery. He too looks tired, but determined. Not quite managing to jut the jaw out like he has for much of the last 2 days when he's got the ball in hand, as Will Rhodes has a chat with him as he goes back to his mark. Make no mistake, whoever's writing reviews, reading reviews, whatever, this is high quality sport. Being played with desire, heart and a lot of ability, as Hannon Dolby just sends that one a little bit too far outside off stump to interest Brad Wheel. 5 balls in the over, no runs have been accrued, 14 still needed by Hampshire, 2 wickets required by Warwickshire. Norwell stalking long leg at the moment, keeping his legs moving, kicking one into the other. Doesn't want anything in his legs to go stiff. He's just lost his sunglasses now, puts them back on top of his cap. He has been the man of the hour, in fact the last several hours. The light is closing in a bit, that would be a cruel way to impact the game. But here's Hannon Dolby into Will, who plays at again, fishes really a ball that was short of a length, went past the shoulder of the bat. It's a maiden from Hannon Dolby. They're static on 125 for 8, Hampshire needing 14 for victory. Liam Norwell just breathes in once again, stretches his arms and gets himself ready for another over. A pumping up gesture from Will Rhodes. Just, and look, as a captain you've got to appreciate what Norwell has put into this day.
Oh, I hope the oxygen tent's ready. If it isn't, somebody needs to call
one of those hyperbaric chambers.
I think you should do the commentary from here on in, because
you sure?
This means more for Warwickshire than it does for Hampshire.
Well, I shall try and do it in a very fair way, Kevin, with your input alongside me. As Liam Norwell sprints in again, bowling to Fuller. The field is well spread here. It's a short ball down the leg side that he just allows to go through to Alex Davis. And now what are they going to do with the field? Are they going to... I think they're just coming in to get the ball back to Liam Norwell and to give him encouragement. So they're willing to allow James Fuller a single here. In that, other than the slip, everybody else is deep, not all quite out at the boundary, because on the Hollis side of the ground the rope is a long way back. So the fielders on that side are in a little closer. Yates is the man at slip alongside Alex Davis. Norwell into Fuller. Looks to push it up towards mid-on, but it's too straight and it's picked up by Norwell in his follow-through. With what resources he has left physically, Kevin, I'm sure he'd love to be bowling at Brad Wheel, really.
Yeah, I think you're right. It'd be interesting to see what Fuller does. I think he might trust Brad Wheel to a point. I don't think he's going to leave it to the 4th or 5th ball. I think from here on in, he'll be happy with a single. I mean, Brad Wheel could get out, of course he could, but I think Fuller might trust him a little bit.
He awaits again. Norwell bowls full. He's driven. And will it go for 4? He's hit that so well that it's beaten long off. Will Rhodes on the inside. Precious runs for Hampshire.
Wow.
Only 10 required for victory now. Fuller has hit that with such clean power. He goes to 20, 129 for 8.
Lily on tweets at Solent Sports says it would be sad to see last year's champions Warwickshire go down. As a Yorkshire fan, I want us to stay up, even though we haven't deserved it. Neil Dutton, referring to that LBW decision against Nick Gubbins, says at Solent Sport, I might be biased, but the Lighthouse family didn't get as high as the ball that Gubbins got.
Norwell once more in, and that will be the single up to long on. So we'll have 2 deliveries at Brad Wheel. Well, I have to say that I don't think height was necessarily the issue. I think it was whether he was quite in line when the ball struck the pad. So I think it probably would have hit the top of the stumps. And bear in mind, it's Richard Kettleborough standing at this end, so we're talking one of the world's best umpires. I think the umpires have been very good this week.
I think they have on the whole, yes.
I think there'll be some criticism of how in the first 2 days whether they could have got a bit more play. And those who are watching the TV feed will see that the skies are leaden in places. It's not too bad at the moment. 2 slips in place for Will. The field comes in. 2 balls left in this over from Norwell. Will gets an outside edge that will bounce twice before it reaches gully. It was something of a tentative prod. He's trying to come forward to anything, and that was a bit short, really.
Was. Good delivery. He gave that everything, didn't he? David Atkinson, silentcricket@gmail.com, says a tie, perhaps. Well, that would suit Hampshire, but it won't suit Warwickshire.
No. Warwickshire, quite simply, have to win. They haven't got many runs to play with now. 9 needed for victory, but if Warwickshire concede 8 more, it's all over for them. As Norwell draws Will forward and he pushes into the offside, it should only be a single. So he's happy enough to take the strike again, because that is the end of Norwell's over. Hampshire 131 for 8, just 8 more runs for victory. But as I say, it would only take 7 more runs to send Warwickshire down and to save Yorkshire, who, like Warwickshire, have only won 1 championship match this season. Second half of the campaign has really slid for the White Rose County.
Wow, what a day. What a day. Yeah, 8 runs needed, but 7 will actually produce the end result that both these sides want.
That's true. That's true, because a tie would guarantee Hampshire second place, because they get the extra points that they need, because if they lose, they will finish the season 1 point behind Lancashire.
Oh, listen to the crowd at the far end.
Well, that's the reception for Liam Norwell, who's finally made it down to Long Way.
Oh, is it this end? Sorry.
Feels like a long way, doesn't it, for him to walk down there. Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end in a bit of murk at the moment. Bowling to Will, he goes past the outside edge. Through to Alex Davis. That is an absolute peach to a tail ender, and he's just got nothing on it.
Do you know what? I just to my right looked at Giles White, Hampshire's Director of Cricket, who's walking around the ground very slowly, and when that ball went past the outside edge, you know when you turn away from the cricket and you look up at the stands very quickly?
Yep.
He's on edge.
They've gone around the boundary rope. I think it's clockwise for runs, anti-clockwise for wickets, isn't it? So they've gone around clockwise. I think that's the general superstition. That was a beauty from Hannon Dolby, trying to muster anything he can to get Brad Wheel out. Oh, short of a leg! Did he get a touch on that? He didn't, and Davis has done well at the top of his leap to pouch it one-handed and prevent it from going behind him for 4. He gets a high 5 from Rob Yates for that. 2 deliveries in a row flash past the bat of Brad Wheel, who grins back down the track to Fuller.
Where have those last 2 balls come? It wasn't that long ago that I said that Hannon Dolby really had lost that bit of nip that he had, probably through the amount of overs that he's been bowling. But isn't it amazing how the adrenaline and the situation and what's in front of you suddenly just finds something in you that maybe you didn't think you had?
So those teenage years running up the hill from Halifax to Shelf and back, as he comes in once more, and that takes a thick outside edge down to 3rd, where Sibley will do the fielding. Single for Wheel. He's to 3, 132 for 8.
Wow.
Well. He's bowled very well this over, Hannon Dolby. Now, this is a really difficult situation, but I do wonder, they are spreading the field to allow Fuller a single. Bear in mind, if 6 more runs go onto the board, Warwickshire will be relegated. I wonder now whether really they kind of need to go at Fuller as well, but again, they're scared of a boundary, aren't they? A boundary almost finishes it off. It's so tense.
Emily Windsor's just made a great point, actually. She's listening to some of the Vipers, and she said that maybe the ball change has produced this extra bit of bounce.
Quite possibly, yeah. Quite possibly. Hannon Dolby in. Fuller is looking to pull it into the leg side. It's along the ground to square leg for a single. 133 for 8. 6 more for victory, but as I say, 5 runs. If they get to 138, Hampshire will finish second, and Warwickshire will go down, and Yorkshire will be safe.
Yeah. That's why Emily Windsor does TMS commentary. Never misses a thing.
Well, she's learnt from many a fine commentator, and also yourself.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, there has to be a moment for levity. Do you need to cut through the tension? Hannon Dolby to Wheel. Down the leg side, Wheel misses out though, taken by Davis. 1 ball left in this over. The umpires, by the way, must be dreading this cloud cover at the moment, because the last thing they want to have to do right now is pull out a light meter. It would be an awful thing, but of course the level is set because they've been off for bad light. They know what the level is, and if it did get too bad, they would have to come off for a bit, and it would be the worst possible scenario in a way for the game.
Yeah. It'd be like the Mancad incident last week at Lord's.
Oh dear.
England women, India.
Yeah. But, Hannon Dolby approaches for the last time this over. Wheel looking just to cover up. There is a tentative appeal from the slip cord as the ball drops off the pad of Wheel down onto the wicket. But that is the end of the over, and the roars are for Liam Norwell. How much more could this man give? He's taken 7 wickets in this second innings. He has bowled relentlessly for the last hour and a quarter from this end.
Who says this guy's not fit?
Well, no, the reality is that he's had so many fitness problems this season, and for him to get through the workload that he has, bear in mind, it's actually about 1:05 we started after lunch, because we had a slightly early lunch with Warwickshire being all out. So in the last 3 hours and 40 minutes, he's bowled 18 overs. With only a limited amount of fitness work he's been able to do, and now he's starting another one, and Fuller's on strike and the field is spread. He's bowled him! Middle stump goes down. It is going all of the way on the final day. Hampshire 133 for 9. They're 5 runs away from securing second place. They're 5 runs away from sending Warwickshire down. They're 6 from winning the match, but a tie would be enough to create those 2 situations. And Liam Norwell's astonishing spell now sees him claim his 8th wicket. Hampshire are 133 for 9, and Fuller is gone for 22.
May just have been a fraction of an inside edge onto that one. A little bit of a gap between bat and pad there. Maybe Fuller's looking for a gap somewhere on that offside. He trudges off. It's going to take him a while to go. He's just looking up at the sky and he's just shaking his head a little. Wow, what a moment. And Mo Abbas is walking out, and James Fuller's just giving him a little pat and just said, good luck, mate. Now Hampshire are so close here, but Warwickshire, you feel they could actually do this. It's Liam Norwell. He's still got 5 balls left of this over, Liam Norwell, and you can sense the crowd. They know that as well, and they probably think that 5 balls might just be enough.
At the start of the day, this was a long shot. I don't know what the bookies would have offered you, but you're looking a 1 in 50 chance. You might be looking a 1 in 100 chance. Warwickshire resumed just 23 runs in front going to the final day with 8 wickets standing. They fell short of what they wanted before the lunch interval. Bowled out for 177. Dom Sibley, last man to go. He made 77 himself. Fuller took 4 wickets. Wheel took 3. Hampshire bowled well, fielded well. Gave themselves a target of just 139. A bowling attack that looked relatively lightweight apart from the two opening bowlers. And Norwell has carried the load unbelievably with 8 wickets. At lunch, I'm told, it was 11 to 2 Warwickshire, 9 to 1 on Hampshire. Right now, who knows? 133 for 9. Mohammed Abbas facing Liam Norwell, pushes forward into the offside, and it squirts out towards extra cover. Bethel comes in to do the fielding. Norwell takes in another gulp of air. An astonishing performance for him. In this match he's taken 12 for 100. Talk about shouldering the burden for your team.
Yeah, he's taken 8 wickets before. 8 for 43 is his best, so he takes another one. It'll be a career best, first class.
Abbas waits. Norwell approaches. It's full. It comes off an outside edge and it flies along the deck to gully. And it's fielded there by the substitute Ethan Brooks. And there's no run. 133 for 9 Hampshire. 139 the target to win, but more importantly really for both of these teams, 138 would be enough for Yorkshire to survive at Warwickshire's expense and for Hampshire to move back up to second in front of Lancashire. Warwickshire have got almost nothing to play with in terms of runs here. This is short, turned into the leg side. They think about a single, it's not on. Sibley in his final game for Warwickshire is quick to the ball, beats Henry Brooks to it. There's no run. Couple of deliveries left in this over.
Right, very quickly, Adrian Thomas at Solent Sports says Liam Norwell needs 1 more wicket for a career best. That's right, I just mentioned that. But he says he's currently 8 for 43 for Gloucestershire against Leicester in 2017. So this will be his best figures for Warwickshire.
And performing under the highest pressure in the most unlikely scenario. Bowling with a far lower target than I would ever have wanted to set. And he bustles in once more to Mohammed Abbas. He hits him on the pads, he appeals for LBW, he's given it! Liam Norwell has taken 9 wickets in the day, and Warwickshire have saved their place in Division 1 of the County Championship and sent Yorkshire down. Incredible scenes. Liam Norwell is engulfed by his teammates. They have won this match by 5 runs with one of the greatest bowling performances from any individual in this county's rich history. 9 for 62 for Liam Norwell. That is truly incredible. Mohammed Abbas, the last man out for naught, and Warwickshire, who went into today looking for the great escape, have done it in the most improbable and remarkable a way. County cricket on the final day of the season has produced the goods, and it's been simply stunning. Warwickshire survive, Yorkshire go down.
Well, congratulations Warwickshire, what a day that has been. Look at the crowd at the far end, they are all on their feet to a person, still clapping the team. They were congratulating themselves, and quite rightly so. That has been one of the stunning days of cricket in recent years. That's what it's all about. That's what the Championship's all about. Yes, I'm disappointed for Hampshire, but hey, they're third, and I'm sure Warwickshire would take that any day of the year. But it's disappointing from a Hampshire point of view. They should be second. It's not going to happen. But wow, look at that. I'm actually pleased for you guys, seriously pleased. I'm disappointed for Yorkshire because I know a lot of fans were joining us both on the BBC website and also on the live picture feed. They'll be really, really disappointed, I know, but this moment belongs to Warwickshire.
You look back at the very bold declaration made on Tuesday evening by Will Rhodes on 272 for 4 after more than a day's play had been lost. They surrendered a lead of 39 runs as a result yesterday because, again, this thin bowling attack couldn't finish a side off, having got them 5 down early on. Terrific innings from James Vince and Keith Barker on day 3. Today, despite the efforts of Dom Sibley, Warwickshire fell far short of the target they wanted to set. I mean, they only wanted to set 170, 175. 139 looked far, far too little. And at 124 for 7, what price would you have given them? I think Liam Norwell's in tears as he leaves now. What a performance, genuinely, like Atlas carrying the globe on his shoulders. He just kept going and going and going until he'd finished the job, and they wait now, the Warwickshire players, for Liam Norwell to come off the field, they get further and further behind him. The emotions are high. 13 wickets in the match for Norwell, who a few days ago you wouldn't have thought would be fit to play in this game. And to be fair to the Hampshire players, there they are on the boundary's edge to shake the hand of Liam Norwell as he comes in. You've got to admire the sporting spirit of that. Sam Hain, who got injured yesterday, has come out to join his players and to celebrate the fact that Warwickshire will be in Division 1 again next season. The County Championship today has delivered something truly unbelievable. One of the big counties was going down today, and remarkably at the 11th hour, Warwickshire have made sure it isn't them, and they survive. I have to say that whatever I expected from today, Kevin, I don't think it was this.
Well, I don't know what I expected really. I always thought 139 was tough, and I did say that right at the start. And well, Liam Norwell, I think all you need to say is Liam Norwell. That was a remarkable performance. He is a very, very good bowler. He is very special indeed. It's a shame that he spends a lot of his career on the treatment table, but when you see him bowling like that, he's an absolute diamond.
So Hampshire finished third. That is poor reward for their remarkable season, one which saw them take 9 victories along the way. Just one of the most memorable days you could ever wish to see. Nick Gubbins at the moment just rubbing his hair with his hands. I think he's frustrated. He feels he was sawn off with the LBW decision that went against him. But I don't think anything will ever take away from what Liam Norwell has achieved today for Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Thanks to all of you who've listened to us throughout the course of this season, online, via YouTube channels, on streams, and of course on 5 Live Sports Extra. What an incredible conclusion to all the key decisions and all the key things that have to be decided at the end of a season in terms of promotion and relegation. Commiserations to Hampshire for dropping down to third, but hearty congratulations to Warwickshire for surviving by the skin of their teeth.